shuffled their papers back into their school bags. Can we play Minecraft? After your tea. Elliot served up the last plate. Can you go and wash your hands, please? Charlie, can you go and get your... Can you get Sam down for tea? Okay. Charlie scuttled off, his bag dangling behind him, and Harry followed him out. Davy poured some wine into 2 glasses. You know I don't mean anything by that joke. What joke? You know. Not really. But she couldn't stop herself from smiling at him. It's fine. I don't let most things go. She recognized the bottle he was using, and her stomach clenched. The last of the case she'd found in her car a few months ago. Hislop's wine. Or she suspected as much. Expensive stuff too. Delicious, but tainted by association. Take it you heard. About Hislop? Davy sighed. Aye. Had an absolute mare to do. Your lot traipsing in and out, needing to give them all clones of Shunty's ID because the new security system's buggered. Heard a lot of theories about Pringle and Hislop. I'm worried, Davy. Why? You've done everything by the book, right? Of course I have. But Hislop knows things about us. Like what? Those photos. Who knows what else he's got? Davy wrapped his arms around her, clasping behind her waist. Look, it's okay. You've passed on the intel you've gained. Just because Jim Pringle or Balfour Rattray or someone else decided to try to kill him, nothing can trace back to you because you've done nothing. Right? Right. I mean... Andy, is there something you're not telling me? God, no. Just... I knew I shouldn't have done anything with what he told me. Should have just walked away. The whole thing. It feels like I'm paying the price for something I haven't even done. There's no price to pay because you've done nothing. Okay? Okay. Charlie slid into the room on his socks and helped himself up onto one of the dining chairs. Mum, Sam isn't there. What? She looked at Davy. Where are they? Davy shrugged. Haven't even come home yet. Davy, it's 8:15. Elliot raced over to the door, her head filled with the fear that one of Hislop's people had kidnapped her child. Chapter 33. Marshall. Marshall tightened his grip on the door handle. Part of him wanted to slam the door and go back inside, then get back to Thea's birthday party. A time when everything made sense. Just seconds ago, but... What? He looked at Detective Superintendent Bob Milne and started to piece things together. He had the same nose as Jen. Those big ears were Marshall's. The piercing eyes they shared, that glowered at him every time his sister looked at him, or his own, which he only saw through the mist of a shaving mirror. And he was the same height and build as Marshall, just carrying a bit more timber and starting to stoop. That cast-iron belly was where Marshall himself would bear the brunt of a few weeks of binging on ice cream. But that name, Bob Milne? What the fuck was that surname all about? He'd never be Dad. Never. He'd been Daddy once, many years ago, but now... Now he would only be Milne. The naked emptiness of a surname. Jen stormed out of the house and got in his face. Our dad! Her fury was scrawled all over her face, her fury shifting between Marshall, their mother, and this guy, the man who was claiming to be their father. What are you talking about? Milne gave a flick of his head and a casual, you got me look. Afraid so. He held out a hand with a cheeky twinkle in his eyes. Now, unless you've both undergone sex changes, you must be Jennifer. She slapped his hand away. You can't just show up here on my daughter's birthday. Milne stared hard at Mum. Thought you'd passed on the presents every year, Janice. I can't deal with this. Mum disappeared inside the house. Aye, losing yourself in drink was really going to help. Bob smoothed a hand through his hair. His coup's lick was in the exact same spot as Marshall's, that constant battle that could only ever resolve in a rockabilly quiff. It's nice to see you, Jennifer. I'd say you've grown, but it's been 30 years. Even I've grown in that time. His laugh was infectious, the kind where he cast his gaze around everyone to check they were laughing too. Only Sayal was. Marshall didn't want to get into why the hell he was there. Not yet, anyway. He stepped between his sister and his father, trying to be subtle so as not to become the target of Jen's ire. She's right. You can't just show up here after all this time and expect us to be cool about it. Robert. Milne clamped a rock-crushing hand on his arm and smiled at his son. Guessing you don't wet the bed anymore. Sayal raised his eyebrows, his mouth forming an O. Before Marshall could say any more, Jen got stuck in again. I'm asking you once. Go, now, and don't come back. Milne looked into the house, where everything seemed that much quieter now. I didn't expect to see you pair here, just your mother. Popped in to check up on Grumpy and they said he was here. You know, my father. I know he's your father, but you've not been our father, so you can It's really nice seeing you, Jennifer. You look just like your mother. She narrowed her eyes at him. You sick bastard. You left us when we were tiny, and you left us in the clutches of Graham Thorburn. Milne looked over at Marshall, then back at Jennifer. Aye, that was, unfortunate. Unfortunate? He was a serial rapist who turned into a serial killer. Preyed on Mum's insecurities after you left. Jen thumbed at her brother. You won't know, Anna, but she was Rob's girlfriend. She was a victim of Thorburn's. He groomed her, then abducted her. He raped her repeatedly. Everyone was looking for her. Nobody found her. She escaped but jumped off the Leatherfoot viaduct rather than be caught again. That's on you. That's all on you. The hustle from inside charged outside, as Thea led her pals out and down the hill towards the town centre. She didn't want to get involved, but there was a girl who knew all about fathers letting you down. Milne watched her go, seemed to want to introduce himself to his granddaughter, but he focused on Jen. I don't deny any of this, Jennifer. Hard to live with yourself when something like that happens. It happened 20 years ago. You left 30 years ago. You could have visited at any point and talked to us. I know, but... Look, I've read up on the case and what can I say? He was way too careful to target you, Jennifer, so you... Fuck off! She grabbed his arm. Fuck right off! She was in his face now, spitting the words. Milne just took it. Guy was clearly a seasoned officer, probably not in the top 100 worst follies of abuse he'd ever received. Marshall pulled Jen away from him. She nudged him away and resumed her full frontal assault. You honestly think I just care about myself? I don't give a fuck about that. But Anna was my best friend. You put us all in danger. She'd be alive if it wasn't for you. Milne stared hard at her, his forehead creasing and uncreasing. Jennifer, a word of advice based on years of experience. You shouldn't be so convinced that the grass is greener in your counterfactual narrative. She laughed, bitter and cold. My what? A counterfactual. You're positing a what-if scenario, and I can totally understand why. If this hadn't happened, your friend would be still alive. It's comforting. Totally get that. So you've coped over the last... Leave! She pointed down into the town. Now! Milne folded his arms. I'm here to see Janice. I'm my dad. Not tonight, you're not. Piss off! Go! Now! Is my dad here? Grumpy's not going to speak to you. Milne smiled. Grumpy. I always loved that name. He looked down at the ground, his eyes misting over, then back up at her with a hard stare. Jennifer, I'm sorry. This is all going wrong and I'm holding my hands up. I honestly didn't know you were going to be here. Otherwise, I told you to leave. Can we at least sit down and chat? You and me and your brother. Maybe when hell freezes over. Jen turned to face Mum, who was standing just inside, her arms folded over her chest. Tell Thea I'll come and pick her up when she's done. She prodded a finger at Bob Milne. I never want to see your face again in my life. She stormed off towards her car, parked just up the hill. You can't win them all, eh? Milne smiled at Marshall. Wonder why that one's single, huh? Marshall barged past him and jogged up the hill to catch up with Jen. Wait! She stopped by the driver. I'm not interested, Rob. He's a fucking dickhead. I know he's a dickhead, but we should hear what he's got to say. Nope. No fucking way. He made a decision the day he left us. Mum didn't leave us. She stayed. She raised us. She's clearly a damaged woman, but she did her best. Her and Grumpy both did. Not him, though. She scowled, pointed back down the hill at the house. They'd all gone inside. Her mask crumbled and she huffed out a sigh. Are you honestly just going to let him get away with all that? No, but I want to give him enough rope to hang himself. A cop? I always thought her dad was in the military or MI6. Jen shook her head. At least that made sense. But a cop? Lots of ex-squaddies sign up. Did you know? Of course I didn't. You must have done. Jen, he calls himself Bob bloody Milne, not Marshall. We've been lugging around his name my whole life and he's not even using it. She smiled. Finally. Why is he here, Rob? I met him earlier, in Kelso. This case I'm working. There's been a possible police corruption angle since before what happened this morning. Now there's at least a whiff of vehicular assault by a serving officer. Marshall stared hard at her. I swear I had no idea about him, Jen. None at all. She looked away. Find that hard to believe. Come on, there are no secrets between us. Not from my end, anyway. Jen glowered at him. You coming with me? I've got my car. Marshall looked even further up the hill and hoped the beast would start. I want to speak to him. Need to understand him to understand myself. That's some primo psychobabble there. He left us when we were kids, Jen. I want to know why. Why he's only coming back now. I don't give a flying fuck. I just know he's a selfish prick. She looked like she was about to go apeshit at him. Then she looked to the side. What's up? The drama's too thick for me. Kirsten got in the passenger seat. Catch you later, Rob. Before Marshall could say or do anything, Jen got in the car and shot off in the wrong direction, up the hill towards the Eildons and the very slow road home via Selkirk. Marshall felt torn in half. Kirsten and his sister both clearing off, Mum disappearing in sight. When all the important women in your life make a decision, the smart money is on agreeing with them. But his dad being here. His dad. After all that bloody time. He started walking back to the house. Chapter 34. Elliot. Elliot took it slowly along the high street in Lauder, part of the main road between Edinburgh and Newcastle, then turned away from the main drag into a maze of cobblestone streets and ancient stone buildings. The perfect place to lose yourself. And Elliot wasn't finding Sam. A tourist guide would describe Lauder as quaint, maybe, but it was just like any other small Scottish town, with its own secrets. Gangs of kids hanging around any night of the year. The pack by the bus stop were at least a year younger than Sam and all wore shell suits, trainers and bravado. Bloody hell. Elliot was no stranger to the underbelly of society. She'd faced down murderers, extortionists, and all manner of lowlifes, but finding her own flesh and blood was proving to be a different beast entirely. Hard to shake the feeling that Hislop had something to do with this. He'd sent a few photos of her and her family stuck on top of that case of fancy wine a few months ago. Hard not to treat that as anything other than a threat, but harder not to fight against it and try to bring Hislop down. Those potential informants disappearing, like Blake Innes that morning. They must have talked, must have told Hislop who'd approached them. That must have tipped him over the edge. He'd set his sights on her and her family. After Pringle had done what he'd done, Hislop wanted to lash out at her. Lying in a hospital bed that might become a deathbed, he'd sent her a message, and it was becoming clearer and clearer. He was going to take her oldest child from her. Whatever happened to Sam, this was all her fault, all on her. She could have stayed quiet on the whole thing, but she'd gone straight to Pringle, got it all on the record. But she needed to make sure the conclusions she was jumping to were the right ones. Before she went after anyone in Hislop's orbit, she needed to do the basics and track down Sam's school friends. Elliot pulled in at the side of the road and got out into the thin rain. The evening was cold, the biting Scottish winds whispering tales of missing children in her ears. This was her worst fear made manifest. She waited for the row of cars to swoosh past, then stormed off across the road and followed the shouting up the drive. A stout man guarded the old house's front door, jabbing a finger at a woman. 60s, and he looked like Santa Claus, with thick white hair and a thicker beard. The skin on his round face was all cracked like a sun-baked puddle. "I'm afraid I have no sympathy, Alison." The woman he was speaking at was mid-30s and had the harassed look of a single mum. "Jesus Christ, I just want to speak to Alex." "I'm not going to let you." "Seriously, my own kid." "I disapprove of you breaking up your family unit for selfish reasons." "Selfish reasons?" Alison barked out a laugh. "Would you be happy with Charanya sleeping around?" "My wife wouldn't do that." "But if you caught her in..." Hey! Elliot got between them. She didn't need to settle a domestic. She needed info on Alex, Sam's BFF. But these two weren't going to give up anything, were they? "What's going on here?" Santa looked at her, nostrils flaring. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm a police officer, sir." She held out her warrant card. "D.I. Andrea Elliot. But I'm here as a mum. Is my Sam with you or Alex? They've not been seen since after school." "They?" Santa rolled his bloodshot eyes. "One of those, eh?" "I'm worried Sam's gone missing. Now, if it's possible to speak to your kid, that'd be great." "My kid?" "Alex." Alison prodded herself on the chest. "Alex is mine. This dickhead is his grandfather, but he's not letting me see him." "Some people cannot accept that divorce has consequences." Elliot ignored him and focused on his ex-daughter-in-law. "Have you got any visitation rights?" "Rights?" She laughed. "Alex is with me all of the time because my ex, his son, decided he couldn't be arsed with us and banged a floozy." "That is not true and you know it. My son wouldn't dream of doing such a thing." None of this was getting anyone anywhere. "Sir." Elliot gave him the full-on police officer stare, which seemed to calm him some. "Alex is friends with Sam, my kid. They're thick as thieves, usually. Just need a word. 2 minutes, that's all. Fine. Santa turned and bellowed into the house. Alex! Nothing. No footsteps tumbling down the stairs. Alex? Still no response. Elliot smiled at him. Is Alex actually here? Oh, aye. Santa got a smartphone from his pocket and hammered on the screen. Watch this. A few seconds later, feet thundered down the stairs towards them. Alex was a name that could be either gender or neither, just like Sam. Seeing him in the flesh didn't narrow anything down any. Tall and thin to the point of concern, with dark hair hanging in a bob. What's up? The voice didn't narrow it down either. Have you seen Sam today? A nod. Why? Elliot took charge, nudging Santa out of the way. I'm Sam's mum. Nothing serious at this point, but I can't get hold of them. When did you see them? Alex frowned. Them? Elliot still hadn't decided on a gender. Alex clearly wasn't as militantly non-binary as Sam, but whatever. She smiled at Alex. Sam. Right. School, I guess. Have you heard from Sam since? Alex shook their head. Nope. Took it she didn't turn up at home. She? Bloody hell. Elliot didn't understand the rules anymore. Nope. Nobody's seen or heard from Sam since school. Wasn't her dad supposed to pick her up? No. Going to make their own way home. Any idea where Sam could have gone? Alex shrugged. Not really. Did Sam have a boyfriend or a girlfriend or a... not that I know of. Elliot folded her arms. Alex, how was Sam at school today? Alex shrugged again. Stressed? About what? Her exams. Elliot smiled. Anything specific? Nope. Elliot nodded. It all made sense to her now. Exam stress was eating away at Sam. More than enough to make someone run away. But she still felt the acidic worry of his lot being up to something burning away at her guts. Elliot stood there, fizzing, but her anger was sailing through the air. Did you get the bus with Sam after school? No, she was with Tam. Tam? Aye, Tam. They got off together. Tam's dad owns the Lion's Roar. Well, there was a lead. Elliot smiled at Alex. Thanks for that. Mom. Alex collapsed into a cuddle. Alison, this isn't finished. You can't just... Elliot pointed a finger at Santa. Sir, you need to respect your grandson's mother's visitation rights. She waited for a nod, then trotted off back towards her car. She got back in and raced down the road, trying to think rationally and ignore what the wind was whispering to her. Sam had been at school. Tick. Sam had got the bus back from Gala. Tick. Sam had gone off with Tam. She pulled in outside the Lion's Roar, the town's underage boozer, a pub so rugged it could play prop forward for the local rugby team, where the town's youngsters used to gather. Okay. The trail led this far. Don't get too carried away. Focus on the facts. Pick up details. Don't leap to conclusions. Just turned 16, but not exactly worldly wise. Nobody in Lauder was. Terminally online, the whole world seen through a phone screen. Elliot walked in and saw nothing but an oddball assortment of town drunks, disgruntled barmaids and middle-class couples dining on steaks and fancy pasta dishes. No kids, other than the wee lassie in the high chair, her cheeky face smeared with chocolate sauce. Elliot smiled at the nearest barmaid. Looking for the owner. Is he in? The barmaid kicked the floor and shouted, Mark! She stepped aside to serve another customer. A rosy-cheeked face peered out of a hatch and a stout man gradually emerged up the ladder. The neck oil should be back on, Gina. He smiled at Elliot. Can I help? Looking for my kid, Sam. Gather your Tam's a pal of theirs. Sam? He smiled. Sam and Tam. What a pairing, eh? Does Tam talk about Sam? Not sure. Don't think so. Okay. I gather Sam was with Tam earlier. Do you know where he is? Not seen him all evening. What about his mother? Hope not. She died 4 years ago. Mark bellowed out a laugh. If he's with her, I'm in trouble. Hang on. He got out his mobile and put it to his ear. We buggers just bounced it. He tapped at the screen. Two can play that game. He flicked a hand out of the door. Wonder of modern technology, eh? Phone, watch and headphones are in the churchyard. Thanks. Elliot raced out of the pub and jogged across the road, past the old town hall, then over the other street. The church was lit up in the dark night, pressed right up against the road. Elliot tried the gate. Locked. Bollocks. The wall was low enough, though, so she hopped over. No sign of anybody in front of the church, but a few shapes lurked at the back of the graveyard. Kids will be kids, eh? Elliot took it slowly and quietly as she walked across the damp grass, soaking her shoes within a few steps. And she saw them. Under the dim glow of an old lamp, Sam was locked in an embrace with a boy. Tam, presumably. Elliot's heart skipped a beat, not out of anger, but surprise. Sam pulled away and nibbled at their bottom lip. Lipstick and eyeshadow, hair clipped back, low-cut top revealing a lot of flesh. Then Sam spotted Elliot out of the corner of their eye. The look of panic was clear. Sam bolted, disappearing further into the gloom. Elliot hesitated only a moment before giving chase. She weaved through the twisted teeth of gravestones, the soft echo of Sam's footsteps guiding her towards the back gate. Just as Elliot thought she was losing her kid, Sam stumbled into a dead end. This gate was locked too. No escape now, only a tall stone wall, much higher than at the front. No easy way over. Sam turned around, face flushed, eyes wide and fearful. Mom, Sam. Elliot wrapped Sam in a big hug. Hey, it's okay. Sam clung on. I thought you'd be angry. The words hung in the cold air. Elliot, panting from the chase, shook her head. I was worried, Sam. Worried sick, I thought. But Sam's voice was shaky. But I thought you'd be... Nope. Elliot cut the words off, a soft smile on her lips. Love is love, Sam, no matter who it's with. She wrapped her arms around her kid again. Don't run, Sam. Not for me. Never. Okay? Okay. Sam's body sagged in her arms. Elliot held Sam close. The winds whispered once more, carrying away her fears into the dark night. She looked back towards the church. No sign of the lad. Was that Tam? Sam looked up and nodded. So you've got a boyfriend now? Right, I think I might have started identifying with a gender after all. Whether you're Samuel or Samantha or you stay as Sam, it's your choice. Elliot was confused, but Sam was her kid. She'd do literally anything for her. Anything. Sam, you're my child. Whoever you love and whoever you identify as in the process, I'm still going to love you to the moon and back. Chapter 35. Marshall. Marshall walked back into the house, shaking himself free of a memory of that summer's day years ago. They'd been told to play in the park beside their old house as Mum and Dad needed to have a talk. Jen had bounded out into the sunshine and immediately immersed herself into a group of kids playing some convoluted version of Tig, while Marshall found a quiet place in the grass to admire the passing clouds for an hour or so. Quiet, until Dean McCutcheon stomped on his bollocks for no good reason, other than that they were there. His sister hauled him off and punched Dean square in the nose, bursting it and then helping her brother limp home. Mum was already halfway through a bottle of gin and had tears streaming down her face. Dad was gone, and he wasn't coming back. Jen was angry that day, and had stayed angry ever since. As for Marshall, the kick in the knackers didn't ache as much as losing his father. He opened the door and found them all in the living room, Grumpy, Bob Milne, and Rakesh Sayal. Mum was fussing around at the table in the corner where the Christmas tree would usually go. "There's all this leftover food, Bob, and that cake. Took me ages to make the bloody thing, and now it'll just go in the bin." "Relax, Janice." Milne cracked open the screw top and poured whiskey into 4 small glasses. "A wee dram will take the edge off." She looked over at him, frowning. "I stopped drinking." "Oh," Milne snorted. "When was that?" "A New Year's resolution I've actually stuck to. I've been known to make stupid decisions when I've had a few." She gave him a pointed look, then managed to carry the remains of the cake through to the kitchen all on her own. Despite her protestations, at least half of it had gone. Marshall would take the rest of it home for his niece. Milne nudged a glass over the table to Sayal. "Here you go, Shunty. That'll put hairs on your chest." "It's not a problem I face." Sayal looked at the glass like it was going to bite him. The smoky aroma filling the room suggested it might. Milne looked up at his son. "Robbie, can I tempt you?" "It's Rob." "No, thank you. I'm driving." Marshall took his old seat, the one he'd sat in every night while they watched telly way back when. He missed Kirsten sitting next to him. He missed her touch. He took out his phone and checked if she'd replied to his message. Nope. "Are we boring you?" Milne slurped down whiskey like anyone else would drink tea. Marshall put his mobile away and tried to ignore the burning on his cheeks. "Rakesh, why are you here?" "We're down on business, but I guess you know that." Milne put his glass down and golden liquid spilled out the sides. "Staying in a hotel in town. Taylor's. Nice place, but bloody Shunty's got the suite." Marshall kept his gaze on Sayal. "That doesn't answer my question." "It's the laddie's first day in professional standards. Thought I'd show him the ropes the old-fashioned way. How I do things, which is, of course, the right way. And, we can get acquainted with one another over a drink or two. Break some bread. You know how it is." Marshall still didn't look at Sayal. "Afraid I don't." "Studs up!" Grumpy lifted his glass to his lips and chugged it down in a succession of shallow gulps, dribbling at least half down his chin. "Great stuff, son!" He slammed his glass onto the side table next to him. "More!" Milne walked over with a chuckle and refilled his glass. "Hollow legs. That's what you used to say about me." "They must have filled in." Grumpy prodded a shaking hand into his son's belly. "It's all overflowing into there, son." "Do you like my grub, has to be said." Milne beamed at Marshall. "Sure I can't tempt you?" "If you can't remember the fact I'm driving, then." Aye. But around these parts, who's going to stop you?" "I'm a cop. We don't drink drive." Marshall gave him a wide smile. "Otherwise the Rat Pack will investigate me." "The Rat Pack." Milne collapsed back into his armchair and laughed. "That's a good one." He took a dainty sip of whiskey, then gasped. "This is a cracking wee dram, so it is." "Why are you Bob Milne?" "Because God made me this way. Had to improve on perfection." "I'm serious." "Okay." Milne leaned forward, cupping his glass in his hands. "A vote was taken, Nobody else wanted the job, so I got saddled with it. You know what I mean? Marshall pointed at Grumpy. He's Robert Marshall the first. I'm the third, but you're not Bob Marshall the second anymore. Why's that? Long story, Rob. So Jen and I have had to bear your surname since we were wee and you haven't. Heard she went back to it, aye. Divorced her husband. That's right. Marshall swallowed down the word idiot. Wonder where she got her daddy issues from. Now. No need for that. There's every need. You're sitting here like this is all hunky-dory. You'll say it's a long story, but you've got 30 years to explain. No need to explain anything, Rob. How long have you been back in touch with Mum for? Never really lost touch. And yet you never showed up here when your kids were growing up. Okay. We've been chatting for the last few months. Why? She hasn't mentioned you to me or Jen. Why's that? Can't answer for your mother. Never could. Clattering came from the kitchen. I took this job up in Edinburgh a couple of months back and, he shrugged, thought I'd get in touch with Janice, mend a few fences, build a few bridges. Not with us, though. Your own children. Nope. Milne stared into space. Guess I should have, eh? Thought you'd get intel from her and Grumpy first, right? Got a fair amount already. Bit surprising to see my son's name on an investigation I'm attached to. I mean, Robert and Marshall are fairly common names. When I met you in Kelso, assumed it was just a coincidence. Still, very good chance it was someone else. But then I dug into your record and... Sure enough, you're my laddie. Still not answering my question. Why aren't you Bob Marshall the second anymore? Milne clicked his teeth a few times, then took another sip of whiskey. Part of it is protecting my kids. I worked undercover in drugs for a number of years. Meant I had a target on my back. Now I'm in internal affairs, it's an even bigger one. I'm investigating bent cops, the kind who grass to the worst of who we investigate. He refilled his glass and motioned to Sayal, but got a shake of the head. Answer me this. Are you Rob Marshall on social media? I'm not on anything. Okay, but any of your colleagues? Rakesh? Rakesh Abir. See? First name, middle name, or vice versa. So your middle name. Was your mother a Milne? No. Milne shut his eyes. Never give out your mother's maiden name, son. I know that is just... Same rules apply. Keep it all obfuscated. In fact, in my game it counts double. Grumpy raised his glass. Away goes count double, he cackled, but Marshall didn't get the joke. Milne gave a polite smile, but there was a darkness to the look. The reason Rakesh has it that way is to stop some wee bastard he put away years ago from looking him up. Online, you can see people's kids, their partners, their pals. All of them become targets. So you obfuscate the information to protect them. Despite playing dumb, Marshall knew all of that. He'd attended the courses on protecting yourself online and read the updated memos. But he decided that staying offline was a much better solution. Did you change your name by deed poll? Aye. Milne motioned to Grumpy. Ready for a top-up, Biggin? I'm fine now, son. Go into my head. That's the whole point. Milne sipped slowly. Aye. Fair dram, that. He leaned forward to inspect the bottle like he hadn't done so ever before. Mum was still clattering away in the kitchen. She was an expert at finding ways to hide there. Marshall watched him, spotted the tics that made him Bob Milne, wetting his lips every few seconds, needing glasses to read the label. The darkness behind those eyes, too. I thought you were a soldier. Part of the cover story, Rob. Used to be away from home a few weeks at a time working undercover. Tallied with the movements of a squaddy, so sod it. Covered everything over nicely. Did Mum know? Initially, no. She had no idea I was a cop, but I did tell her. It's not cool to work undercover and live a double life where you lie to those who love you. Did you love her? Milne laughed. I worked undercover most of my career. I don't know what's up and what's down. I can barely remember the truth from back then. It's all jumbled up in here. He pressed a finger to his temple. And they still let you serve? Oh, I'm good at what I do. The best, some say. Talk to me about this career then, about what dragged you away from your family. What's there to say? Milne shrugged. Police forces in the 80s had young cops fresh out of high school and put them straight onto drugs investigations in places where we weren't known. Me, a wee gala laddie sent up to Aberdeen to work in a docker's pub. It worked though. I looked and acted like the youngsters we were investigating. Thing is, that programme failed because we had no policing experience and a lot of us either fell too far into drugs, got ourselves or someone else in that culture knocked up, or we fucked up cases. He licked his lips slowly. I was the exception though, and actually very good at it. Aside from knocking up my mother. Well, aye. Aberdeen was drowning in oil money, coke and heroin, ecstasy everywhere. Oil execs wanted to party hard, hence the coke and E. Fishermen loved the smack because they could take methadone when out at sea, then spend their hard-earned dosh on quality smack back on dry land. A lot of sharks on land too. My job was to hunt them down, and I helped take down 6 big gangs up there, but they could only last so long. 12 years in, I moved to Glasgow CID. A lot of drug murders there, all connected. Dark, dark city. I love it. I love the people, but it's got a dark heart. Took down another gang there, bigger than all 6 up in Grampian put together. Bad men. And bad men had cops on the payroll. So I took a sideways move into standards. Took down a lot of bent cops. He smirked. Not bent in that way, of course. Studs up! Milne laughed along with Grumpy. After that? Well, you have a 3-year tenure in standards. He thumbed at Sayal. Shunty here's on day 1, but his clock's already ticking. At some point he'll be moved back to mainstream detective work. Me? I avoided it by specialising in it and shifted forces. Lothian and Borders for a bit, Highlands and Islands, which was surprisingly corrupt. Then all over the UK. Mercia, Thames Valley, special in Northern Ireland, then Hampshire, Devon and Cornwall. Not the places where the drugs were being taken so much as where they were landed. Now I'm back in Police Scotland for my last stint. Most complaints cops are in and out in 3 years. I've made a career of it. It's been a life, that's for sure. Marshall couldn't look at him, but he forced himself to. You must be proud of yourself. I am. My work's made our country all the better. Much, much safer. Aye, he hadn't spotted the sarcasm in Marshall's question. So, Milne topped up Sayal's glass, even though he hadn't touched it, then refilled his own. Us two are here to investigate this DCI James Pringle. Marshall nodded. That's a matter we should handle on the record. Come on, son. Son isn't a title you should be using with me. Call me Rob. Suit yourself? Milne walked over and topped up Grumpy's glass. Thing is, chats like this are how crimes get solved. And, like I say, they're best done on the record. You worked for Pringle, right? Worked, maybe. Can't see him coming back after today. All this stuff about cabbages, right? Milne chuckled. I've seen senior cops go mad a few times. The pressure gets to them. Crushes them like the hull of a submarine at the wrong depth. Let's do this on the record. Sure. Milne sat down again and slurped whiskey. He must be pickled already. Look, Rob, I want to know all about you and your sister. He scratched at his neck. That's going to be a bit of a challenge, but Jen will come around. But one thing you need to understand is we've been through a lot over the years because our dickhead father left when we were young. Milne winced. I deserve that. He laughed. I hope Jennifer's living her life without screwing up my granddaughters. But if she is, it's on me. Of course, the way you two came into the world, he nudged Sayal's arm. These two were born at Peel Hospital, not at the maternity hospital in Gala, because someone decided she needed to go out for a drive, didn't you, Janice? Halfway to Peebles, she crashed into a lorry. Lucky to survive, though the car didn't. Taken to A&E there, where the bairns were born. Happened to a few people over the years. Of course, it's all in the Borders General Hospital now. Chapter 36. Marshall. Marshall pulled into the drive next to Jen's massive 4x4 and sat back in his seat. He had no idea what to think about the evening, other than it was a miracle his car had got him to and from Melrose without dying at least once. Maybe Trev had finally fixed the beast. Nope. He'd spoken too soon. The bloody thing conked out with the key still in the ignition. He twisted it and tried it again. Nothing. Brilliant. That was a problem he'd confront in the morning. His dad, though, that was a whole different thing. Jesus. That was going to take a lot to unpack. And the joy of being attached to the same case. Still nothing from Kirsten. Aye, that was something else that was going to take a lot of unpacking. Hopefully she'd still be speaking to him in the morning and he could sort things out. Hopefully. Nope. There it was. You know, I love fate. Well, fate just appeared like a shadow in the door. Sorry. Kiss. He could picture her on the train back to Edinburgh, staring across the dark countryside, ruining her life choices, regretting having the chat with an idiot like Rob Marshall. He grabbed the leftover cake from the passenger seat and got out into the cold drizzle, then carried it over to the house. Lights were on inside, but the action was in the kitchen at the back. He opened the door and walked through, stopping in the doorway. Jen was by the sink, pouring herself a glass of wine. An empty pizza box lay on the counter. Kirsten sat at the table, biting into the last slice. Hey, Rob. Marcia put the cake down, then kissed her cheek and sat next to her. Thought you'd be back in Edinburgh. She finished chewing. You mean, you wish I was? No, God no. I hope you hadn't, but Dad! Jen shook her head and raised her shoulders. What the fuck? Kirsten leaned in close. That's the only thing she's said since we got back, other than meat feast 12-inch and white or red. I mean, Jen sat at the end of the table. A breath exploded out of her lips. What the fuck? I mean, seriously, what the fuck? He just storms in and on Thea's birthday. What the fuck? Kirsten frowned. Where is she? Thea! She's getting the bus. Jen necked her fresh glass. Sod it, I'm getting another top-up. Rob? I'm good just now. Come on, have a drink. In a minute. Suit yourself. Jen walked over to the bottle and refilled her glass, then picked up her phone and muttered, What the fuck? Marshall looked at Kirsten. You okay? Why wouldn't I be? All that drama? Sorry. I love family drama, but I just felt a tad voyeuristic and decided a quick exit was in better taste than pulling up a chair and watching the fur fly. Things got heavy. I'm sorry. They were so heavy it was like Metallica were playing next door. Hate it when shit like that happens, Rob. just like every time I see my folks. She leaned over and kissed him with meaty breath. Must have been stressful. It's not stressful, just a shock. I think I'm in shock. Not surprised. I hate family shit. And that's... wow. I hate families. Jen put a glass in front of Marshall. Present company accepted, of course, and I'm starting to see Kirsten as family now as well as a friend. That's nice. You're nice. Jen pinged a nail off the rim of Marshall's glass. This is from that box that someone dropped off. Marshall stared at the wine. Dark red like blood. He had a good idea where it came from and didn't want to touch it. I told you not to open that. Saving it for our birthday. No, should be chucked out. No way I'm tipping wine that good down the sink. She sniffed at it, like she was some kind of wine snob. It's absolutely lush. She nudged her chair even closer. So? Marshall took a sip of the wine, but all he could taste was blood, so he pushed the glass away. So what? So, how did it go with that arsehole? Our dad? For starters, I'm pissed off with Mum. They've been in touch for a while now, probably since all that shite with Thorburn that's been going on, and she hasn't spoken to us about him. How do you feel, Rob? I don't know. Like I said to Kirsten, I feel a bit shocked. A bit torn, too. Wish I had your courage to just bugger off after swearing at him, but... But you don't have my anger issues? True. Marshall pushed the wine glass even further away. But the worst part of it is... Bob's actually a good guy. Jen rolled her eyes. Bloody hell. He's charmed you. No, he didn't. But I'm serious. He's like grumpy. Smart, funny, wise. Drinks like a fish, so that's a family trait on both sides. Marshall grabbed the glass and took another sip. It was the best he'd ever tasted. But he's got a hell of a lot of explaining to do before I'm going to let him back into my life. Assuming he wants to? What do you mean? He's had 30 years to get in touch with either of us. He was only at Mum's tonight because Grumpy was there. Marshall nodded. He lives in Edinburgh now. Exactly. He could get the train down here any time he wanted to see us. But no, easier just to do nothing. As little as Marshall wanted to do with their father, Jen wanted even less. Chapter 37. Chunk. The trouble with retirement was you soon missed having a focus for your day. A function. A reason to keep on keeping on. Only 3 months in and Chunk had decided to go back to work. The Isle of Man was a quiet place most of the time. A haven for those seeking peace or escape from mainland taxation. But tonight, the cries of gulls outside the dilapidated warehouse were replaced by stifled sobs and low pleading. The room was dim, just a lone lamp hanging from the ceiling, casting long shadows across the concrete floor. In the middle, Ewan was trussed up like a Christmas turkey, his expensive suit now soaked in sweat and fear. Chunk stood across from him, cast in darkness. He didn't have Ewan's looks or flashy suit, but his hands knew their way around a man's throat. A veteran of pain, he wore his bruises and scars like badges of honour. "Why are you doing this?" Ewan's voice was rough from screaming. Chunk didn't answer. Instead, he watched him with a cold detachment. A rich man brought to his knees, reduced to a whimpering mess at the feet of a common thug. His limitless wealth, his manors and yachts, meant nothing here. Time to get on with it. Chunk approached Ewan, his heavy boots echoing in the otherwise silent warehouse. He paused for a moment and looked down at the once proud man, now just a crumpled heap of fear and despair. Ewan's eyes were wide, filled with terror and confusion. Why him? Why now? Chunk gave nothing away. Some questions were better left unanswered. He looked at Ewan the way a butcher might eye a pig before sending it to the slaughterhouse. Detached. Emotionless. Just another day at the office. This was personal, and he'd expected to take much greater satisfaction from this than any of the jobs he'd done over the years. This one was purely for himself. And when your career was in killing, slipping back into old ways was deadly. He knew his job. He was a facilitator of sorts, a guide to help men like Ewan on their journey from life to death. The whys and the whos behind it were never his concern. Ewan's pleas for mercy echoed in the dank air, but Chunk was deaf to his cries. Under the bleak light from that lone lamp, Ewan was learning a lesson. Wealth could buy you many things. Fancy cars, big houses, the company of beautiful women. But it couldn't buy mercy from Chunk. You honestly want to know what you've done to deserve this? Please, let me go. That wasn't the question. Why are you doing this to me? Do you know my name? Talbot Carl, isn't it? Good. Well, not so good for him. But you're a lucky boy. How is this lucky? Before I came to your house and smacked you in the face and dragged you here, I just got back from the mainland at lunchtime. You've had another day of freedom to enjoy before this. Let me go. Here's a wee story for you. I met this lad called Blake Innes, and I tortured him until he confessed to what he told the cops initially. I then placed a call to a friend of mine to find out what his decision would be. With this lad, you never can tell. Sometimes it's death, sometimes it's torture, sometimes it's both. Makes no difference to me. Unlike you, though, Blake wasn't personal. See, Blake had to be dealt with soon after he talked to the police the first time. A source on the inside told my friend's friend that Blake had scheduled another meeting with the police to get info on the record. And that wasn't allowed to happen. Of course, with Blake, the decision was both torture and death. I know a pig farm near Lockerbie that's got a really nice wood chipper. Had him trussed up naked inside the intake to the chipper while I used a fillet knife to slice off portions of his skin and feed them to the pigs below. Should have seen the man. And he was squealing. Could have got him to confess to anything, but I just wanted the truth. I got it. The pain must have been excruciating. But it was nothing more than minor injuries until a voice on the phone told me the decision. He was displeased with the looseness of Blake's lips. With a flick of a switch, poor Blake's lips were gone along with the rest of him. Sucked into the wood chipper. Those hungry hogs were treated to a slurry of a variety they only received on special occasions. Tell you the truth, it was a bit disappointing. Just a brief scream, then nothing but the snorting of those hogs. Horrible. But then, strangely peaceful. The worst part was spraying down the chipper afterwards. I'm not cut out for manual labour these days. Done a few jobs outside, but nothing too strenuous. Get on a bit, eh? Please, don't feed me to the pigs. Oh, don't worry, I won't, because you won't be leaving the island. Just then, Chunk's mobile rang. He checked the screen. The display showed a string of numbers. A video call this time. Well. Should have turned it off, really, or muted it, but he hadn't. And Ewan was going to keep, that was for sure. I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. He pocketed the phone, then secured a ball gag in Ewan's mouth. Eyes wide. Chunk stepped out of the room into the ruined corridor, then walked into the next room and shut the door. The walls were painted black. He answered it and his screen showed his face, but nothing else. Callum Hume appeared, sitting in his living room with the antlers on the wall behind him. The image glitched a few times. "Sorry, Cal. Got a very patchy signal here." Right. Can barely see you." "That's intentional." Callum laughed. "How are you doing, my friend?" "I'm good. Managed to square off that wee problem and escape the rat race. Back to living the good life on the island." Chunk found the dark sofa and perched on it. "What's this about, Cal? You pocket dial me or something?" "Got another job for you." Chunk looked back at the door. "Told you. Yesterday was the last one. I'm retired now." "It's a favour for an old friend." "Still retired. And as much as I appreciate all the work my old friend has put my way, Cal, I'm just the monkey dancing away. And if the organ grinder plays a tune like that again, I won't dance. Am I clear?" "The organ grinder can't grind just now." "Oh?" "Someone drove a car into him." "Right. Hence the job." "Hence the job." "I'm guessing you want me to take out who he thinks got him?" "Correct." "That's a big ask. I'm settled here. Happy. At peace. That last one was a favour. A huge favour. Simon the father asked me too many questions about what I was feeding to his pigs. So here's the thing. I've done a lot of good work for you over the years. And now I'm out." "Don't you even want to know who the target is?" "No. I'm out." "It's Jim Pringle." Hit Chunk like a sucker punch to the guts. "The cop?" "Aye, the cop." Going after cops was a whole other level of insanity. "Why?" "Because our mutual friend believes Pringle tried to end him." "Come on, Cal. You've got people who can do this." "We do. But if we had anyone half as good as you, we wouldn't have needed your handiwork yesterday. And the current guy isn't as good as you. Nowhere near." "Hence you asking me." "Hence me asking you. We need a professional like yourself." Chunk had them over a barrel here. An opportunity to squeeze them dry, but also a risk. Going after a cop was crazy talk. Not the first time he'd done that, but he'd had to lie low for 6 months afterwards. He let out a slow breath and tried to make a decision. "Fine. I'm reluctantly agreeing here. Emphasis on reluctantly. Okay? But I want 5 times the previous rate." "5? You want your current guy to try? Fill your boots." Fine. But I'm only paying on completion." "It'll be tomorrow before I can get onto it. I need time to get back from Skye, Arran, Cyprus, Madeira, wherever I actually am." "Sure thing." "No immediate rush, is there?" "Oh no, this is a clear and present. Not danger, but opportunity." "So you're asking me to come now?" "If you can make it." "I can, but it's just gone up to 7 times, and half in advance." "Remind me never to play poker with you." "Can you?" "We can stretch to that, yes, as long as you're here tomorrow morning and the target is in your custody by lunchtime." "I'll be in touch on this number once those Bitcoin hit my wallet. Ciao." Chunk blew a kiss, then stabbed a finger on the phone. He made sure it had stopped recording, then he powered it down. First chance he got, that was going in the sea. But he had to stay in touch with Callum bloody Hume till the money was his. Now, he needed to move. Chunk walked back through to the torture chamber and tore the ball gag out of Ewan's mouth. "Change your plans. Give me the keys to your boat and I'll let you go." "What?" "You heard the words, right? You got the meaning." "How do you know I won't talk about you?" "Talk all you want. They'll never find me. Where are the keys?" jacket pocket. Chunk reached in and grabbed the ring of keys. Which one's the boat? Ross. Got it. What are the others? House, London flat, Yorkshire house, car, they're order. Chunk devised a little mnemonic for them. How long you can breathe. You know that's not normal, right? I don't care. You've got the keys, just let me go. Please. I thought you wanted to know why this is happening to you. Please, let me go. Chunk crouched next to him, pressing his mouth against his ear. In the bar, on Friday night, you spilled my beer. What? Ewan's eyes bulged. This is for that. This is for that. But so much more. You were a dickhead about it. You didn't apologise. Didn't offer me a replacement. Doubled down even. Threatened me. So you can see why you've got to die. I thought you were letting me go. I just wanted your keys, dickhead. Chunk tossed them in the air, caught them, then put the ball gag back in his mouth. He walked out of the room. Hopefully Ewan would be dead by the time he got back. Chapter 38. Struan. Struan parked diagonally opposite from the stand, sheltering under some mature trees. The Melrose FC rugby pitch was lit up for some reason, but he couldn't fathom it. The night was dark and wet, with the triple hills of the Eildons a dark outline in the distance. The rugby club's stand was dimly lit, a far cry from the neon-lit city he was accustomed to. Glasgow was modern, with everything available in each of the 24 hours, wherever you wanted, legal or illicit. Around here, they'd probably shut all the shops on a Tuesday afternoon. Glasgow had its demons, and many of them knew his name. But the Borders was placid enough to lay low for a while. He was back here for a few reasons, and work was least among equals. Being back home would be perfect to let that storm blow over. He got out and walked through the rain along the north end of the pitch, then slipped in the unmanned back entrance. No security, so that was something. He walked up the long path that led towards the turnstiles on the main road, then found the pavilion's entrance. A poster read, Tonight, 1998 All-Boys Reunion, Eildon Suite. Peachy. He trotted up the stairs and followed the noise to the suite. The doors were open and drunken sweat poured out. The place was buzzing. They are filled with raucous laughter and bawdy songs, mingling with the smell of stale beer and cheap cologne. Burly men in rugby jerseys huddled around pint glasses, their roars echoing off the wood-panelled walls. On a Monday. Struan was a few years too young for this crowd. While his accent would fit in, nothing else would. He'd spent time in the grittiest corners of Scotland, but a small-town rugby club was unfamiliar territory. Struan ambled up to the bar, every move casual yet calculated. He waited to be served and scanned the crowded room. He clocked Callum Hume, sitting at a corner table, half hidden in the shadows, a pint of fizzing beer in front of him, though mostly drunk. He'd be up to the bar soon, or one of his pals would be. His sharp suit was out of place amidst the revelry, like a shark swimming in a pool of guppies. Evening, son. The barmaid smiled at him, her eyes a dazzling flurry. You look like a man in need of a drink. I am indeed. Struan flashed her a grin that was more teeth than charm. Which whiskey do you recommend? Got a 12-year-old Glenfiddich? Or there's the one from Hawick that's pretty lovely. Ah, the local stuff. It's not their own yet. A few years before that's matured. Still, it's a blend from all over, and it's lovely.
Still, it's nice to support a local business, eh? I'll take one of them.
Neat.
Nah, with pineapple juice.
She frowned, then got that it was a joke and smiled. Water or ice?
One ice cube. Ta.
As she poured his drink, Struan glanced back to Callum's table. His instincts were humming like a plucked guitar string. The man was a piece in a puzzle he was determined to solve. There you go, pal. Struan smiled at her.
How much am I due you?
First one's on the house for old boys like yourself.
That's very kind of you.
He lifted the glass as if toasting her.
One for yourself. Charge me on the next round.
Oh, go on. She leaned in close. Don't mind me saying you're a bit better preserved than your old teammates.
I only played a few months before my folks moved to Glasgow. Kept in touch with a couple of the lads, so here I am.
Have fun? She shot him a crafty wink. Name's Mel?
Aye, she was up for it. Cheers, Mel.
Struan walked away from the bar and took a sip of the whiskey. The warmth spread through him, doing little to ease the cold knot in his gut. To the onlooker, Struan was just another Melrose FC old boy enjoying his drink, but under that facade he was a swan on the pond. Above the surface everything seemed calm, but beneath the water those feet were churning a mile a minute. His mind worked like a fine-tuned engine, each cog and gear turning in unison. He just had to wait for his quarry. He didn't have to wait long. Callum sank the last of his pint and got up. He pointed at a few nearby punters and got nods back, then clonked one on the head with a metal tray and headed over to the bar laughing. Struan let him into the bar, sipping the whiskey that little bit slower.
6 pints of long white cloud, Melinda.
On it. She started pouring. Callum looked around at Struan and smiled, then looked away again. Then he scratched his chin, his other hand pointing at Struan.
Your face is a bit familiar. You played alongside me for a few months, Callum.
Struan held out a hand.
Struan Liddell.
Callum clenched it tight with a bit of Masonic flair in there.
Name doesn't ring any bells. Dad was a teacher, so we were only here for a few months. Moved to Glasgow in the summer of '96.
Callum winced.
Bastard of a season, that. One penalty and we'd have won the league. Remember it well. Last game. Who was it against? Fucking Gala. Fucking Gala!
Struan laughed, then sipped a bit of whiskey.
Supposed to be meeting a mate here. The lad who invited us.
He made a show of looking through the crowd.
Can't see him, though.
Callum collected his last pint and put it on the tray.
Who's that? Gas Hislop.
Oh. Callum tapped his phone against the machine, then lifted that last pint off the tray and placed it back on the bar top.
Be back in a second.
Struan watched him go and felt a trickle of sweat. This was stupid, but stupid actions got sensible results some of the time. He just had to play his hand, but not overplay it. Stick to the truth as much as he could. Callum came back over and grabbed his pint and held it up.
Slanjivor.
Struan tapped his glass against Callum's.
Slanjivor.
That got a raised eyebrow.
Can I get you another whiskey there? I'm fine just now.
Struan had barely touched his, despite appearances to the contrary. He was getting enough of a beery blast of breath to suggest Callum was almost at the truth serum level.
So you stayed in touch with Gary, eh? Aye. Even though he moved up to Lauder, he stayed playing here, right?
Callum looked away.
Aye. He's in Newton St. Boswell's now, right? Right. Some scrum half. Good player. Great even. Except for when he missed that effing penalty.
Callum laughed, then swallowed it down with a big glug of beer. Struan looked around the room again.
Has he left? Who, Gary? No. It's just rejigged my schedule to do some business down here, but the meeting ran on, hence me being late. Managed to get a hotel for tonight and didn't want to have missed him. No, you haven't missed him.
Callum sank a good couple of fingers of beer.
Gary got attacked today. Attacked? Over in Kelso. Some arsehole drove his car into him. Holy shit. I didn't know. Is he alive?
Callum shook his head.
Aye, he's alive. Should make a full recovery, but it's brutal. Absolutely brutal. Someone drives a car into you, you're lucky to be alive. We'll see how he fares. But I think his rugby playing days are over. He's a good guy. Can't imagine why anyone would do that to him. Oh, I can. Fucking cops hate him. He's doing well, right? Local boy, done good. Building up a chain of hardware stores. Lots of money on what he's doing and we're growing the business. We? Aye. I worked down south for a few years after uni. Management consultant. Specialised in logistics and operational efficiency. We'd go in, review the business and devise a strategy to meet their needs. More often than not, we'd execute the strategy. I've scaled a lot of businesses from nothing to national level. Most of them sell up at that point, and who can blame them, eh? It's what I'm helping Gary with now. And it's going well, but people around here don't like change, do they? The powers that be prefer things to be the way they always were. And more than anything, they hate someone like Gary having that level of power. I've seen that myself. Huh? Aye, I'm in the hospitality trade. Kind of like yourself, I suppose. I help new businesses get established. Standard package stuff. Website, newsletter, special offers. All that marketing stuff. Set up their payments platform. Hook into a delivery system, all of that. Christ, Struan even believed it himself. But the cops are always sniffing around, man. Always.
Callum smacked him on the back, hard.
You need a few bent ones on your payroll.
Struan laughed.
Aye, that's not a bad idea. Seriously. There's always someone who'll take a wedge of cash and sign things off. Even if it looks to their mates like they hate you, you still win.
Callum took another long glug of beer.
Still, that wouldn't have protected Gary, because it was one of their own. One of their own? Struan frowned. A cop ran him over. Gary thinks so, aye. Big shot locally. Saw his car. But you don't believe him, right? Right, because it's stupid. And cops are many things, but they aren't stupid. They can be thick, sure, but not daft. They spend all day making sure things tie up evidence-wise. And a car is a huge piece of evidence. So no, a cop isn't going to run him over. Pay someone else to do it, sure. But even then, using his own car?
Callum took a long drink of beer.
Doesn't stack up for me.
Struan bided his time, trying not to seem too eager.
Shite, that's awful. Chances of finding the arsehole responsible are probably zero, eh?
Callum snorted.
No, I've got it sorted. It was a toff. A toff? A rich guy.
Callum looked over, eyebrow raised.
Local guy. Balfour Rantry. Owns a lot of land north of Gala. Why would he do it? His old man invested in Gary's business. Told him at the time not to do it, but it was much cheaper than getting it from the banks. And he'd actually lent him the cash. No questions asked. But Balfour's old boy passed away in January, and Balfour wanted the money back. Gary didn't like that.
Struan looked away, like he wasn't really paying attention.
Makes sense. Exactly.
Struan snapped his focus back on Callum.
You tell the cops that? They wouldn't listen to me.
You'd be surprised, pal. Struan didn't need to ask questions like a cop would. He just needed to listen like one. He sipped some whiskey and allowed himself the chance to savour the fire.
Here's the thing.
Callum leaned in close.
This wee scrubber who works for Gary in the shop in Kelso. Lassie called Kath Sutherland. She's been close to Balf.
Close, as in? Struan made a hole with his thumb and forefinger, then poked a finger through it. Callum laughed.
Not sure Balf swings that way, to be honest. Still, I don't trust her. Riddle me this, right? She turns up, works in the gala shop for a few weeks, and Gary puts her in charge of the Kelso shop. Then it all goes to shite and someone drives a car into him.
Struan finished his whiskey. There was more where this came from, and he wanted to know it all.
Can I get you another beer?
Callum stared at his pint, barely a quarter left, then at Struan's half-empty glass.
Get me what you're having.
Struan caught the barmaid's attention.
2 of these, Mel, when you've got a second. Mind and get one for yourself.
Aye. He was going to get all of the juice on Gary Hislop and show the local cops what Struan Liddell was made of. Chapter 39. Marshall. 7 o'clock, and this was the first time Marshall had been in the new instant room in Galashiel's Nick. Aside from the bitter, fresh paint smell, it was steeped in the sharp tang of black coffee and overnight perspiration. He'd expected a strip light humming above them, but newfangled LED spotlights cast the room in a harsh glow. The angular metal of the desks gleamed cold and impassive, replacing well-worn wooden models scarred with spills, cigarette burns, and idle doodling. Even the chairs smelled fresh and new, though he couldn't guess how long until the minging fug of stale farts and body odour seeped in. Usually there'd be a hiss of chatter, but today each detective stood in their own pocket of silence, nursing cups and cans, all gathered around the whiteboard, waiting. Stale cigarette smoke clung to the 2 drug squad cops nearest to Marshall. Granite-faced detectives, every wrinkle on their skin etched by countless sleepless nights. Jolene leaned against the back of her chair, her leather jacket worn thin at the elbows. Elliot perched at the edge of a desk, her shoulders hunched forward. DCI Gashkori was standing next to the whiteboard, but he wasn't using it. Instead, a giant TV screen was filled with scribbles, seemingly connected to his tablet, which he attacked with a white pencil. The squiggles mapped out the brutal language of attempted murder, crisscrossing the board in a messy web of chaos. A landscape of names, addresses, times, and faces. One of them was the reason for the silence. DCI Jim Pringle. Underlined 3 times and circled twice. Marshall still didn't know what to think. He didn't want to give in to the speculation, so he chose to follow the evidence. Problem was, supposition was the screaming monster in the room, while evidence remained quiet. Gashkori tucked his tablet under his arm and clapped his hands together.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here to celebrate the joining in unholy matrimony of the drugs investigation into Gary Hislop and the investigation into an attempt on his life. I've been leading the former, while D.I. Elliot has been my blushing bride on your side of the fence down here. After the events of yesterday, I've been placed in dual command of the investigation.
He scanned the room.
Does anyone have any questions or concerns?
Marshall watched Sayal. He was usually first to raise anything, no matter how trivial, but his hands remained in his pockets.
Good,
Gashkori smiled.
And as if the nuptials weren't gruesome enough already, it is my distinct horror to announce that the happy couple will now become a throuple, with the addition of Detective Superintendent Bob Milne of Professional Standards and Ethics.
Marshall felt his heart throb that little bit harder in his chest. Surprised the two drugs lads next to him couldn't hear it. Milne was leaning against the wall, next to a half-functioning vending machine, a man weathered by time and service, his haggard face the map of a long war, each line a battle won or lost, each grey hair a story. "Thanks, Ryan." His voice was deeper than last night. The Marshal didn't know if that was due to a professional projection of capability or from the booze he'd sunk with Grumpy. "I don't know any of your faces." He locked eyes with Marshall. "Which is a good thing for you all, given my line of work." He smiled as nervous laughter rippled through the room. "I'm working for the complaints in Edinburgh where I've just arrived from way down south. Hampshire Police. I know it'll shock you to learn that I'm 62. He ran a hand through his silvery hair. "But I'm nearing retirement, and this is my last chance to do some good in the world on top of the many crimes I've already solved. I've been heading up the investigation into some serious leaks to organised crime from officers in Specialised Crimes Division's East area and the MITs therein. Edinburgh, Livingston, Dunfermline down here. Happily, it all dovetails nicely with Ryan here's remit on the drugs investigation. The reason I'm down here with a former member of your parish," he gestured at Sayal, "is to confirm DCI Jim Pringle's involvement in yesterday's assault on Mr. Hislop." The room stayed silent, just the rattling hum of the buggered vending machine. "Of course, I'll be taking a back seat to DCI Gashcore while Shunty investigates our scope of work. I'm just here as oversight, but I've got a wealth of experience. I should clarify that in many of my toughest cases I was able to exonerate a police officer, and that, my friends, is a great day at the office for me. So, pick your chins up off your desks and get to work." He gestured back at Gashcore. "Thanks, Ryan."
"No worries. Like he alluded to, Superintendent Milne and DSIL are conducting a parallel investigation into a person of interest in our case. DI Marshall and DI Elliott will still take lead on the core investigation. They'll be looking to see who done it, whereas Shunty is looking to see has one of ours done it."
Gashcore waited for the laughter to dip.
DI Mackenzie is leading on the drugs angle. Steve.
Mackenzie was one of the two next to Marshall.
"We've had an operation running into Hislop for a few months now, which I've taken temporary charge of."
He burped into his fist, giving a waft of second-hand bacon and sickly tomato ketchup.
"I'm focusing on the drugs angle, but I'm finding any links to rival gangs such as the South End Albanians or the Glasgow lot."
He snorted and seemed to chew something.
"We ran through all angles of the case overnight, cross-referencing with our long-standing investigation into Mr. Hislop. Had the guys run through everything we had, but no fresh leads have come up so far. Deflating, sure, but it is what it is. There's a lot of work yet to be done." "Aye, I guess so."
Gashcore nodded his thanks.
"I'll be the middle ground, knitting it all together and coordinating matters. Any questions, you come to me, okay?"
Murmurs rattled around the room. Gashcore picked up his coffee and took a biting sip.
"Okay, let's start with the updates."
He looked at Elliot. She turned to Struan. "Sergeant?"
"Sure."
Struan cleared his throat. He yawned like he'd had a crap night's sleep.
"We've managed to get some stuff off the CCTV in Kelso near to Roxburgh Street Hardware. Couple of dodgy punters looking like they're up to no good."
He stuck a print to the whiteboard, showing two kids in their teens who looked like they should have been at school.
"We spoke to them and their parents last night. Both from hikes, so them being in Kelso at that time surprised their folks. They both got alibis. They were caught shoplifting just before the assault.
Gashkori stared at them.
Did they see anything? They heard the crash, sir, but they didn't get a good look at the driver.
Okay. Anything else?
We're progressing a few other avenues, sir, but nothing to report on them just yet.
Struan locked eyes with Ash Payton.
Constable, I need you to go through Kath Sutherland's statement in great detail. She's the closest witness, and I want everything to stand up. And I mean everything.
Sarge? Okay. Gashkori held Struan's gaze for a few seconds.
Who's next?
Kirsten raised a hand. My team ran the DNA from DCI Pringle's car overnight. 5 distinct DNA profiles have been found. 2 were the wee numpties, and we are supposing 1 is Pringle, while the other 2 are, family. Gashkori looked up from his tablet.
And what about Balfour's car?
We've got a warrant to examine it. It's in D.I. Elliott's inbox. You're kidding me. Elliott shook her head. Right. I'll get that actioned. Thank you. Kirsten's friendly smile was as fake as a £37 note. I checked Pringle's airwave radio. It had been on the same channel for the whole day and stayed in the same location. So it's not like he was actively checking it. Probably just accidentally switched it on and it stayed on all day. Marshal clocked Struan, frowning.
Got something to add, Sergeant?
Nope.
Okay. Elephant in the room time.
Gashkori looked around the officers.
The family samples Kirsten alluded to are most likely from Dr. Bellu Owusu and her daughter Sarah, who is also the child of Jim Pringle.
A hushed sigh cascaded around the room. The sound of an office rumour being confirmed, and confirmed very publicly. We'll know for certain later today, sir. Dr. Owusu and her daughter are coming in later this morning to answer a summons to provide DNA.
Okay. So you've got a full catalogue from the car?
Correct. All traces match to either of those 3 or to the 2 young men who stole the car.
Ah, yes. The young nerds.
Gashkori stared at Marshall.
You interviewed them, correct?
Correct. Marshall raised a hand. Trouble is, we Neds like that who nick cars don't tend to think about forensics, the future, or keeping clean in any fashion.
They denying it?
Nope. Still sticking to the story, sir.
What? The vague description of an old guy giving them money?
Right. And old for them is anyone over 30, and their descriptions range from non-existent to piss poor.
Anything to back it up?
Nope. Of course not. Gashkori laughed.
Let's keep on top of them.
He stared at his tablet for a few seconds, the whole room watching him.
So, we don't know if it was Pringle's or Rattray's car that was used?
Correct.
All we've got is... Okay.
Gashkori scratched at his neck.
Trouble is, only standards can show a police officer as a suspect in a lineup. Bob, can you take the lead on that?
I'll do, Ryan.
Coolio. Now, let's focus on DCI Pringle. I know how shocking it can be to have one of your own as a suspect in a case, let alone the chief of your little band. But we have to be professionals in the face of that. Shanti, what's your plan of attack?
Saya winced. He's in hospital, sir. The nursing staff are struggling to stabilise him.
How?
I'm not a medical expert.
Okay.
Gashkori jotted a note on the board.
But otherwise?
We plan on speaking to him, sir, as well as doing deep background on his friends and family. There are some minor details which stand out to me, which I aim to iron out today.
Such as?
Why he's staying with his brother. Why he couldn't remember getting from there to Edinburgh yesterday morning. Why he's shouting cabbages in an interview.
Okay. Thanks for cash.
Gashkori's look was teetering on the verge of withering.
He's been living with his brother, but we haven't been able to track him down, let alone speak to him. Why is he living with him? What happened to his house?
Forgot to tell you, sir. Elliot twirled her hair around a finger. Pringle's brother doesn't exist. Gashkori dropped his tablet. He bent over to pick it up.
Wait. What?
Came from Beluawusu, but we backed up with a neighbour who's lived there 40 years. Pringle was an only child. Dad died 15 years ago, Mum too. He inherited the place. It's his home, never a brother.
Gashkori snorted. That doesn't feel good to me.
He looked at Marshall, then Elliot.
Okay. You two are in charge of this. What else have you got?
Elliot held out a hand to Marshall, so he walked over to the board.
I wanted to go through the outstanding leads we have. Not that I expect to get much, but I'm thorough. First, I think we need to validate DCI Pringle's background, which sits with Rakesh, and his alibi that he was on a train at the relevant times, and that his car was in a car park overnight.
Sure, Sayal was frowning. But what are you looking for precisely?
I think we're all skirting around the fact that our boss has had some kind of nervous breakdown. Whether he was behind the wheel of that car or not, we need to validate his movements over the last few months. He could be not criminally responsible by reason of mental defect.
Milne looked at Sayal.
You okay with that, Shunty?
Already on it, sir. Got access to the train CCTV, just need a few eyeballs to analyse it for me.
Marshall smiled as thanks. Next, D.I. Elliot unearthed a previously unknown fact last night. Hislop is living with a woman called Sadie. I gather this was news to your team, Ryan.
Gashkori narrowed his eyes at him.
We were unable to get approval for a surveillance operation on his home.
Why?
Steve? Mackenzie cleared his throat. It's a difficult location because of all the adjacent properties are owned by Mr. Hislop.
Elliot barked at a laugh.
Eh? Every single one.
You're saying he owns all those council houses?
They're all privately owned by a heavily leveraged business that traces back to his ultimate ownership. It appears that over the last 10 years, Hislop's been buying up his neighbours' homes, then renting them out.
Elliot looked up at the ceiling.
Jesus Christ. Marshall shrugged. That explains it, I guess. But someone needs to look into Sadie's background. A surname would be a start. Struan raised a hand. On it!
Marshall jotted down his initials on the board next to it.
Okay. The next thing is in your court, Struan. I gather you were interrupted when you obtained an alibi covering Balf Rattray's movements. From his friend. Gundog, was it?
Gundog, aye. Real name, Fergus Ross.
Struan folded his arms.
We weren't so much interrupted as Gundog wasn't there to corroborate the story.
There's a motive there. Can you go back and cross it off? Struan nodded.
We haven't had time to, but I'll pick up with him today.
Sure. Marshall clocked a glare from Elliot. Next, Kath Sutherland, who works for Hislop in the shop, said she'd help identify the customers. But she said there was someone in just before the attack. Do we know who yet?
Think so.
Struan stuck his hand up again.
I'll take Kath Sutherland.
Elliot shot daggers at him.
Struan, leave some work for Jolene's team.
Marshall waited for the laughter to die down. Okay. He looked at Gashkori. I think that's us, sir. I'll be reviewing nearby CCTV with my team, then following up on the few leads we have outstanding.
Good work.
Gashkori scribbled something down on his tablet. Rob, can you pick up with the medical staff and see when we can get Hislop on the record?
Sure thing.
Okay. Gashkori looked around. This isn't a murder case. Yet. Actually, it's unlikely to head that way as I gather Mr. Hislop's surgery was successful. But we're treating it like one. We can't have people doing this, and we certainly can't have cops taking matters into their own hands. Our focus is as follows. First, DCI Pringle did it himself. Second, the wee Neds who stole Pringle's car. Third, Balfour Rattray could have done it with his car. Fourth, Balf could have paid the Neds to do it with Pringle's car. Which seems preposterous, I know, but I've seen weirder things.
He clapped his hands.
Now, let's get down to it.
Marshall focused on Gashkori as the crowd dispersed.
Take it you know?
Gashkori looked over at Milne, still lurking at the back of the room, then back at Marshall.
Your estranged dad's working this case?
Aye. There won't be any problems.
I hope not. You're both professionals. Look, I'm holding down the fort while you all investigate. I don't care who begat who, just get me a result, okay?
Will do.
Marshall walked over to Milne.
How you doing? Nice being back at the coalface again. Your voice was pretty deep this morning.
Not from the booze, Rob. Milne wagged a finger at him. You fancy a coffee? Marshall nodded.
I'd love to. But what's the real reason?
We need to talk about us working together, Rob. The case. And a few other things.
Okay.
Excellent. Milne kicked away from the wall with a tearing sound. He looked back over his shoulder and saw the back of his suit was smeared in fresh paint. Ah, crap! Chapter 40. Elliot. Elliot left the instant room, desperate for a coffee. It wasn't that her brain wasn't working yet, more like she couldn't remember having a functioning one. Sleeping would have been a good thing, but sleep was a luxury some nights, especially with what happened yesterday. Sam. It hadn't been easy when Elliot was that age herself, and it felt like things had only got 100 times worse for her kids' generation. Social media, instant messaging, video on demand. All that constant pressure to conform she'd had was now pressure to diversify. No wonder kids were whacked up on so many drugs nowadays.
Coffee.
She passed through reception again and tried a card against the reader. A red signal. She turned to face her husband. Thought you got this security system fixed?
Davy was gurning away at her. Fixed last night, aye.
Why isn't it working?
You've still got Shunty's got.
He held out a hand.
Give?
So she gave. And mine should work?
Should do, aye. Davy winked. Need to thank you, though. Managed to fulfill a lifelong fantasy of spending a night inside a washing machine.
Eh?
You were tossing and turning all night.
Barely slept. She smiled at him. I need a coffee.
All that stuff with Sam running through your brain.
Aye.
I don't get it. Davy scratched at his neck. First she's our wee girl, then she thought she was a boy, then she thought she was neither, now she's a girl again.
Elliot didn't have time to go into it now. She'd been through it 1,000 times before, and while he claimed to understand and show patience, at times he could just be willfully ignorant. Davy, seriously, I need to get on.
Come on. She's my kid too. If I'm to help take the strain, it'd help to understand it more.
Davy, I don't know how to explain it to you. He beamed at her.
Imagine I'm 5.
Hard not to. She frowned. Can't this wait?
Come on. You didn't speak to me last night when you got in.
Your choice to watch the football instead. He sighed. Come on.
Taking a back seat on this stuff, but I still want to know. and to understand, and most importantly to help, both of you.
Right. Well, that's a long chat to have, Davy. I've tried it again and again, and you just don't get it.
It just baffles me. Like, I'm getting a bit tired of the whole non-binary thing. Is she lesbian, bisexual, a tomboy? What is it?
I keep telling you, it's they, not she.
That just baffles me even worse. It's a plural.
Davy, if you want to understand, you have to listen.
But last night it sounded like she's a she again. She kissed a boy.
It's not that simple, Davy. Sam kissed a boy.
So, I've got my daughter back.
You never lost your child. Sam's Sam, regardless of gender or sexuality.
Still don't get the difference.
Davy, gender is who Sam goes to bed as, and sexuality is who she goes to bed with.
And sex?
It's what they're born as.
So that's different from gender?
It is now. You can be born male and identify as female, and vice versa.
And that's when they start cutting bits off and sticking other bits on?
Not necessarily. And this isn't a chat for now, Davy. I need to get on.
Last thing. This Tom's definitely a laddie.
I've no idea. He might identify as a boy. Could be born Thomas or Tamara. I just don't know.
How can you not know?
I saw Sam kissing someone in a dark graveyard. They both ran away.
Fuck's sake.
How haven't you had any diversity training on this?
Down here, they keep threatening it, but it's more of an Edinburgh or Glasgow thing.
It's an everywhere thing, and you should educate yourself. Elliot walked over to the reader and pressed her card against it.
Come on, Andy. Don't just walk off.
Bastard thing still wasn't working. Davy, Sam's our kid. Whether she's a she, a he, or a they, it's our job to love her. Remember your cousin? How your uncle stopped speaking to him because he was gay? This is our generation's version of that. We support them for who they are. We love them unconditionally. Okay?
Fine. He raised his hands. Sorry. I'll try to be more enlightened.
He even did rabbit ears. Then he held out the card.
Here's your new one.
Give me that. She stormed over and grabbed the card. He didn't let go and leaned in close.
Listen, what does that super from Edinburgh's Marshall's dad?
He's what?
Davy raised his hands. Just what I heard.
Elliot nodded thanks, then used the card to get through. Bloody hell. She stormed along the corridor towards the canteen and its stewed coffee. When did she become the sensible one, the tolerant one? Sure, Davy was good with the boys, but he'd left Sam to her. She'd had to educate herself in a degree course worth of gender politics. None of it made sense to her at first, but it helped if you just went along with it and saw it from the kid's perspective. Sam was her kid, and she'd do literally anything for her. Anything! Trying to help her navigate her feelings and always be her mum, giving her time and space to decide what she was and who she wanted to be. Bloody hell. She was sounding more and more like Shunty. She opened the canteen door and saw a massive queue. The good thing about Melrose was there were several good cafes in walking distance of the station. Gala, on the other hand, was a long enough walk that she couldn't be arsed, so always ended up here. Bingo. Dr. Donkey was in the queue. She barged in next to him. Morning, Rob. He was chatting to that Bob Milne lad, suit jacket hanging free, big guy, as old as cops gone. Was he really Marshall's dad? She looked for a family resemblance, but didn't see any obvious ones other than height and bulk. Tried to compare him with Marshall's sister. Nope, too. She smirked at him. Typical Marshall, sucking up to the new boss.
Milne held out a hand. Bob Milne.
Andrea Elliott.
Pleasure's all mine. His eyes gleamed. Listen, we all need to sit down and make sure we avoid things overlapping on this case. I'll keep out of everyone's hair. As far as I'm concerned, I'm supporting Shunty. That's all.
Elliot couldn't help but beam. Always something when a super used your nickname, and she was pleased that Rakesh Sayal was leaning into it. And Shunty's investigating with a view that Jim did it, right?
Milne laughed. No. We call that investigative tunnel vision where I come from. If that's marked down anywhere in the case file, it'd be cause for a dismissal.
Of course it's not marked down anywhere.
Better not be. If you honestly believed he did it and set out to only include the information that made him look guilty, then, wow. Talk about grounds for appeal.
I know what you mean. I'm just saying, I let the evidence guide me. Take it you've seen a bit of that in your time.
Oh, aye. Many times over.
Don't you think he's lost his mind, though? All that stuff about cabbages.
Milne swapped his jacket from one arm to the other. Seemed to be taking great care with it. DCI Pringle's mental health is something we're looking into. He flashed her a smile. I could do with some of your time, actually. I've been going through the old case files with people on my team, but we need to get inside info. What you know that's not in the files.
Sure thing. More than happy to help. But tell me your investigation's going to be more than just that.
Oh, aye. For starters, young Shunty's arranging a whole host of things. Technical jiggery-pokery. He shot her a crafty wink. We'll get to the bottom of who's leaking what.
Excellent. Rakesh is a good cop.
Marshall gave her a harsh glare.
She returned it with interest. What?
Nothing. Milne's phone rang. Better take this.
He smiled at Marshall, then walked off to the vending machines. Marshall watched him go.
That'll be the dry cleaner. He got paint all over his new suit jacket. She struggled to hide her smile.
Let me get this straight, Robbie. First your nursery girlfriend is your sister, and now you have a father in the police.
Yes, aye. Marshall scratched at his neck. Don't go spreading that around.
Bit late for that.
She nudged his arm.
Who's your daddy, eh?
Come on.
Not me. Someone's already spreading it for you. I heard from my husband.
Right.
Marshall sighed, then shifted forward in the queue.
I'm going to sit down with him and work out a few things.
Work stuff?
Not the time for the other stuff.
She nodded slowly, watching Milne talk animatedly on the phone. You've never mentioned him before.
You've never mentioned yours.
I have. Dad looks after the kids before and after school. So what's the deal with him?
Long story.
Aye, they all are with you.
You action that warrant for Balfour's car?
Aye.
Struan barged into the queue next to them, sweating like he was on the train back from a hefty stag weekend.
Morning.
Voices deep as alcohol poisoning.
Elliot nodded at him. My shout? What can I get you?
Aye.
Sure.
Struan wiped the sweat from his brow.
You need any help going to the hospital to speak to Pringle?
I can get there myself. Elliot stepped forward in the queue. You need to ask me before you put your hand up for work.
Huh?
Speaking to Sadie and Kath Sutherland?
Okay. Sorry. I thought you'd rather we kept that side.
I need to palm one of them off onto Jolene, okay? It's unbalanced.
Elliot looked for Marshall, but he wasn't there. Neither was Milne.
Bloody hell.
She looked around the room.
Pair of them have slipped off like the Lone Ranger and Tonto.
Next.
She stepped up to the till and smiled at wee Ronald. Black filter and a latte with marshmallows and chocolate sprinkles. Struan rolled his eyes. That is not that bad, is it? Just joking with you. She tapped her phone against the reader. Seriously, though, why did you take them on? Struan frowned at her, thinking it through, spinning a lie. Aye, he was a sleek-head devil. The truth, Sergeant, whatever it is. Struan stuffed his hands into his pockets. Okay. He looked from side to side, then took his coffee and tore open the lid. Bloody hell! There are sprinkles on this! Chapter 41. Marshall. Marshall opened the beast's boot, pretty much the only part of the car that worked when he wanted it to. He had a quick look around the car park, then picked up the parcel and almost dropped it on the Volvo parked next to him. Stupid. He grabbed it tighter and walked into the station. Davy was fussing about with the security reader. Marshall rested the heavy case on the edge of the reception desk. Morning, Davy. Need to get past. Davy took in the case of wine. Oh, ho, ho. What's this? Wine. What does it look like? Davy snorted. Senior officers always keep a bottle in their bottom drawer, eh? That's whiskey. Marshall motioned towards the door. It's going straight into the evidence locker, so if you could... Oh, well, be my guest. Davy opened the door for Marshall. Nice stuff that, Rob. Bottle missing too, you rascal. Aye, not my doing. Marshall barged past and found an empty locker in the room. He keyed in his security code and the door opened. He slid the case in, then locked it. What's that? Milne was standing outside, holding a packet of cigarettes. Someone sent me a case of wine. Marshall grabbed the clipboard and started filling out the paperwork. Hislop, I think. Oh? Aye. Marshall lodged the paperwork, then repeated the process on the computer. Anyway, that's it out of my hands now. Milne was holding his suit jacket at arm's reach to inspect it. He looked over and nodded. Shunty said there's a place that'll fix it. Guess if anyone knows how to get your coat repaired in this town, it'll be him. Said he ripped the arse out of his trousers a few months ago. Kept that quiet. Place opens at 8, so I thought we'd get a coffee over the road from it and wait until I can pounce. Sure. Marshall let Milne go first, then joined him in the early morning gloom. You got somewhere in mind? Oh, aye. I do. Milne sparked up as they walked and didn't notice Marshall's grimace at his slow exhale of smoke. Who was that? Davy Elliott. As in, aye. He's a lucky man, eh? Milne laughed. Not. He rounded the corner, then scurried along Bridge Street towards the bend. Guessing she's a piece of work. Aye, she's got her moments. Lot better than when I started last summer. She thought I was trying to take her job. You're the same grade, though. Not her job. Pringle's. Ah. She's one of those ambitious types. Stands taller with her foot on your neck. Milne glanced at Mac Arts, an old church now turned into an arts venue, then soldiered along the road. You not interested in being a DCI? Happy doing what I do. Don't want to sit in meetings all day. Tell me about it. Still, the pay's good as a senior officer, and at that level you're a bit more insulated from the incompetence of the constables. Though I gather that might have afflicted Pringle. He's not incompetent, just... I think he's found his level. I mind the pressure, Milne laughed. In here. He slipped inside the great tapestry of Scotland building. A big concrete and glass box housing a giant stitched artwork highlighting Scotland's history. Supposed to bring tourists to Gala, but the cafe was much more of a success, at least according to the local press. Marshall followed him in and joined him in the queue. My treat. No, I insist. Milne smiled at the waitress. Black coffee, please. Americano do. Perfect. Robert? Same, but oat milk on the side. Sure. She smiled as she rang it up, then motioned to the card machine. Milne slipped on a pair of reading glasses, then slid one of many cards into the reader and tapped in a pin. There you go, darling. I'll bring them over. Cheers. Milne strolled across the bright open space and took the corner table furthest from the door, his chair facing out. The windows were high up, giving them some cover at least. Marshall took the chair at right angles. Not perfect and not the power seat, but it gave him a view of the door at least. How do you know this place was good? Met your mother and grandfather here a few weeks ago. Marshall swallowed it all down. Better to sit in the pit of his stomach than come out as bitter words. Right. You don't need to be like that, Rob. You're almost 40, not 4. And you still see grumpy, but not your kids. Great choice there. Look, I've made some decisions. Look, I had to make them, okay? I'm not necessarily pleased with them, but I made them, and I've stuck by them. Hindsight is 20/20, and if you want to accuse me of being myopic in my life, Rob, we've no disagreement there. And now you're face to face with him because I'm on this case with you. Right. Milne rubbed at his stubble. Listen, I might have been your father, but I've not been a dad to you or Jennifer. I'll hold my hands up to that. But it's not through want of trying. Sure. Marshall rested on his elbows and let out a deep breath. All I care about is the truth. Jen and I deserve the truth. The truth? Milne gnawed at his bottom lip, to a backdrop of the coffee machine hissing. Whose version would you like? The victorious write the history books, and I was certainly the loser in this chronicle. The whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me, Bob. Milne sighed. The truth is a flexible thing. What you remember isn't the same as what someone else does, and neither are necessarily the same as what happened. I get it. You've been a cop for 500 years, blah, blah, blah. 3 versions, yours, mine, and the truth. Marshall let the bitter words sit there. I don't need an epistemological essay on the nature of reality. Just tell me why you left us. Milne sat back and let the waitress deliver their coffees. Thanks, darling. He tore a sachet of brown sugar and tipped it in, then slowly stirred it. The reality is I left because, bottom line, I wanted kids, but didn't want to be married. Your mother's always been Janice Simpson. You guys took my name. Marshall let his coffee sit there, unadulterated. Doesn't explain a thing. Milne blew on his, but didn't sip it. What happened was I realised I wasn't happy. I tried to keep us all together for the sake of you two, but wasn't working. One day, Janice told me to leave. Wait, she told you? Milne nodded. That's not her version then. She said you left us. Typical Janice. Milne laughed. I can talk, though. I never told her I was a cop until a few weeks before. Pretended I was an ex-squaddy working the rigs in Aberdeen. Reality is, I was away from home a lot, working undercover in Aberdeen to investigate a gang or two. So you just left without a second thought? No. I visited a few times. I still wanted to play daddy, but Janice, Your mother never let me in, so I learned to stay away. She moved on to some other fella and I got the message. I wasn't welcome in my own kids' lives. I could have fought it, but it would have been public. People would have known who I was. I already had a big enough target on my back. I didn't want to put one on yours, too. Marshall shook his head. Jem was right about that. We were vulnerable to him. The man Mum moved on to, Graham Thorburn. He caused a lot of hurt, a lot of pain and death. I wish I could turn back the clock and force my way in, Rob. Honestly. Take it you never got the presents. Presents? Milnes turned to shake his head. Typical? You didn't talk about any of this when you had your nice comfortable meetings with Mum in here. We didn't discuss much, Robert. I'm sorry. Look, given I'd been such a failure as a family man, the only thing that made sense to me was to throw myself into my work and to take down the gangs I was investigating. It took a very long time. 30 years of chipping away, but it's all over. They're all prosecuted. A life's work. I'm not an idealistic cop anymore, but I'm staying on for a couple of years just to make sure everything stays solved, if you catch my drift. We'd have a habit of popping their heads up between the cracks every now and then. Marshall sat back and tipped his milk into his coffee. I was going to look after you all, Rob. You were my kids. I wanted to be a father to you. It just didn't work out. I live with the regret every day. Now I'm here. Now I've been open and frank with you. I hope we can discuss things. See each other. Thanks for the coffee and for the honesty. Robert, we need to work together on this case. Do we? We do. Look, here's a proposal. I'll help you with your side of the case. After all, there's always a bent cop or two on people trafficking cases like I've spent my life working and... No. I'm going to keep my side of the bargain. Like Ashkori said, you're here to support Rakesh. That's it. I'm not working with you. Okay? Marshall finished his coffee in one go and got up. I've been an adult for a very long time and you had ample opportunity to make your case while it might have mattered. It's way too late now. And your reasoning that you put your career ahead of your family, I can't respect that. So unless you've got another explanation up your sleeve, I'll thank you for accidentally apologising, but I don't accept it. Now, I've got work to do. Hope your suit gets cleaned. Chapter 42. Struan. Struan carried the coffees through the office space, following Elliot. Stank of fresh paint, though less so than in the instant room. This was going to be his home for the foreseeable future, so he had to stake a claim to being a central player. And getting into our good books was the best way of doing that.
Wouldn't it have made sense to put our desk next to the incident room? Or vice versa?
You'd think. Elliot held the door for him. Pringle was in charge of that, though, so we're lucky our chairs aren't teapots and our desks wishes and dreams. She snatched the coffee from him, then sat behind her desk. Struan took a chair opposite and tore off the lid. It was a milky, chocolatey mess now with a sludge of marshmallow fat on the top. He sighed.
Thanks for this.
You never know. That might be nice with the sprinkles in.
Smells absolutely rank.
Wee Ronald isn't exactly a champion barista. He took a drink, and it wasn't as bad as he'd feared. Sweet, sure, but certainly strong enough.
At the briefing, Shunty had one that smelled nice.
Elliot rolled her eyes. I think the forensics lot have an illicit coffee pot, and he's got access.
Struan gestured around the office. You could get one in here.
Sure, but I don't want to get caught. The forensics area's locked down. This isn't. Elliot slurped at her coffee and gasped. We need a word about you going over the score on those nets. One of them suffered a stress fracture in the skull. Shite. Struan took a drink of disgusting latte to think it all through. Come up with a cover story.
They'd run someone over in that car, boss. And my pursuit of them resulted in a crash, sure. But I was at risk.
I saw you smack their heads together. She leaned forward, clunking her elbows on the table. Tell me this straight, Struan. Are you a sneaky sod?
No, I'm really not. They were threatening me, boss. One of them had a knife. You saw that, right?
I did. Nothing wrong with bringing Mr. Slap to a knife fight and winning. I saw the knife, sure, but I also saw you eliminate the threat of a knife. And then I saw some extracurricular activity.
Beg to disagree, boss. I saw a knife. Then my defensive training kicked in and I eliminated the threat. Have either of them complained?
Not yet.
When they do, we can have this chat all over again and I'll give you the same response. Same I'd give on the stand and to the Rat Pack. Some a notebook as well. What's in yours?
You've got a response for everything, haven't you?
I'm just being honest, boss. I don't hide who I am. And I'm not angry with you for what you think you saw. You're just incorrect is all. Look, I'm a team player. Old school. I respect a hierarchy. Sure you must know of a few officers like that.
Guy few and they're all deed. She laughed. I'm warning you though. Run your cowboy stuff past me before you do it next time. Am I making myself clear?
Clear, boss. I respect that.
Struan gave her his best shit-eating grin.
But I mean it. As results-oriented as I am, I'm a team player. My leads are your leads.
Sweet.
Peachy.
Someone knocked on the door. Elliot sighed. Come. DC Peyton strolled in, clutching a sheaf of paperwork. Ma'am, Sarge, she swallowed hard. You both probably want to hear this. Struan took his seat again. Time to earn some brownie points from the boss.
We're all ears.
Peyton stayed by the door. Okay, so, as per your request in the briefing, Sarge, I've been going through Kath Sutherland's statement. The, one she gave to DC McIntyre and myself.
And?
It checks out with others. Struan frowned.
So?
She shrugged. You, asked me to speak to you about it at the briefing. Struan could do this away from here, but this was a chance to show Elliot what he had in his locker.
Okay, so I've been through the statement myself and it's got gaps.
Gaps?
Big gaps. It's pretty poor work. Constable, you need to be all over the small details.
Peyton kept glancing at Elliot, like she was going to jump in and help. Can you be more specific? One thing Struan could be was specific. He'd been through the statement twice in the morning, with a view to tearing it apart like an expert criminal defence barrister would. Truth was, it was fairly solid, but he needed her to think it wasn't.
You haven't tracked down the customer, have you?
Sarge,
Have you?
No, but...
This customer could be the attacker. He could be an attempted murderer. He could be an accomplice.
That's a bit of a stretch.
Until you identify them and have their statement ready for me to pore over. We just don't know, do we?
I suppose not. Peyton tugged at her hair, hard like she was going to yank it out. One thing. Kath Sutherland said she saw a van pull up just before the attack, parked down the road. We need to know if the customer came from that van. Struan hadn't spotted that.
Find it.
How?
Cross-reference all that CCTV you spent yesterday collating.
Struan sighed at her,
but it was for Elliot's benefit.
Come on, Constable, this is basic stuff. I need you in your A-game here, not this level Z stuff. I'm not sure what passed for acceptable with your last sergeant, but this isn't it for me. Nowhere near. Am I clear?
Clear, Sarge. She turned and stomped out of the room, probably heading to the toilet to cry. Struan took a long drink of his latte. Those chocolate sprinkles were actually pretty nice. Elliot was staring hard at him. That was a bit brutal.
Brutal? Guessing our last sergeant would have let her get away with it and given her a hug for being mediocre.
He may have. Struan held her stern gaze.
Boss, I know your reputation. Tough but fair. You and I are cut from the same cloth. The reason I was hired wasn't just to replace someone, but to shape this team into something that achieves, that gets results, that puts people behind bars. To do that, as you'll know, you need to establish a pecking order and maintain it.
He gave a dismissive wave at the door.
And someone like Ash Payton, their generation, they need to know who's boss. They need to be shown, to be told. They focus on their mental health so much that they forget they're here to do a job. I mean, I suppose we should be grateful that she's bothered to turn up for work. Being a cop isn't about looking after yourself. It's about giving yourself over to the greater good.
Elliot didn't say anything, but her smile told him she was impressed by his speech.
It's especially hard coming into an established team like this, boss, when there's been a clear issue below your level. I hope you don't mind me saying that, but I gather my predecessor let those two get away with murder. Which means some wrong-uns might get away with murder. That doesn't sit well with me, sorry to say.
She rolled her eyes again. Don't get me started on Shunty. Ooh, lovely. A target to lash out at.
Was he pushed out?
Didn't come to that, but it wasn't far off. He found a soft landing zone before I could cut a hole in his parachute.
Peachy.
This wasn't going to plan. He'd expected her to admire him for putting that wee cow in her box. He needed to win her over, big time. Time to play a card he wanted to keep close to his chest.
I spoke to a mate of Hislop's in the pub last night.
You just so happened to be in the pub with him?
Genuinely. I was meeting a mate at the rugby club and he was...
The rugby club?
Aye. Melrose FC. Function on for ex-players. High school level.
And you used to play there?
Aye, but not the same year as them. I pretended I did though. Nobody asked. My mate never showed, but I got speaking to someone.
He still wasn't giving even a quarter of the truth, but that was a quarter more than anyone else got. Who was your mate?
Gary Hislop.
You pretended to be mates with Hislop?
Read about all that stuff he's been telling you. His mates from the rugby club and all that shite. Saw there was an event on last night. Called in to check he was definitely going to be there, pretending to be a mate from school. Obviously they hadn't heard what happened, but I confirmed he'd RSVP'd. I got my name added, just in case.
That's... Wow.
Spoke to this lad for about an hour. He was a little bit drunk and a lot loose-lipped.
Who is he? He looked at her blankly. She sighed. She'd got the point. Go on.
Said a toff arranged for Hislop to be run over.
A toff? Wait, you mean Balfour Radtree?
We never confirmed his alibi, did we?
Struan, you heard Marshall back there. We've got 4 avenues here and you put your hand up for 2 of them. If it's Balfour, then we need some evidence, okay? Now kindly get out of this office and get some results, okay?
Sure thing, boss.
Struan grabbed his coffee and stood up. He really wanted to say something else and make sure he wasn't missing the last word, but he didn't have anything. He finished his coffee and put the lid back on.
Okay, boss. I'll go and crack some skulls.
She raised her eyebrows. That's a brave joke to make.
I'm a brave man.
Struan gave a final nod, then left her to it.
Aye, that felt like it had hit the spot with her.
Chapter 43. Marshall. Marshall sat in Gary Hislop's living room. No other cop had ventured this far into his domain, at least to his knowledge. Maybe Elliot had, but if so, Hislop wouldn't have been too shy in sharing it. Outside, it wasn't much, just 4 old council houses smooshed together, one entrance remaining, the others blocked off. Inside, though, wow. The living room was a display of extravagance, everything screaming wealth, from the plush rugs on shiny wooden flooring to the mini chandelier hanging above a solid oak coffee table, Italian leather sofas and mahogany side tables. Off to one corner, an oversized fish tank hummed, its exotic occupants oblivious to the world outside their watery abode. An island of tranquility in a sea of suspicion swirling around Hislop. Marshall decided it was a curated affluence, projecting the image of a successful businessman. The local boy done good. Nothing too overboard, but anyone visiting would see a success story. Sadie Young was as much a fixture in this space as the Picasso knockoff on the wall. A living doll, draped in satin and sequins, caught in Hislop's gilded web. She plunged a silver cafetiere, her red nails a stark contrast with its metallic surface. She poured some coffee into a grey ceramic cup that matched the tasteful wallpaper and carefully added some steamed milk. There you go.
Thanks.
Marshall cradled the cup, the aroma wafting throughout the room. A rich blend chosen to impress. But whether by her or Hislop, Marshall couldn't tell. She took hers a lot milkier than him, turning the coffee the same shade as her scarf. Everything in the place seemed to be colour-coordinated. Gary's a good man. Marshall just hid behind his cup, gave her space to talk. I never thought I'd meet someone so kind or compassionate, or generous, or understanding. And I love being a stepmom to Tyler. She held up a hand. I mean, soon-to-be stepmom. She flicked her wrist, and the rock in her engagement ring sparkled. We were even talking about having our own. She stared into space. But I just don't know. One kid's enough, isn't it? And will Tyler take kindly to a brother or sister by a different mother? Sounds like you're doing a lot of parenting, though. I am, but it's not easy. Cheryl was a hard woman to replace, and it can be very difficult at times. But also rewarding, I'm guessing. Maybe. She'd clammed up now. There was something lingering in there, a pearl inside the oyster, but he needed to share a bit to break on through. I grew up with a stepfather and Marshall felt his throat go dry, so he sipped some burning coffee. My advice? It's all about how much you love them and making them feel like they're yours, but without replacing their parent. That's all I'd say. You sound like you've been doing all of that, though, and more. I don't like to assume things. She shook her head. I've had a pretty shit life, to be honest with you. She left the words hanging. I grew up in Largs, over in Ayrshire, but moved here when I was 10 when Mum and Dad split up, I guess. Didn't really settle, but Mum said I had to stay here. Dad was... She swallowed something down. Dad was arrested for beating up Mum. He put her in hospital.
I'm so sorry to hear that. She couldn't look at him.
I used to hide it. Never told anyone. Said he was dead and it came out. Someone at school read the story when it went to court. Mum had to stand up and give evidence. They knew.
She exhaled slowly.
Sure you can guess the rest?
Kids can be awful.
Right. See why I don't want to have my own?
It's complex, isn't it?
Tyler's a known quantity, right? He is who he is. But if we gave him a brother or sister, they might be as fragile as I was. Is that a risk I want to take?
Tough decision. Marshall drank more coffee. Ridiculously good stuff. I totally understand it. You've been through a hell of a lot. But you know you can't let yourself be constrained by your past.
I know that's true, but...
She shook her head again.
My therapist keeps talking to me about it. But I can't let it go.
The door opened, and Jolene walked in, smiling politely.
Thank you. Hate getting caught short like that. Happens, eh?
Sadie leaned forward and tapped the cafetiere.
Coffee? No, that's part of the problem. Goes right through me.
Jolene sat on the sofa next to Marshall.
So?
Sadie smiled, but didn't seem to want to go back to her personal history in front of Jolene.
Is there anything I can help with?
Marshall rested his cup on the table, almost touching the milk jug in the shape of a cow. We are interested in speaking to anyone who had any antagonism towards Mr. Hislop. Sadie looked away.
Nobody I can think of?
There was something there, all right. Just needed a little pressing. Sadie, someone drove a car into him. It appears to be a targeted assault. We're exploring some avenues for possible suspects, but if there's someone we don't have on our radar, then it'd be in both of our interests to speak to them. Sadie rested her cup with a shaking hand.
There is something, but...
She skilled.
Or there might be. But I can't talk about it.
Please.
I can't. I swore not to.
I get that. But when you made that promise, it was on one basis. Now someone has tried to kill your partner. That basis has totally changed. She stared deep into her cup. On one hand, it'd be helpful for us to know. But if it comes out by other means and implicates you... She shot him a glare.
Of course it doesn't. I haven't done anything.
Then please, just share it with us. We can be discreet.
Can you?
You told me something extremely personal while my colleague was out of the room. I promise that will stay only between us. Sadie's mouth twitched.
I'll wait for a week to check it then, eh?
Sharp as a tack, Marshall gave a curt smile. Meanwhile, whoever did that to Gary could target you. He let the smile fade. Or Tyler. Sadie nibbled at her top lip, coating her teeth in red lipstick.
Fine. When I was 15, someone raped me.
Marshall swallowed hard. He didn't have any words, because there were none.
They let me go. I ran home and I didn't know where it was, but I was safe and...
Did you go to the police?
Mum did. They investigated. The suspect got off with it.
Jolene screwed up her face.
How? Tom fucking McCabe. He was 18. Had his own car. And they obviously didn't believe me. Got a lot of victim shaming from them. It was horrible. You were 15 and he was 18. And the police didn't believe you? Right. I'm sure it was him. We were... I agreed to go on a date with him. I mean, I was 15, so it wasn't exactly a Michelin star restaurant and fine wine. But a walk in the park and maybe a snog. So you met up with him, right? No. I was waiting there in the park, sure. But he attacked me from behind. Didn't see him approach.
Marshall's neck tightened. He felt a biting throb in the pit of his stomach. Did this Tom McCabe give an alibi?
Told them he was on his way to work at the Tweedbank Ashworths. It had just opened and he was working on the tills. It happened, but half an hour before his shift. They checked it and couldn't prove he didn't do something on the way to work. Impossible to prove a negative. But they didn't charge him.
How does this relate to Gary?
Last year I was shopping in Tesco in Gala with Gary. And I saw Tom fucking McCabe. I totally freaked out. Left the trolley and ran. Gary came after me and...
She ran a hand through her hair.
He's got some friends at the rugby club and... I heard Tom McCabe's in a wheelchair now. He deserves everything he's got from it.
Something didn't quite add up for Marshall. Not that he wanted to victim blame or doubt her, but it was possible someone else had done it. That night in the park, Tom never showed up.
That's right.
Where was the park?
Tweedbank. Not far from Ashworth's. But I know it was him behind me. He hit me. Knocked me out. Next thing I know, I'm tied up.
She swallowed.
I've been talking to this guy at school about what happened between my parents. About the bullying. Made me think I should open up to people. So I opened up to Tom. He fucking raped me. Held me in this building for a week and raped me over and over again.
He what? Chapter 44. Shunty. Sayal sat in a dimly lit interrogation room, next to Kieran McKenna, the wiry figure known as Shagger. Sayal knew a thing or two about unwanted nicknames, but the way the kid held himself, it was maybe one he'd given himself. Or earned. Take your time. A battered photo array lay on the table between them, closed. Shagger started flipping through the photos like a bored kid looking through manga posters in Forbidden Planet. But he was going slowly enough to be doing a good job. The scars on his face were scabbed now, but some would leave a mark. Take a good look at each one, Kieran. Tell me if any of them paid you. Shagger's bleary eyes scanned the photos, his expression vacant and unfocused. He squinted, trying to make sense of the faces before him, but passed on. Sorry, don't know any of them. Sayal's patience was wearing thin. Come on, this is a serious matter for you. What should I care? I don't need you to remember who allegedly paid you, Kieran. You do. Otherwise, we'll take it for the lie it so blatantly is. Shagger shook his head, his unkempt hair swaying like a ragged curtain. I can't, man! Go through it again. He did, flicking fast now, but staring blankly at each photo. Nope, 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 nope. With a heavy sigh, Sayal realized he was wasting his time here. The man you accused was in there. What? DCI James Pringle, the car's owner. Sayal flipped to the page. Him. Sorry, bud. Don't recognise him. I was off my head that day. Couldn't recognise my own mother if she walked past us. You don't recognise him? Not him. Guy was taller, bulkier. You ever buy anything from Roxburgh Hardware? You saying you've got something on me? Wouldn't be asking if we didn't. Wouldn't be this morning or last night, would it? Maybe. hammer, cable ties, knives, duct tape. Everything a rapist needs.
Whoa, whoa! Not me! That was Declan.
Your mate? The passenger?
Aye.
Why don't I believe you?
Seriously? He said it's for one of his other paying clients.
What the hell are you two up to?
Mate, you really don't want to know how I got my nickname.
Chapter 45. Strewn. Their desks were over the far side of the space, pretty much as far as they could get from her office. Something else he'd need to rectify. McIntyre and Peyton looked up from their computers. She brushed her eyes and went back to her work. McIntyre was giving him a harsh stare. Aye, they'd been talking. Strewn sat opposite her and next to him.
How we doing with interviewing those Neds?
McIntyre frowned at him.
I thought Jolene's team was on that. They are, but we need to double-check that work, okay?
I'll get on top of that, Sarge. Peyton got up and raced away through the office. Strewn logged into his laptop and the external display filled up with his emails. So bloody many of them. Too bloody many. Not to mind. He'd sift through, find the token few from higher ranks, reply to them, then delete the rest. If the email was important, they'd ask again. In person.
Sarge.
McIntyre shuffled over, close enough to smell his clinical deodorant.
Need a word. It can wait. No. We need to have this chat now.
Strewn sat back and folded his arms.
Go on then.
McIntyre pointed towards the stair door, then looked around at the other desks.
Away from prying ears.
What flavour of bullshit was this going to be?
Okay.
Strewn got up and wandered over to the door, holding it for McIntyre. He'd never liked stairwells. The oppressively close walls seemed to creep in on him. This one was no different. The acrid smell of disinfectant mingled with stale sweat and dust. So much for the station being recently refurbished. He smiled at McIntyre, waiting for the door to shut.
There you go. No prying eyes or ears.
The cold flicker of the fluorescent lights cast a ghoulish pallor across McIntyre's stern features. He leaned back against the wall, arms folded.
It's about bullying.
Who's bullying you?
Not me, Sarge. DC Peyton. And it's you who's bullying her.
Am I? McIntyre stood up tall, a good few inches taller than Strewn, and heavier. He'd have fitted in well singing songs at the rugby club last night.
You are. Did it in front of D.I. Elliott.
And D.I. Elliott didn't say anything afterwards. Makes me think I haven't bullied anyone, Constable.
You're fucking out of order.
Strewn sighed.
Let me make this clear.
In my team, we focus on results. Everything comes down to how many people we put behind bars. If someone makes a dog's dinner of something, they get told off. That's what it was like when I started in the police. Now, though, incompetence seems to be protected. If you call out someone for shoddy work, you're suddenly a bully who's creating a toxic work culture. Soon enough, the police service will be entirely filled with incompetent, useless pricks. Like her.
She's a good cop. Or will be. She's young. Just needs coaching to fulfill her potential.
I'm going to give her coaching, believe me. Then if she doesn't shape up, I'll ship her out.
That's not the way to coach someone.
You sound like an expert.
I'm serious. Been doing this job a long time. Probably as long as you. Just because I'm not a sergeant doesn't mean I've not been giving you recruits to mentor.
Guy was full of himself. Are you telling me you're incompetent too?
Huh? You're making excuses rather than taking action. You've got a very high opinion of yourself, don't you? With good reason, Constable. I'm good at my job. I've got a track record. I gather you've only been at DC since October. That right? What's that got to do with anything? You don't seem to be cutting the mustard, do you? Cheeky bastard. I see the evidence everywhere, Constable. Every 2 minutes I get a call from you or her. I expect detectives to be able to detect without constant guidance. I expect sergeants to at least provide some guidance. Saying I haven't been. Too busy sucking up to DIs and DCIs. Saw you making fluttering eyes at the superintendent. You're a wee fanny, Struan. Total suck-up.
Struan's fingers twitched involuntarily, itching to resolve this the old-fashioned way. He searched McIntyre for a flicker of doubt or hesitation, but he was as solid as a block of ice. In this confined space, McIntyre's strength was both an asset and a liability. Struan didn't want to be the one starting anything, but he needed to finish this standoff.
A suck-up, he laughed. You're lucky to be out of uniform, Constable. Maybe I should send you back and you can get another partner blown up. What did you say?
Struan walked towards the door.
You heard. Fuck you, you sneaky cunt!
McIntyre lunged forward, a human bulldozer, his fist arcing towards Struan and landing hard and fast, cracking into Struan's chin. Struan hit the wall and slumped down, the concrete wall cold against his back. His muscles tensed, a coiled spring ready to unleash its fury. His jaw clenched, teeth grinding against one another. The heat of anger surged through his veins. But he needed to be in control of this. Struan pushed up to standing and spat at McIntyre, splashing spit all over his face. McIntyre staggered back like he'd been punched. His eyes narrowed, a predatory gleam igniting within them as he advanced on Struan once more. This time, Struan was ready. He pointed up above the door. McIntyre was big, but also surprisingly quick. He lurched forward, then stopped dead, looking above Struan. Struan tilted his head to the side.
Don't let the camera see you punching me again.
McIntyre wiped at his face.
Coward!
The fight was brutal and fierce, but over, for now. Struan had a split lip and some wobbly teeth.
As far as I'm concerned, the matter's settled. I get that things are a bit strained on this case. I totally get it. And you've had bugger all in the way of guidance. But you need to listen to me and do what I ask, to the best of your abilities, and manage your anger. Do I make myself clear? I hear you. But am I clear?
McIntyre looked down his nose at him.
Okay, Sarge.
Good. McIntyre was old school, and Struan was a sergeant. Rank 1. Struan fiddled with his teeth. Not the worst punch he'd taken, but he'd be feeling that for a week or so. Once he got away, Struan would record a version of what happened in his notes, with Jim as the aggressor and him totally defensive. Big Jim McIntyre would record nothing in his notes, but the station's CCTV would support Struan's version of events. Didn't have to take it anywhere just now. Just needed it in his back pocket. The stairwell door opened, and Ash Payton peered in, shifting her gaze between them. Are you two okay? McIntyre nodded.
Oh, fine, aye. Just peachy.
Struan shoved his hands in his pockets, trying to act all calm.
You okay?
Listen, I think I might have something for you. 2 things. First, Balfour Rattray's BMW's gone missing.
Didn't we have it for analysis?
We tried. Returned this morning. Trev needed to run a follow-up, but when he went to the farm it wasn't there. Balf was being a bit evasive as to what happened with it.
Seen that happen. What was the other thing?
We've got a last known location for Balfour's car. Chapter 46. Marshall. Marshall carried the 2 coffees through the office space. Felt like he had a broken light bulb in his head. Everything seemed to flicker and flash. He tried to ignore it, ignore the feeling in his gut, the sour taste in his mouth. Focus on the here and now, on the coffee cups burning his hands. Seemed to be something going on between Struan Liddell and Ash Payton, but he could just be reading too much into nothing. Some hushed argument. But whatever it was, that was for Elliot to resolve, not him. Marshall set the coffees down on their desks.
There you go.
Oh, cheers. Jolene frowned at him. Didn't you just have one at Sadie's?
This is a decaf.
Ah.
I hope it is anyway. Speaking of which, did you find anything in the house when you did your recce?
Nope. Nothing at all, which is weird. She tore the lid off her cup and tipped in some sweetener. I mean, it's kind of like... It's about as lived in as a show home. It's like they've bought the idea of a normal house, but it's got no soul. The bookshelves, for instance. The cookbooks haven't been opened, let alone read. The novels and biographies are all smart-looking Booker Prize stuff or the kind of stuff you'd see in a broadsheet's end-of-year list. But again, nobody's read them. It's strange.
Like someone's bought an image of what a life should be so they could sell it to people.
Precisely.
That's what I thought of the living room.
Marshall opened his coffee, but the stale, sweaty smell put him off drinking it.
Hislop bought up the nearby houses to get privacy.
He's a drug dealer. I suppose he's trying to look like he's not. Jolene tapped her screen. Anyway, I was right. I did work the case.
Not the original abduction.
She laughed. I would have been 12.
Right, sorry.
It's okay. But the Tom McCabe case. Honey trap from outside his work in Tesco. Speaking to a lassie, then he got picked up by someone, driven into the hills and battered, dumped in the woods near Yarrowford. Long crawl down to the road to Selkirk.
Crawl?
They broke both his legs, snapped his cruciates in both knees, broke 2 vertebrae.
Did they try to kill him?
Looks like it, right? In hospital for a month. Won't walk again.
Marshall blew in his coffee. Worth speaking to him about this?
What? You think McCabe's taking revenge against Hislop?
She made a face.
Even if he could afford it, do you think he has the contacts to be able to pull it off? Even if he could, Hislop would have got some boys from the rugby club to finish the job.
Marshall shrugged. Was there any indication Hislop was behind that assault?
Nope. Just Sadie's word. But that attack's standard drug gang MO. During that case, we dug into McCabe's background, thinking he was a dealer. Nothing. Clean as a whistle.
Marshall took a sip of the disgusting coffee. But?
I mean, guys who work in supermarkets. There's a subset who are 30-something stoners who still live with their mothers. He wasn't one of them. Barely drank. He was into online gaming, that's about it. Still lived with his mum, though.
Interesting. So it looks like Hislop's done it, but the reason's personal rather than professional.
I mean, good luck proving any of it,
Jolene sighed.
But I did dig into Sadie's assault.
Marshall felt that clenching in his neck again. Go on.
17th of April 2008. She just turned 15, which makes her 30 now. Mum reported it to us. Missing for a week. She lived in Gala, went to the academy, picked up out near Swinton, with no real memory of what happened to her. No forensics, no evidence, nothing.
Swinton's just on the border, right?
Aye, over by Berwick.
Marshall read through the file again, but that date kept nagging away at him and made everything clench. 15 years ago, almost to the day. He was living in Durham at the time, studying for his PhD. Abducted. Kept for a week. They didn't exactly get many cases like that in the borders, did they? It all pointed to one man. Graham Thorburn. Chapter 47. Struan. Struan drove along the stretch southeast of Kelso, heading deep into the middle of nowhere, through countryside he hadn't seen for a long time, so long ago that he'd forgotten the shape of the land. The road was almost train-track straight, with hills to the right and woods to the left, giving the occasional glimpse of the rolling landscape leading over the border to Northumberland National Park.
Left here.
Elliot pointed up ahead. Struan took the turning through a plantation, leading downhill to a sprawling complex, the centrepiece a house that was halfway to being a baronial castle. A marquee was being erected in the grounds.
What's going on here?
Elliot laughed.
Weren't you listening back at his office yesterday?
Right, sorry.
He hadn't been listening because he'd been getting that old feeling again, where things were getting out of control. He'd smashed the heads of two Neds together. He'd got into a fight with McIntyre. And it was only day 2. He needed to slow down, take stock of the team, let things breathe, feel that control, keep things on the level, make sure Peyton and McIntyre played ball and fucking listened to him. Didn't help that Elliot might be onto him. Or was she? Struan followed the turning into a winding drive, then got out into the spitting rain.
A book festival, though. Here.
Elliot was walking across the pebbles, away from the house and towards the marquee.
So you were listening?
I was, aye.
He'd just forgotten.
Who would put on a book festival around here?
There's one in Melrose every year.
Aye, but that's there. This is here, in the middle of nowhere, between the arse end of nowhere and Kelso.
Struan spotted their quarry. Gundog, a.k.a. Fergus Ross, was stuck in the middle of a huddle. Workmen, waiting staff and some young kids who were probably interning, all looked keen enough.
Let's finish getting this thing up before it starts raining, okay?
The crowd dispersed around him and he got out his phone, checked a few messages, then spotted them approaching and seemed to puncture and deflate. Struan stuffed his hands in his pockets, slowing as he approached, acting casual to show who was in charge.
Fergus Ross, aye?
Aye. Mates call me Gundog. Struan looked around the place.
This is looking good.
Yeah, maybe. Gundog ran a hand forward from the back of his head and down his face.
We're up against it to be ready for Thursday.
Someone was battering a mallet off a peg, but the sound seemed to take a few seconds to travel the short distance. Elliot smiled.
I've got tickets for Saturday.
Oh?
My youngest 2 can't get enough of that children's author who's a bit of a naughty boy.
Which one?
She winked.
You know the one.
How naughty are we talking?
Elliot tapped her nose.
Anyway, it's good to be able to catch up with you. Tried calling, but you didn't pick up. Several times.
Flat out, sorry. Left my phone inside to stop anything getting in the way.
Who owns this place?
Me. Just bought it. Nice place.
Struan joined in.
In case you didn't already know, we need to ask you about an alibi for your friend, Balfour Rattray.
For what?
A man was assaulted with a car yesterday.
Gundog folded his arms across his chest.
Go on.
The thing with crimes like this is we can throw a lot of bodies at it.
Struan pointed at the marquee.
I guess it's a similar idea to what you're up to with that, right? Get extra 10 or 20 skulls to help erect the marquees for the events here. Still, sitting in a marquee at this time of year is going to be bloody cold.
The heaters are being delivered this afternoon.
Right. Anyway, with our line of work, I can get 2 officers to probe CCTV from near the site of a vehicular assault on a local businessman. Then I can get them to focus and identify 100 different details about the scene. Things that spawn tons of leads to investigate. Most are dead ends, as you'd imagine, but some are fruitful. Very, very fruitful.
Gundog kept looking over to his marquee.
Mr. Ross, the thing I keep asking myself about who assaulted Mr. Hislop is, well, it doesn't look like a random attack. It looks targeted.
Gundog kept glancing over at the brute hammering in tent pegs.
And you think Balf did that? It's possible. And you helped.
How do you get that?
Most of the time Mr. Hislop's inside his shop, serving customers or stocking up. But he wasn't yesterday morning. He was outside. Whoever attacked Mr. Hislop had to know he was going to be in the right place at the right time to be hit by a car. And that was outside his shop. Now,
Struan reached into his pocket and pulled out a print.
This camera is just down the street from the shop. That your van, Mr. Gundog?
Gundog took the page and stared at it. Guessing you already know that.
This places you near the site of the assault at the time in question.
Gundog's desperate eyes scanned the sheet. I wasn't in the van.
Where were you then? Come on! You were given as an alibi for Balfour, but we haven't been able to confirm it.
Struan tapped the page.
This makes me think there's no alibi for him. That you've both conspired to kill someone.
Gundog shook his head. Crimson roared up his neck.
Here's what's going to happen, Mr. Gundog. You either...
Please, call me Fergus, or Mr. Ross, not Mr. Gundog.
Fair enough. Either you tell us what you were doing right now, right here, or you're going to tell us what you were doing while we're all inside a lovely police station. And you won't like that. We'll dig into your life. Be interesting to see what we find. Especially if you've been up to no good.
Gundog shifted his focus from the tent pegs to stare at Struan.
Sure, I was there. Parked on that street. Even went into Roxburgh Street Hardware.
He tapped the sheet of paper.
But I was in there half an hour before this was taken. Your van stayed there, correct?
Correct.
That's the perfect place to spot Mr. Hislop on a phone call. Perfect place to tell your mate Balfour that he's outside. Rev his engine, drive over and smack into him. Whether it's him behind the wheel or someone else, doesn't really matter. You told him to strike and someone did. Upshot is, Mr. Hislop's in hospital, fighting for his life.
I was picked up half an hour earlier.
A wave of rage washed over Struan, his breath quickening and chest tightening in response. No, he needed to stay in control. If you're going to be this uncooperative...
Struan got out his handcuffs and didn't lash out with them, but instead dangled them in front of his face. Gundog watched them swing, like Struan was a hypnotist, then looked away.
Okay, he sighed. I was there. All right. Buying some equipment. Roxburgh Street Hardware is the best place to get specialist stuff around here. Specialist stuff, eh?
Aye.
What, for abducting and raping? No! God, no!
Gundog's eyes bulged, and he hissed out a breath.
I'm telling you the truth here.
I was there. I went inside and I bought some stuff. But they only had half of it in the shop, so someone was going to deliver the rest of it. And Balf picked me up, drove me over.
What vehicle? He wanted me to see how the BMW sounded.
See, he denied driving that thing then. Said it was up on bricks.
I hate to contradict him, but he was driving it.
Okay, so he picked you up. Then what?
We started building it up.
Building what?
Gundog shut his eyes.
Do I really have to say what I was doing?
No, but it'll help our investigation if you do. Mr. Rattray is a suspect in an attempted vehicular homicide. I mean, if he was my mate, I'd tell the police precisely what I was doing.
Struan scratched at his neck.
Obviously, if I could. And if it wasn't something highly illegal, and I wasn't implicating myself in said illegal activity, of course.
Illegal? You honestly think we were...
Of course it was nothing illegal. What was it then?
I can't tell you.
Why not?
I can't.
Why?
Because if this is going to court, then I'll have to say it in public, won't I?
Struan laughed. Did you have your clothes on?
Of course we did.
Did everyone there have theirs on?
Yes!
Struan folded his arms.
Come on! This is daft. You're saying you were with him, but you're not saying what you were doing. How are we supposed to believe that?
We were here, at my house.
Great! That's progress. What were you doing there?
I'm not telling you.
Come on, Mr. Gundog. You've been in the army and...
How did you know I was in the army?
Your discharge papers are framed on the wall of your office.
Right.
Come on. You must still have that loyalty to king and country, right? Just tell us what you were doing, then we'll bugger off and your mate can go free.
I don't have to tell you.
Elliot focused on him. Come on. What were you doing?
Gundog shook his head. I'm building a card store for a Lord of the Rings collectible card game.
Struan blinked away the confusion. He looked at Elliot, whose face was all screwed up, then back at Gundog.
You're... what?
Balf and I have a little... clubhouse in my garden.
Gundog waved over past the house.
There are 6 of us who play.
You're building somewhere to play cards.
It's not just that.
Gundog spoke in such an undertone it was hard to pick out the words.
Look, we were massive geeks at boarding school. We played Magic the Gathering like you wouldn't believe. Spent all of our money on cards. But it was a secret and we hid it for obvious reasons.
He looked at them like they'd understand.
So an obvious reason like this being a total lie?
No, because the other kids would have bullied us something rotten. So we kept it a secret.
Struan was really struggling to not laugh at this. He'd been a cop for years, but this was the worst nonsense he'd ever heard.
This sounds like total bullshit to me.
It's for the game. You wouldn't understand.
I was into Dungeons and Dragons as a kid. I know people who played Magic. It wasn't that geeky. I didn't have to keep it a deep secret. But I know the kind of thing you're describing. Trace for the deck so you know which is which, and don't have cards spilling everywhere.
It's a bit more than that. We were making the place look like Rivendell.
Struan couldn't hide the laugh now.
What the hell is Rivendell?
As in where the elves live in Lord of the Rings.
Gundog winced.
Well, Elrond's people. We wanted to make it feel like we were there.
Elliot huffed out a sigh. Is this a sex thing?
No!
Gundog's cry carried all the way over to the marquee, stopping work. He waved a sorry, then turned his back on the workers.
It's... Balf's had a lot of recent trauma in his life. I was helping him process it all. He's been looking after his nephew, right? Poor kid's lost both of his parents and Balf stepped in to raise him. This wasn't for us, it was all for him. He wanted it to be special for Toby.
Elliot shot him a harsh glare. This sounds like absolute bullshit. Gundog held out a key.
You're welcome to visit. Come on.
He charged across the grounds, past the house towards a big hut at the back. He stopped by a set of steps leading up to a pair of patio doors.
This is Rivendell.
Through the glass, Struan saw the walls, painted to look like somewhere in Middle-earth.
And now you know the truth. You can judge us. I don't care anymore. That's where we were. That's what we were doing. So whatever you think we were up to, we weren't. We were building an elven set for Balth's nephew.
Struan had heard worse excuses, but the detail of this checked out, or seemed to.
You know Balth's BMW's missing, right?
Aye.
Aye. I mean, it's not.
Gundog pointed to the pond.
His BMW is at the bottom of 8 feet of water. Embarrassed the shite out of him that he forgot to apply the handbrake. This is all well and good, but was there anyone else there who can back up your story?
Chapter 48. Marshall.
Marshall stood outside the stark prison interview room, his heart pounding against his ribcage like a stick off a snare drum. A cocktail of fury and regret rose in his throat as he stepped through the heavy steel door. The white walls echoed with the whispered stories of countless inmates. The scratched table bore the marks of 1,000 interviews. The belly of the beast. Graham Thorburn sat at the table, grey and lean, but with a cruel twist to his lips. His icy blue eyes were devoid of any remorse. Marshall felt a surge of loathing, venom flowing through his veins. A man he'd never wanted to see again in his life. And here he was. He sat across from Thorburn, and his grip tightened around the chair legs. Hello, Robert. Thought I was never going to see you again.
So did I. Marshall couldn't focus on Thorburn for long, instead shifting his gaze to the cold walls. But then something came up in a case.
Intriguing.
Not the word I'd use to describe it. Horrifying, disgusting, sinister, craven, not intriguing.
Robert, why are you wasting your time here? I've already given my guilty plea. I'll be sentenced in due course. Whatever you think you found, you can't lay another glove on me.
I'm asking you to.
I'm asking no more, Robert. I told you earlier, before we were so rudely interrupted by your superior's nervous breakdown.
Marshall could plough on down that rabbit hole, but that's what Thorburn would expect. He needed a different tack here. I met my father last night. Thorburn frowned.
Bob Marshall?
Doesn't go by that name now, but aye, him.
How do you know it's him?
Mum told me. Thorburns' mouth was an O.
Wow.
To be honest with you, Graham, it's thrown me a bit. Seeing my father for the first time since he fled and left us. He spent his career as a police officer who hunted down corruption, but it's a bit of a contrast with you. Thorburn sat back and scratched at the edge of the table.
You mean he's a father and a grandfather, yet he wasn't man enough to stick around?
Something like that.
I stuck around.
You did. But at least he's not a serial killer. Thorburn doffed his imaginary cap to that.
Touché.
Mine and Jen's well-being was tossed aside in favour of his mission. Marshall shook his head.
How do I process that? It's a tough one, Robert. That's for sure. You must feel very confused.
I'll get there, but I'm confused. Marshall scratched at the tabletop. Even worse thing is, he's working this case.
Oh?
Professional standards and ethics. The cops who investigate.
I know what they do, Robert. Do you think he feels guilty for leaving you and your sister? Maybe he harnesses that guilt by investigating people like himself who have strayed over the lines.
That's an interesting theory. Doubtful. He seems to have made his choice and stuck with it, well into our adulthood. His showing up back in our lives was a total accident. The whole thing is a mystery. Marshall drummed his fingernails off the wood. Just like a serial abductor who preyed on a series of young women. Why do that? Doesn't make sense to me. Thorburn sat back and folded his arms.
Back to me, eh? Think you're very clever, Robert, don't you?
It's not about who's got the biggest brain, Graham. It's about who knows what. And we know about Sadie Young. Thorburn's eyes bulged.
Huh?
You gave the game away there, Graham. You know precisely who. Another of your victims. Thorburn looked around the room.
This isn't being recorded?
No. This is just for my benefit, Graham.
Why do you care about her?
Because someone else took the rap for her attack. He never served any time, but he was chief suspect. Had one of those alibis that didn't quite exonerate him, but also which didn't convict. Didn't go to trial. The case was unsolved. Until now. She saw him in the supermarket. Next thing we know, he's getting his legs broken.
Sounds like justice has been served.
Thorburn folded his arms across his chest.
But you and your big brain think you have solved it, yes?
Graham, Sadie's lived for years with the fear it could happen again. She's lived with the whispers about what he did.
When was this?
2008.
Long time ago.
Not that long, though. And I checked, Graham. You were working at Edinburgh Uni at the time. One of those periods where you were living with Mum.
You would have been in Durham.
Correct. And Jen was training in Glasgow. Marshall held his gaze for a few seconds, as long as he could stomach. You did it, didn't you?
Look at me.
What?
You keep looking away from me. You want the truth?
Maintain eye contact like a man. Marshall forced himself to stare down the barrel of that gun, locked and loaded. Enough mind games, Graham. Admit what you did. He blew air up his face.
You're right, of course. I was working as a senior lecturer in criminology at the University of Edinburgh. As part of that, we did outreach for local schools across the Lothians, up in Fife and down in the Borders. Given I lived down there, I took that area. The high schools in Gala, Gattonside, Kelso, Duns, Peebles. We'd go in and talk to the school assembly about crime and psychology. But we also did a bit of private counselling where requested.
1-to-1? Thorburn nodded.
People who were already on the path to criminality, but hadn't stepped over any lines.
Helped you identify prospects?
Quite. Kids from broken homes with difficult upbringings. Your Anna was one.
Marshall's world contracted to a singular point of revulsion. Hearing her name rolling off his tongue was like a vulture picking at bones. Each syllable was a lash. His heart pounded in his ears, the taste of bile creeping up the back of his throat. But he swallowed it down, along with the bitter resentment and the cold, burning rage. He wouldn't let this monster see his pain. Marshall caught himself as his knuckles whitened around the edge of the table. then forced himself to yawn and smile. Sadie was a victim. Correct. Those eyes betrayed a disappointment that Marshall hadn't risen to his goading, hadn't punched him, hadn't got himself into deep shit. Thorburn sighed it away.
You know, I can still remember her tale of woe. Dad used to beat the shit out of her mother. Then one day, he struck poor Sadie. That was it. Mum snapped and moved them across the country to live with her cousin in Earlston. A fresh start for the girl, except when the story hit the High Court. Her father was all over the papers. Her mother too, speaking outside court to the press in that angry way people do. And I mean, without thinking of the consequences. Especially for poor Sadie. The locals got wind of it and they got talking. The story spread, and you know what Chinese whispers are like, Robert, don't you? You of all people. Especially down in a small community like that. It soon morphed and ballooned and became about how Sadie was sexually abused by her father. How he was a Satanist Mason or something. She had no friends. Shunned in a strange town. The only person who didn't shun her was an 18-year-old shelf stacker. You think I'm bad, Robert? I know you do. But I'm far from the only one playing that game. I'm just a grandmaster. Tom McCabe was an amateur, preying on a desperate 15-year-old girl. Publicly too. And it wasn't like she was weeks away from being 16. She just turned. So he knew precisely what he was doing. And a girl like that? She's just a child. So innocent, so pure, so fresh. In our sessions, she talked about him. About her doubts, but also her burgeoning desires. It made her vulnerable to him. I'm vulnerable to you. Well, quite. And it means you had a patsy. Some poor sap to take the blame. Oh, yes. I did. I was able to persuade her to arrange to meet him, then see how it went. I just had to watch her and wait. Then I struck. And you held for a week and raped her continually. I'd say you could add Sadie's assault to my list of charges, Robert. But it's a quirk of our legal system that when a suspect is already sentenced on substantive charges, like murder, all the Procurator Fiscal is able to request is a concurrent sentence. No additional time. I'll just serve any sentence at the same time. So there's no point. And they'd rather spend time prosecuting people who will serve additional time. So, at this point, unless you believe I've killed more people or threatened the king, I'm not getting another trial or any more time added on. He flashed his teeth. Sorry, Robert. That must be a bitter disappointment. You really didn't care what kind of effect that would have had on her, did you? I don't. No. To be honest, the flotsam and jetsam of this world are there to be taken. That's what you thought of Anna? This might be hard for you to hear, Robert, but the world is a jungle. Are you a monkey hiding up a tree? Or are you a cheetah chasing the monkey? The reason I'm here, Graham, is because someone drove a car into Sadie's current boyfriend today. Thorburn sat back. It obviously wasn't me. No, I didn't say it was. His name's Gary Hislop. Thorburn's nostrils started twitching. That means something to you, doesn't it? No. Oh, come on. What is it? How'd you know him? I don't. It's got nothing to do with me. You know what happened to your Patsy? When Mr. Hislop found out about him, he suddenly lost the ability to walk. But that was a few months ago.
Now, it's possible he's done the same maths as me. Figured out a serial abductor, serial rapist and serial killer was active at the same time his girlfriend was taken. Saw the news in the papers. Did Hislop threaten you?
Of course not.
No, he's not that stupid. But we'll go through the visitor logs in your mail. If he sent you a message, we'll find it. And if you arrange for that car to be driven into him, we'll find out too.
The only person who visits me and threatens me, Robert, is you.
Thorburn leaned forward.
But I do know his name. Gary Hislop. So prosaic that it's memorable.
He drummed his fingers on the table, licking his lips.
He went to school with a colleague of yours, didn't he?
This wasn't exactly what Marshall expected. He'd come in just wanting to torment Thorburn and see if he was a viable suspect. Now, though...
Who do you mean? Oh, come on. Andrea Elliott. She's the cop I stabbed when you arrested me. Afterwards, I felt a pang of guilt, which soon passed when I realized I knew her. Took me a while. See, I had a few school teachers who shared my preferences over the years, who helped me identify prospects, who we guided into those one-on-one counselling sessions, who accompanied me in my specialist activities. Andrea was one of those kids. Troubled, but sadly not a prospect. I saw some fire in her, the kind that burns in people from birth and has obviously made her a good police officer. Well, I know that Andrea Elliott and Gary Hislop used to be lovers. She told me how they'd got themselves into a few scrapes. Shoplifting, stealing cars, arson. I told her to get away from him before it was too late. And she did. The police never caught her for any of it. But it'd be bad for her career if it got out, wouldn't it? I smell bullshit. It's all true, Robert. Word is she's got very close to Mr. Hislop again. Imagine the story she's been telling him. Isn't that someone who'd want him silenced?
Chapter 49. Elliot. Elliot walked through the square in Kelso. The town seemed back to normal, like there hadn't been a vehicular assault on a local businessman the previous day, one which necessitated 20 cops descending on the place. Almost normal, but not quite. She'd counted 6 squad cars on the way in. Someone was getting leaned on from above to provide reassurances to the public that the incident was a one-off and that nobody else was going to get got.
Maybe having the preventative measures in place before would be better, eh?
It was like Struan was reading her thoughts. Elliot stopped to let a few cars pass before crossing. Once again, I'm glad I'm not still in uniform.
Tell me about it. There'll be tons of crimes happening in Gala, Peebles and Hoyk today just because they're trying to make it look like Kelso's adequately resourced.
Elliot cut across the square towards Roxburgh Street. Until yesterday, she hadn't known the road's name, even though she'd walked or driven up it every few months. You honestly played that crap?
What crap?
Those card games. Dungeons and Dragons.
Christ, no. I mean, I beat up a few players and flushed their dice down the bog.
Struan was keeping pace with her.
Little brother did, though.
Little?
Aye. Never heard that before.
He chuckled.
I never heard the end of that game. He'd be moaning about getting the cards. Dad used to drive him into Edinburgh every few weeks to go to that freaky shop up the bridges that sold them.
You never played it?
I was big into rugby. Thought I'd play for Scotland, but I never did.
Roxburgh Street Hardware looked like nothing had happened. The display outside was restored, though reduced price stickers were all over the salt cones that had decorated the pavement the previous morning. Elliot crossed the road and entered the shop. Kath Sutherland was perched on the stool behind the till, her phone hanging from one of those things that stuck to the back, those freakishly long nails scrolling through some nonsense. She looked up, then got to her feet, pocketing her phone. Aye, that didn't look dodgy. Elliot rested against the counter. Those nails must play merry hell when you're using a hammer. I've only ever touched a hammer when serving a customer in this place, Kath smiled. I'm completely useless when it comes to DIY.
Struan smiled at her. You and me both.
Kath returned the grin. How's Gary doing?
Mr. Hislop's still in recovery. They're expecting him to make a full recovery.
Oh, thank God. Struan picked up a cordless drill on special and started checking it out.
Need to ask you about an alibi.
He put the drill down.
One Fergus Ross says you were at an office he rents near Kelso.
Office? She laughed. Aye, I was there. But that's not an office. It's like a dodgy poker room.
When was this?
Last Tuesday.
Tuesday?
Aye. I was delivering some wooden tools. They were building something.
He says you were there yesterday.
Nope. I mean, Fergus came in here first thing and bought some stuff.
Do you remember what time that was?
She blew out a breath. Give me a second. She scanned through the till. Ah, there we go. I served him just before that happened.
How long before?
27 minutes. Then I was here, with you lot.
You were here when my colleagues arrived, sure. That was about half an hour after the attack, so there's a gap of about an hour we need to fill in your statement. Nothing onerous, but we'll need you to go on the record about that time in greater detail.
On the record? I've given a statement.
Sure. We need to know your movements.
I was here.
Okay. But we'll just need to refine that detail. Names, faces, times.
Why?
Someone might have given word to the attacker that Mr. Hislop was outside.
You think I did it?
You're not denying it?
Look, Sharon was out delivering the stuff yesterday. I helped her pack up a load of stuff and sent it to his home.
Elliot had to hide her smile. Drugs.
You got an invoice for this? Purchase order? Delivery note? The system here doesn't work like that. Kath held up a notepad, full of scribbles. This is it. Sure the tax man will be happy with that. Kath shrugged. Not my circus. I just serve the customers. Do you have a note in your pad covering what this Sharon delivered? Not really. Kath scoured it. Oh, hang on. 20 packs of wooden panelling, hundreds of screws, paint in a load of colours, brown, stone, green, blue, a ton of papier-mâché? Enough to make a building look like Rivendell, or just a load of bullshit.
Okay.
Struan stood up tall.
You got a number for this, Sharon?
Kath shifted her gaze between them. Why?
Because we need to speak to her.
I've just told you she did the delivery.
And that's great, but we need to speak to her about the delivery. Sure you understand.
Right. Kath leaned over and scribbled something down, then tore it off and handed it over. Day off today, but she lives over in Gala. Sure she'll be happy to see you. She scribbled something down and handed a page over. Lives just round the corner from me. Elliot took it from her. Thank you. She nodded, then walked off back towards her car.
Struan caught up with her. She'd have a tough time picking her nose with those nails.
Elliot laughed. It'd get even dicier when she went to wipe her arse. Chapter 50. Marshall. Marshall got out of the car and strolled through the rain to the station.
Sore from that long drive back from His Majesty's prisons, Edinburgh. Made much worse by shitty traffic on the A7. Bad enough that Marshall had almost been tempted to cut across to the A68. Almost. So he'd sat it out, boiling with the heat from his car's broken air conditioning and the poisonous thoughts rattling around his head. Inside the station, Davy was hunched over his laptop, watching some tripe on Netflix. He looked around at Marshall, then went back to it.
Hey, Rob.
Davy. Marshall held his pass up to the reader, and it clicked green. He pushed through and headed straight for Gashgori's office. Struan's pair of DCs were having a chat by the water cooler, rather than his desk. No sign of him. Aye, there was definitely something going on there. Marshall rapped on Gashgori's door.
Come in.
So he did, and stopped dead. Bob Milne was sitting with Gashgori, both sipping tea from cups and saucers. Afternoon, Rob. Marshall gave as wide a smile as he could manage, which wasn't very, and stayed standing, like that would make Milne leave the room. He focused on Gashgori. Did you get my voicemail, sir? Gashgori winced.
We've been over it, and, well, I have a few questions.
Happy to answer what I can. Actually, the truth is, it's me who's got them. Milne set his cup down with a rattle. Let me get this straight. You just spoke to Thorburn and you found a network of offenders sharing names and faces of vulnerable teenagers to target and exploit. That's right. Why? Milne grimaced. I've seen that kind of thing a few times. Always a variation on a theme. Always have a few bent cops carrying water for them. But? Milne frowned. But what? You're acting like there's another shoe to drop. No, Milne chuckled. That big thump you heard was both boots dropping on the ceiling at the same time. He picked up his teacup and drank. It's great work, Rob. Not that you went in there expecting to find it, but that was very useful. Useful how? Did you have a suspicion? Nope. I went in thinking he could be a suspect, wanted to eliminate him, and then I found out that D.I. Elliot met him as a kid. Gashgori narrowed his eyes.
Never came up during the case, did it?
Thorburn stabbed her in the guts as we arrested him, so she was off sick for a few months. I led all the evidentiary work in her absence. Marshall shifted his focus between them. Why do I get the feeling you pair think you've solved the case? Need to brief you on what's happened since you left. Gashgori motioned towards the chair. Sit down. Marshall stayed standing. I thought you'd be... Sit. So Marshall sat. What's been happening? Milne picked up a biscuit from the table and dunked it into his tea. Impressed by young Shunty, I have to say. Rakesh? Aye, Rakesh. Milne slurped tea and gasped. Seems like a decent cop. Very methodical, very thorough. Just how I liked my team. Diligent. The lad spent this morning investigating DCI Pringle. Marshall undid his jacket's top button. That's what he was supposed to do, right? Jim's clearly our chief suspect, but we want to validate it. I still don't see a viable motivation for Pringle, though. Ryan and I have just been spitballing a few things and agreed that the most likely possibility is this attack is connected to those leaks. Marshall put his hands in his pockets. Explain. Well, Hislop was leaking to us via D.I. Elliot. But someone was clearly leaking to Hislop, hence all those people going missing, like Thingy Innes yesterday. Milne took another biscuit but didn't dunk this one. The attack happened to snuff out the source of the leaks being revealed. That doesn't make much sense to me.
If Pringle was behind the leaks, it's the only rational explanation.
What about an irrational explanation? That Pringle did it because he's gone completely heart-stand. Gascoigne raised his eyebrows. Jim's clearly a bit damaged, and hopefully the doctors at the hospital will diagnose what's going on.
Anyway, Milne sighed. We've agreed on a plan of attack, so Rakesh wanted to get to the bottom of things. Data doesn't lie, Rob. Data is king. And we focused on Pringle as prime suspect to see if he's been leaking. Thing is, as you climb the ladder and as the software updates, you lose the ability to do the most mundane tasks. You have people for admin, and the number of times you're required to do it yourself are rare. Usually have an underling or an executive assistant to do that sort of thing. He smiled at his son. Just for the record, I can still run people. I just never have a cause to.
Pringle doesn't have any yet, but he's got underlings. Gascoigne smiled back. So Shunty's looked through the audit records for all of Pringle's searches on the PNC.
He clattered his saucer down on the desk.
Trouble is, Pringle hardly ever ran any, and when he did it was a series of 10 or more attempts to do it right. So we thought it was an underling. You can picture it, right? Do me a favour and run this, would you? Print it and let me have a look. All that. So we wanted to find out who that could be.
Marshall shifted his focus between them. You thought it was me? Gascoigne rolled his eyes.
We didn't, but we didn't know it wasn't, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
One of the biggest ways you can show trust in someone is to treat them with respect. Milne folded a piece of paper in half. And the reason I'm so impressed with young Shunty is he did it the other way around. He wanted to know who was running queries against Hislop's people and why. He sifted through over 200 records. There's a lot of the usual traffic-related bullshit, some random uniform officers bringing someone in. He handed Marshall the page. But he's got 12 detailed searches and report reads, all by none other than Andrea Elliott. It all slotted into place. Marshall's mind reeled as the bitter truth slithered its way into his consciousness. He opened the page, and his eyes locked onto the report, the words warping and dancing on the page. Elliott's office door was shut. He thought he'd won her round, got her to trust him, but that was just an act. He was the one who'd been played. The taste of betrayal was a cruel blend of acid and ash, searing through his veins, staining the air around him. Cold rage bubbled inside him, threatening to overflow. Gascoigne poured out some more tea without offering any to Marshall.
As a matter of fact, outside of the 6 traffic-related queries there were 15 hits, one each from a DC through there, but the remaining 12 were all hers, all related to people who have now gone missing.
Milne took his fresh cup. So you unearthing the fact D.I. Elliott was at school with and an ex-lover of Gary Hislop adds petrol to this fire. Shunty's asked me for approval to interview her. Have you given it? We wanted to run this past you first, Rob. Why? It's a no-brainer. I mean, I've worked with Elliott for 6 months, but I still think I've got a good handle on her. She's ambitious, to a fault. She'll do anything to get one over anyone else. Marshall shook the page. But leaking to Hislop? I don't know. Makes sense to me. Milne snatched the page back. He's been leaking to her, so it stands to reason. He feeds her the few details that don't matter, when they'll do the least damage. She gives him our prize nuggets when they matter most. Ryan, you've been investigating those possible sources in his organisation. How would they get wind of the investigation otherwise?
Exactly. We need to interview her, that's for sure.
Gascoigne focused on Marshall.
Do you think she's behind them? I'm not putting past her, but I don't fully believe so. No.
Bob, I'm giving my approval. And you?
Me too.
Cool. Milne got out his phone and put it to his ear. Aye, you can get on to it. He paused. You know where she is? Interesting. Let me know how it goes. He put his phone away. She's been speaking to a witness who's backed up Balfour Rattray's alibi. Sounds like they were furnishing a room where they could play a fantasy-based card game. Gashkori laughed.
Like poker?
No, hardcore geeky stuff. I don't understand it, but Shunty does. Anyway, Shunty's waiting for them. Soon as Elliot gets here, we're ready to rock. Gashkori got to his feet.
Right, I'll pave the way for that.
He left the room. Milne looked to Marshall. You honestly think we're barking up the wrong tree?
I don't know, sir. I just don't know. It's a huge accusation to make, and I still think Pringle makes more sense. But I owe it to him and Andrea to find out the absolute truth.
That's what we're here for. Milne hoisted himself up to standing. But you need to focus on the costs of the leaks. People have died because of this, Rob. What's been leaked will lead us to who's leaking and, ultimately, to who benefits. You should follow up on these bits of info.
You're staking a lot on Rakesh's work. He's still pretty green.
Oh, I know. But he's got to make his own mistakes. Tough love. Milne winked. You would have learned a lot of things the hard way. But things don't pan out the way you want, do they?
Chapter 51. Struan. Struan found the last space in the car park at Gallanick.
Thought when you opened a new station like this, you should have enough parking for the people actually working there.
Elliot was in the passenger seat, arms folded. Unmoving, the late morning light burning across her skin. It's not a new station.
Aye, but near us, damn it.
Struan killed the engine but didn't get out. Elliot let out a breath. We've got 2 statements placing Balf in his car in this freaky clubhouse of theirs at the time of the attack. The only thing more embarrassing for him would be if he was there dressed as Frodo and Gundog as Gollum. She shook her head. I don't get why they didn't just say. Men in their 40s like that usually don't give a shit about what they're into.
Doing it for his nephew, though. A secret. Maybe he didn't want it to come out.
Maybe. Sounds like shite, though. How sure was your source that it was him? Struan knew he shouldn't have played that card so early, but he had no choice. But Elliot was on his case, and he needed to win her trust. He raised his hands.
Hey, I just passed on what I heard. I'm sure you've done the same.
Anyway, this is all for Gashkori to decide. She huffed out a sigh. Still, I am disappointed. Thought your source was impeccable on this.
He led us to some truth, though. Cass Sutherland opened up because of that.
Aye, sure, I guess. But you said your source was insistent that Balfour did it. On the plus side, she had bought it hook, line and sinker, so this was now her thing as well as his.
Look, the guys in Hislop's world aren't that different from us in some ways. We all deal in probabilities. The more likely it seems that someone's done something, the more we need to act. It's just our actions that are different. We arrest someone, but they beat the living daylights out of them to find out what they've leaked, then kill them somewhere we'll never find them.
She smirked. Balfour's lucky it didn't look like that then.
I'm sure word will get out that he's in the clear, and likes dressing up as a goblin while he plays his card games.
There was something cold in the way she looked at him. Something calculating. He felt a bead of sweat run down his back. This gambit was in danger of heading south at a quick clip.
Look, boss, there's something else my source told me.
Another lead you didn't pass on? My, now that looks shifty.
I'm telling you it now, okay?
He hoped that hard stare would shut her up.
The people Gashkori and you were talking to have been going missing because of a leak, right?
That's who Shunty and Marshall's daddy are looking for, aye?
Marshall's dad?
Never mind.
Every time you and Gashkori go to speak to them, people like Blake Innes, they have a habit of disappearing.
What's your point, caller?
Stands to reason that it's not just us who've got leaks, right? We've been getting info from someone in their operation to get the names in the first place. My source told me, in a roundabout way, that people in Hislop's organisation suspect it's Kath Sutherland who's leaking to us.
Elliot sat back in the chair. A few uniforms trudged out and got into 2 squad cars, then headed out on patrol. She looked over at Struan. You want to give me the name of your source?
Callum Hume.
Wait, him? We've been trying to get close to him for a year. How the hell did you swing that one?
He was a bit pissed last night. When I told him I was an old mate of Hislop's, he started opening up. I did the research into their rugby days. Few results and significant matches. Also, I'm good at covering lies with half-truths. I did play for Melrose, just not at the same time as them.
Remind me never to play poker with you. Elliot let her seatbelt go. So here's the plan. I suggest you tell Gashkori about this.
Okay.
Struan got out and followed her over the car park. The wind had picked up, but nothing like the level you'd get in Edinburgh. He held the door open for her. She had her phone to her ear. Kirsten, sorry. I just saw your call. Struan didn't want to face the boss just yet, so he learnt just out of earshot, waiting for her to wrap it up. Okay, fine. She killed the call and glowered at him. Kirsten found Hislop's DNA in the relevant places on the exterior of Pringle's vehicle.
So it was that car that hit him?
Correct.
Struan let out a deep breath. So we can assume the Balfour Rat Triangle is dead in the water?
That would appear to be the case, aye. That sounds like old damage.
Sounds like, or is?
Hard to say when his car's at the bottom of a pond. She sighed at her phone. Balfour's still not answering.
Why do you want to speak to him?
Just want to scare him about driving his car into a pond. That's evidence he's destroyed, even if it's by accident. She trudged inside. That big idiot Shunty was chatting to Elliot's husband, the desk clerk. They both swung around and spotted them. Afternoon, gents. Elliot walked over to the security door. The desk clerk walked over and kissed Elliot on the cheek.
Afternoon, love.
Davy? Elliot kissed him back and reached out to swipe her card. Shunty blocked it.
Mom, I need you to come with me.
Excuse me?
Superintendent Milne would like a word in private. Now.
Elliot stared at him, then laughed. Did Marshall put you up to this?
I'm serious, ma'am. This is a serious matter. We've booked an interview room for you. Now, do you need a...
She laughed, then pointed at her husband. Davy, is this you?
His eyes were wide. I don't think it's a joke. When did you know Shunty to be funny?
Fuck this.
Struan stormed over and got between them. Sergeant, back off. You need someone of at least one rank above to interview her.
I know that. Shunty took out his notebook and started writing.
That's why I've got a superintendent sitting in an interview. Struan batted away Shunty's notebook. Don't you dare write down this exchange, you sneaky bastard.
He leaned in close, pressing Shunty back against the door.
You know what they say about direct entry cops, particularly those from protected groups, particularly those that head straight for the Rat Pack as soon as they can.
Struan felt a hand tighten around his bicep. It's fine, Sergeant. Elliot scanned her card against the reader. I've got nothing to hide from this clown. Chapter 52. Elliot. Elliot's usual side of the table was claimed by Shunty and Superintendent Bob Milne. A calculating old fox. Marshall's daddy. But that was a whole other thing she needed to understand. Her chair was hard and unyielding. She traced the well-worn grain of the table with a finger, her thoughts racing, trying to form lines of defence and counterattacks. She was burning up, but she'd never let them see her sweat. Shunty focused to her left. So you're here as a Police Federation rep? She had an unexpected accomplice on her side of the table. Struan nodded. I am, aye. Elliot should have figured that one out. Usually the biggest whiner and most inept officer gravitated towards keeping the lazy, the downtrodden and the corrupt employed. Every Federation rep she'd come across used the role as a buffer, helping themselves stay far enough ahead of the scythe. And the way he'd acted in his very short time in the job, that scythe was going to slice away at his bum cheeks before too long. Well, ready to get started then. Shunty picked up his notebook and read something, then put it to the side. As you know, we're investigating the leaking of confidential material pertaining to the operation against the illicit drugs operations surrounding Gary Hislop. That's a lot of long words. Elliot held his gaze until he looked away. And I'm well aware, just don't know why this has got anything to do with me. Because we have reason to believe it's you who has been leaking said information to said third party. I haven't. Elliot checked her watch. Now, if you don't mind, I need to get on with catching the miscreant who rammed a car into Mr. Hislop. Milne coughed up a laugh. A snake smile filled his face. Inspector, please stop treating this as a joke. I'm not sure why the magnitude of the situation hasn't kicked in yet, but you're under formal interview here. This is being recorded, so please, treat DSIL with respect. Okay, sir, but I am treating this with the respect it deserves. This whole thing is bullshit. Milne flashed up his eyebrows. Bullshit, aye? Aye. Bullshit. Milne blew air up his face, then motioned for Shunty to continue. Shunty scanned his notebook. Do you admit to speaking to Gary Hislop? I do, and I have done all along. It isn't illegal to have conversations with criminals. I think you'll find most serving police officers do so daily. Well, the good ones at least, Rakesh. She let the accusation sit there for a few seconds, then patted her own notebook. I have taken copious notes on all of the conversations with Mr. Hislop. I've detailed the reasons why I talked to him and what I got in return. I briefed DCI Pringle the moment he made contact with me back in January. I've kept DCI Ryan Gashgori in the loop too, as he is leading the drugs investigation into Hislop. And I kept DI Rob Marshall informed too. Did you ever discuss Blake Innes with him? I'm not stupid, Shunty. Of course I didn't. Neil Crozier? Nope. Adam Mitchell Armstrong? Only when he asked me about him. I denied any knowledge. Made some crap joke about his double-barreled surname. So you lied? To a drug dealer! Elliot laughed, but it soon turned into a yawn. Aye, Shunty. Grow up. It's okay to lie to protect an investigation, or to protect the lives of people like Adam, Neil or Blake who are willing to talk to us. Not that it did any good to us or them. Okay. We understand you have some arrangements with bar owners in the area. The hell was he on about? Eh? Shunty ran a finger along a line in his notebook. One Archibald Carnegie. The numpty who owns the Stage Hall Arms in Stow. Elliot laughed. I led him to believe he'd be protected in exchange for info. That was a very long time ago. Standard practice, Shunty. Shunty turned the page, bristling at the use of his nickname, or at least she hoped so.
What about a mysterious case of your favourite wine being left in your car a few months ago?
That wine was lodged into property.
Minus the compromising family photos.
Shite. Where were they getting this stuff from? Talk about leaks.
Shunty leaned forward. And we understand a second case was delivered to your home yesterday morning. She felt a blush rise up her neck.
That's bollocks.
Bob, pal.
Struan cleared his throat, then smiled at Milne.
You and I both know that any good cop has a chiz or two who isn't registered because...
He held up his thumb.
A, they wouldn't sign on formally, and... He added his index finger. B, the information they provided is more than worth the informal risk and can be validated by alternative means. But like Andrea says, this has all been documented by her, and DCI Pringle knew all about it, among others. If you want to waste time going over old ground, then I'd say we've got all day to waste. But we all know that D.I. Elliott has an investigation to lead and, quite frankly, you're boring the socks off us.
This isn't wasting anybody's time.
Milne held her gaze.
But please, we need to know everything you've told Hislop.
Elliot picked up her notebook and opened it at a random page. Just so happened to be a meeting with Hislop. It's all in here, sir, or in the previous two, which are in my storage boxes from the move. You should know that I'm a copious note-taker. It's all in there. Shunty looked to Milne. She closed it and tossed it across the desk to land just in front of Milne. Go on, take it. Have a good old nosy, Shunty. Fill your boots, because there's nothing being hidden from you or anyone. I'm giving you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Sure, some of it won't look good for me, but if I have a fault, it's that I'm always honest. I want to be known as someone who's scrupulously honest, even if it makes me look bad. Shunty took the notebook and put it in an evidence bag.
Thank you.
This is a case of needs must when the devil drives. She shifted her focus between them. To save an abducted child from rape or murder, you'd use whatever means were at your disposal. Right? She let her gaze linger on Shunty. You've seen me doing some unorthodox policing a few months ago, but we got a result. We saved a young woman's life. That's more important to me than dotting every I and J and crossing T's and F's and whatever other letters need it. Milne sat back, arms folded over his gut.
What's your point here?
My point is, if Hislop thinks I'm in his pocket, then so be it. The truth of the matter is, he is in mine, and I'll die with a clear conscience.
As far as you're concerned?
Nope. As far as anyone is or should be. Hislop's given me stuff. I passed it on. All of it. I fed him bogus stuff in a strategic coordination with DCI Gashkori and DCI Pringle. There's no smoke here, lads.
You identified 3 possible sources of information. Did any of those names come from Mr. Hislop?
Nope. They came from DCI Gashkori or his team. I made initial contact with them.
And then they disappeared?
That's correct.
Because you leaked them?
No, I didn't.
Inspector, my colleague here has collated enough evidence to charge you.
Elliot laughed. What, with speaking to Gary Hislop?
No, with leaking sensitive information to him.
This is bullshit, and you know it.
Inspector, let me tell you what I know.
Bent cops leak information to organized crime for money or for other reasons, such as blackmail. In all cases, there's a cost. People's lives usually end. I've done this job for almost 40 years. It's a rarity, I know, but I've specialized in it. And it sickens me to discover people like yourself casually leaking information for a couple of cases of wine. I haven't leaked anything that wasn't agreed with. Inspector, enough!
Your account was used to access multiple records pertaining to the case. Eh? She traced the scars on the table again. Heat was bubbling up from her guts, rising up her neck. Felt like she was on fire. If I've accessed those records, it's because I was working the case. See, Milne leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. That sounds like a good explanation, but it actually falls apart. Do you want to know why? Because nobody else has the same pattern of access. She traced the scars on the table again. Every item you accessed, Inspector, was linked to Hislop's organisation. I'm a big fan of Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is the most likely. You accessed files. You had a channel to Hislop. Ergo, you leaked the files to him. Tell me I'm wrong. She shrugged. You're wrong. Prove it. You're talking about Occam's razor. Have you heard of Hanlon's razor? Milne gave a blank look. Never attribute to malice what can easily be attributed to incompetence. She was looking at Shunty. You need to double-check his work. It's been quadruple-checked. I mean, you're wrong, but... Sweat soaked her hair. Damp, thick. She brushed it back, tucking it behind her ear. How am I supposed to prove that I'm innocent, though? Hislop's never going to admit to having that information, is he? So he's just going to deny it. She paused, taking her time, trying to stop her voice from shaking so much. The thing is, the truth isn't black or white. It's neither. It's all shades of grey. And the trouble with your case, sir, is it's just a smudgy mess. I'm innocent. Whoever's leaked that stuff to Hislop, it's not me. How do you explain the correlation, then? I don't know. It's not my job to. It's your job to prove I did it. You've got access logs, but that contradicts what's in my notebook. It's your job to prove that I passed the information on to Hislop, not just lazily sit there with a half-arsed job. Now, if you and Shunty want to charge me, great, go ahead. But, sir, you seem like you do things the right way. So I'm asking you to focus on the evidence here. The old-fashioned stuff that leads to the truth. Because you're pointing in completely the wrong direction. She flicked a hand at Shunty. And he's still rubbish at good cop, bad cop. Milne sat back and traced his tongue over his lips. Shunty, can you go to 3 o'clock on the 4th of April 2023 in D.I. Elliott's notebook, please? Last Tuesday, Shunty picked the notebook with gloves on and flicked through it. D.I. Elliott was at our home address, sir. Just says it was an urgent family matter. You're really doing this? Milne held her gaze. Doing what? Digging into my private life. Inspector, the reason I ask is the search logs show you were in the Melrose station, reading up on one Blake Innes at the time. That's bullshit. Search records don't lie. Police officers' notebooks can. You piece of shit. I was at home because my daughter had been... I don't want to get into it. Fine. But unless you can convince me, you're going to be charged. You honestly... Fuck it. She had no choice here. None at all. I was called to collect my daughter, Sam. It's usually her father who attends to that kind of thing, but she didn't want her father, so I had no choice. That's your final answer? Don't want to call a friend? It's not an answer, sir. It's the truth. She'd been self-harming and had lost too much blood. Milne swallowed hard. Something passed in his eyes. Okay. We'll take a break there. I've got a phone call to make. He got to his feet and walked over to the door. You're not under arrest, so I can't actually order you to stay, but I can only advise you to sit tight. I'll be back soon. Chapter 53. Marshall. Marshall stood in Gashgori's office, his mind reeling with a concoction of disbelief and anger.
Elliot's betrayal twisted his gut as though he'd been stabbed. How could someone he had relied on, fought alongside and considered a friend, stoop so low? But beneath the fury, a torrent of conflicting emotions surged. He couldn't help but wonder if there was more to the story, further layers of darkness yet to be unveiled. Gashkori stood next to him while Jolene worked away on a laptop, filling a giant TV screen with the information Shunty had found. The case information Elliot had accessed. People, case files, car info, CCTV. Hislop had tried to snare Marshall with a box of wine left in his car seat months ago, then with that bloody delivery first thing the previous day. And Marshall had no previous connection to him. Elliot, though. Her personal history with Hislop served as the foundation of her betrayal. Marshall's fists clenched, his knuckles white. He needed to step back to process things. He ran a finger across the giant screen. These reports she's accessed from your team. Crozier, Mitchell Armstrong, Innes. All three of these have since disappeared, presumed dead, right?
Correct.
Gashkori sighed.
This is looking really bad, isn't it?
Very bad. Oh, Jings! Jolene pulled up another file. This is even worse. Marshall scanned the page. So she accessed information about the drugs investigation into Balfour Rattray. How's that worse?
There are detailed financial records in there.
Gashkori skilled.
And that's material Hislop was definitely interested in. We've spent hundreds of man-days investigating the farm, all based on information Elliot had given us from Hislop, and she'd been leaking it directly back to him.
Marshall frowned. What does Hislop gain from it?
The farm, probably. If we ruin Balfour, he can sweep in and buy up all that land. A lot of acreage to hide stuff.
Gashkori folded his arms across his chest, but he was fizzing.
I've been fairly sanguine up to this point, but now...
He swallowed hard.
Elliot and I were supposed to meet Blake Innes yesterday morning, but he's now in the wind. Andy was pleading innocence and acting like she was as badly affected by it as me. But now she's the one who leaked it. How do I process that?
Marshall's nails dug into his palms. We've just got to let Milne and Sile do their thing, sir. The truth will out.
Aye.
Gashkori ran a hand through his hair.
Where does this leave us with the attempt on Hislop, though? Were Pringle and Elliot working together? Did they attempt to kill Hislop to shut him up?
I don't know, sir. That's quite an extreme act.
Agreed. If they were, though, it means there's something else we're not seeing. Something big enough to kill Hislop over.
Marshall tried to process it, but struggled. He still had that bitter burning sensation in the pit of his stomach, the harsh sense of betrayal. He wanted to help clear her name, but the deeper they dug, the worse it looked for her, the filthier her name was. We need to look at this whole case from scratch. Everything has to be re-evaluated. Gashkori glanced over at the door, misted with the outline of a figure.
Come in.
It opened to a crack, and Sayal peered in. Sir, he stepped into the room. Oh, higher up. Hey, Jolene.
How's it going with her?
Gashkori narrowed his eyes at him.
Or, can't you say?
I can't. Sorry. Sure you understand that.
Aye. What's up?
Looking for Superintendent Milne. He left the interview but hasn't returned. I've searched everywhere, but I've no idea where he is. Chapter 54. Marshall. Marshall tried the Tapestry Cafe first. Same place they'd had coffee first thing. The place was busy with people on their lunch breaks, some lingering from a morning touring the exhibit and others taking a break from jobs. He scanned the place, getting some odd looks from the waitress. Aye, Bob wasn't there. Great. Marshall walked back out onto the high street and into the blustering wind, then looked around the area. The old post office building and the banks leading on to Channel Street. The road back towards Clovenford's and home. Where the hell could he have gone? Marshall got out his phone and called Jolene back. Hi, sir. Drawing a blank, I'm afraid. I checked his hotel in Melrose, but he's not been in since first thing. Left just after 7. Didn't even have breakfast.
Okay. Is his car still in the car park?
Still is, aye. Shunties too.
So wherever he's gone there on foot, meaning he's somewhere local. Marshall sighed. Okay, I'll call you if I find anything.
Me too.
Thanks, Jolene.
Marshall killed the call and took in another circle of the street. No idea where he'd gone. He knew nothing about his father, a man who'd spent a lifetime undercover and hunting down dirty cops. Lying was second nature to him. Another scan, another blank result. Marshall had to just wait to see where he'd gone. But nothing sat right about the whole thing. Why had he buggered off in the middle of an interview? That didn't make any sense to him. Like most normal cops, Marshall would devise a strategy, then stick to it until he couldn't take it anymore. Bugger the interviewee's stamina. There always came a point where they either broke or were sticking to a rehearsed story with no way through. Whether you reached that point in 5 minutes or 5 hours, you'd get there eventually. But Bob Milne wasn't a normal cop. He was career internal affairs, dancing from force to force across the UK to take down bent cops. Maybe there was some innocent explanation, like a hearty breakfast flying through him like a dose of salt. He'd left the station, though. But Marshall knew how bad the toilets could get in a police station around lunchtime, once all those bacon rolls and coffees made their way through distressed digestive tracts. Entirely plausible that Milne just wanted Elliot to stew. They'd gone in pretty quickly, so maybe he was giving her space to mull it over. Someone like Elliot had seen enough deals in her time, so maybe a little coercion would go a long way to securing a conviction. Keep her pension, maybe, depending on what she could give them in return. Christ. Marshall was treating her like she was guilty. It looked like she was, but still, presumed innocent. Sod it. This was a dead end. Marshall trudged back towards the station, then stopped dead. Bob Milne was sitting in the window of the pub on the corner. Used to be the Harrow Inn, but it didn't have a sign up now. Marshall thought it was called the Gala Tap, a pun on the tapestry over the road. He strolled over, hands in pockets, trying to act casually. Then he stopped dead again. Bob was sitting with Catherine Sutherland. What in the name of hell was he up to? Leaving an interview to speak to someone who worked for the victim of his case. Fuck it. Marshall walked into the bar, but didn't immediately go to their table. A haze wafted through the air, but not cigarette smoke, burnt toast and sizzling burgers. He could taste the fat in the air, exposed brick walls adorned with vintage posters, obscure artwork and vintage neon signs, flickering with whimsical messages. Tapestried out? Pastries by Dimitri, the palest of ales. The Horseshoe Bar squirmed around the room, with its array of taps, each one glistening with the promise of the exotic, from hoppy IPAs to rich stouts and tart sours. The afternoon sun peeked through the curtains, the gentle rays casting warm light on the mismatched furniture scattered throughout the bar. Rustic wooden tables, adorned with handmade coasters and vintage beer mats, the crackle of vinyl playing through giant PA speakers harmonized with the clinking of glasses and the drone of chatter. A bearded waiter in a stripy top and drainpipe jeans carried an avocado toast topped with edible flowers, along with an artisanal charcuterie selection on what looked like an old section of floorboard. Bloody hipsters. Marshall followed him over
and waited for him to deposit the food in front of Milne and Kath. "Enjoy." He turned around and skipped to the side to get past. Marshall pulled up a chair and joined them. "Fancy meeting you here." Bob sat back. "Hi there." He was brazening it out, was he? "That looks nice." Marshall leaned forward and scoured the floorboard, like he was looking for something to eat. "It's pretty good to find you both here. Means you can't deny knowing each other. Surprised you're here and not in Kelso."
"Half day Tuesday." Kath got up. "I need to go to the toilet."
Marshall watched her go. At least she did actually go to the bathroom instead of leaving the bar. "What's up, Rob?" Marshall snatched a little gherkin from the plate and took his time crunching it. "Why did you slip off from an interview with a suspect in your case to meet with a witness in mine?" "Oh, here we go. You think you're smelling a rat. Hard to not see it that way." Milne took a sip from a hazy pint glass. "Alcohol-free, in case you're wondering." "Right. Why are you meeting her?" "Wee spot of lunch. During an interview." "Come on, Rob. Spit it out. What's going on in that galaxy-sized brain of yours? Are you having sex with her?" Milne laughed. "You're so smart, Robert, aren't you? Chip off the old block." He pointed at the platter. "Anyway, help yourself to my chorizo or artichoke hearts, won't you?" He picked up a slice of salami and chewed it, then sipped more of his beer. Kath came back but didn't sit down. She didn't look like she had the appetite for her avocado toast or any of the meat Milne was powering through.
"I need to get home."
Bob toyed with a length of Gruyere. "This guy upsetting you?"
"A bit. Sure you'll enjoy my lunch on top of that, though."
She brushed past Marshall on her way out. Milne got up with a yawn.
"Need to take a piss."
"Mind my food, would you?" Marshall watched him swagger over to the toilet, his rickety legs like a cowboy in one of those old films Grumpy would watch on a Sunday afternoon. He still had no idea why Bob Milne was buying Kath Sutherland lunch. And Milne wasn't going to talk. Well, he had the gift of the gab, but he wasn't going to tell the truth. So Marshall followed Kath outside, worrying his old man was bent. Chapter 55. Marshall. Marshall followed Kath along Scott Street, past the original shop in Hislop's Chain, in amongst a block dotted with hairdressers and a newsagent. Just after Scott Street merged with Gala Park, like two tributaries forming a river but taking only one of their names. She turned onto Rosebank Place, a row of squat modern semis, in an area full of Victorian tenements. Marshall stayed on the corner and took it in. The light flashed on upstairs. He got out his phone. No answer from Jolene, even though he could practically see the station from up here. He didn't want to go in there alone and ask. He needed air cover, ideally from a female officer. So he just had to wait. A taxi turned up and pulled in outside. The bald driver tapped at his phone. Kath was going somewhere. Marshall didn't have a choice of waiting for Jolene. He had to go inside now. He skipped across the road and knocked on the door, waiting in the blustery wind. Going to be a brutal night. He'd need to hunker down and hope the flat didn't get shaken too much, assuming this day ever ended. Kath opened the door in a dressing gown. Hair damp. Red flag. Don't go in. Marshall stepped back and held his expression steady. "Sorry, I've interrupted you. I can come back."
"I'm just out of the shower. I'll be 2 ticks."
Before he could complain, she raced off up the stairs, left the door open. "Do not go in." Marshall waited outside, turned away, arms folded.
The wind blowing. He called Jolene again. No answer again. He shouldn't be doing this. And he shouldn't have confronted his father back there. But something snapped in him. 30 years of being lied to by everyone. 30 years of being less important than everything else. 30 years of complete bullshit. Hi. Sorry. Kath reappeared. Her long hair damp and hanging over one shoulder. Jeans, low-cut top, barefoot. Come in. She opened the door and showed him inside. Decent-sized living room cum kitchen, minimal to the point of stark. White walls filled with vibrant artworks containing all of the colours. Stripped floorboards that match the coffee table. Lime sofa with pink cushions. Pink armchair with lime cushions. Can I get your tea or coffee? Maybe a glass of wine? Thanks, but I'm on duty. Marshall took the armchair, admitting that it was inappropriate anyway. I've just had a coffee, so I'm fine. Thanks. Okay. He thumbed behind him. Are you heading somewhere? Meeting a pal for some drinks in Edinburgh. She perched on the edge of the sofa. So, Marshall got out his notebook. I'll make this brief. Just need to ask you a few more questions. I've answered a lot of them already. And you'd be mostly helpful. Mostly? It's taken a few passes to confirm some things, but I appreciate everything you've given us so far. She nodded and perched on the edge of the sofa, hands clasped in front of her. When do you finish? Excuse me? Your shift? When do you get off? I'm not sure. Being a detective isn't a 9-to-5 gig. I could wait if you fancied going for a drink. The red flag was hoisted right up the mast, klaxons blaring, lights flashing. It'd be unprofessional of me. She nibbled at her lip. What about in a few weeks? If we bumped into each other in the street? I'm in a relationship. She raised an eyebrow. Doesn't mean you're not looking. Marshall smiled at her. I'm not looking. He'd spent so long being inadvertently celibate, and now he was the centre of some unwanted attention like this. It was unnerving, to say the least. His neck felt like it was on fire. Sure. Okay. I'll get it. She sat back with a smile, brushing it off like it didn't happen. What do you want to know? Let's start with why you were meeting Superintendent Milne. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Why do you want to know? Are you investigating him? No, that's not my job. It's his though, right? Investigating corrupt cops. I'm not sure he should be telling you that. He has, so I guess the cat's out of the bog. She laughed. Shouldn't you have another cop with you? I should. Marshall sighed. What were you talking about? The decline of Western civilization and the end of history. I'm being serious here. I just met him for lunch, that's it. How do you know him? She sat back and snorted. Listen, I think you need to tell me what this is about, don't you? Are you passing on information from him to Hislop? Excuse me? Is Superintendent Milne leaking sensitive material to you? She laughed. Look, whatever you think is going on, it's not. I've nothing to do with Hislop's other businesses. What other businesses are those? I don't know. She threw her hands up in the air. People keep mentioning stuff, but I'm not involved in any of it. All I do is run the hardware store in Kelso. I'll be the manager soon. This doesn't really stack up for me. I don't see why you'd go to lunch with him. Her eyes scanned around the room, dancing across her familiar possessions, not that there were many of them. If you must know, I was giving him information on this case he's working. You were giving him information. Correct. I'm a source.
That usually works out because you've done something you shouldn't have. Means you get off with a crime in exchange for information. What did you do?
Why are you hassling me so much? Why can't you take this up with him?
I did. Marshall let the words settle there for a bit, watching her fingers twitching. Definitely something being hidden here. I just want to see what lies you both come up with. Interesting how they are the same.
Bob's a good man.
Marshall laughed. Right, sure.
You don't believe me?
No, I don't. When I look at Bob Milne, I see a narcissist who thinks he's better than everyone else. An arrogant old fool who makes mistakes and disowns them. He's an internal affairs cop because he can't handle the truth about himself. That he's unreliable, duplicitous, conniving. But worst of all, he can't stay the course in his personal life, so he tries to pretend he's perfect in his professional life.
Well, you really hate the guy, don't you?
I don't hate anyone. But when people refuse to answer straightforward questions, I don't like that.
I mean, considering you've been working with him, what, a day, you built up this picture of him?
Marshall nodded. I've got my reasons.
Sure you have. Sure you can't justify anything, eh?
What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know. But from where I'm sitting, you're the arrogant one. One of those cops who comes into a single woman's home and starts giving her hassle about someone she's meeting. That reeks of desperation to me. Are you desperate? And if so, why are you desperate?
Marshall locked eyes with Kath. I've asked you before, but you didn't answer. Are you sleeping with him? She laughed.
With Bob?
Aye. Are you sleeping with him? She shook her head, a leer on her face.
No, I'm not sleeping with Bob.
Why should I believe you?
Because I'm his daughter.
Chapter 56. Marshall. Marshall pulled up outside his home. Luckily, the beast had got them all the way back from Gala without dying. All 3 miles. Kath was in the passenger seat, staring into her lap.
So, I've got a sister too.
That's right. We need to take this easy. This is as much of a shock to me as it is for you. And it's going to be a hell of a shock to Jen too.
You're saying that like I knew I had a brother and a sister.
Bob never talked about us.
Never.
That's... Wow. Marshall opened the door and stepped out. Come on. Kath followed him over to the door. Marshall unlocked the door, then called up the stairs. Hello, Jen. Are you decent? She scurried down the stairs in her off-duty gear. Tracky bottoms, massive Foo Fighters t-shirt and monster claw slippers, lugging a basket of washing.
What are you doing home?
Marshall looked up the stairs. Who have you got up there?
Just your cat.
He's a hussy. Marshall pointed to the door. Need your tip? Jen frowned at Kath.
Rob, if you're going to break up with Kirsten and bring home someone new, a bit of warning would it be nice?
Marshall held her gaze. Jen, this is Kath Sutherland. She stepped inside.
Hi. Hi back.
She's her sister. Jen dropped her basket of clothes. Ankle socks and bras tumbled down the stairs.
She's what? Half-sister.
Kath seemed to shrink in height.
I'm your father's daughter.
Jen picked up the basket and stuffed the underwear back in. Then she raced through into the kitchen and squatted in front of the washing machine. She started filling it, shaking her head.
How?
Marshall grabbed a rogue sock and followed her through. Here.
Ta.
Jen looked around at Kath.
You look a lot younger than us.
How old are you?
28. So almost 10 years younger than us.
Jen twisted the dial and set the washing to go.
She stood up, then blew air up her face. This wasn't on my bingo card for today? She looked at Kath, standing in the kitchen doorway, then looked away. A pot of soup bubbled away on the hob. You're in touch with him? All my life, aye. Jen pressed her tongue deep into her cheek, then swapped to the other side. How come he stuck with you? Dad. Let's just call him Bob, shall we? Jen walked over to the kettle and filled it from the tap. I'll make some tea. Sit, please. Kath took Marshall's usual seat. Marshall stayed standing, leaning in close to his sister. His twin sister, rather than half. Christ, this was going to take a lot of getting used to. Jen, this is as much of a shock to her as it is to us, okay? So please, go easy on her. As if I'd do anything else. Marshall laughed. It came out a lot more like a bark than he'd intended. I want nice Jen, okay? With an elderly patient Jen, not with her dickhead brother Jen. Fine. Jen sat next to Kath, but their body language was outright hostility. Arms folded, facing away from each other with a scowl. Aye, Marshall could see their family resemblance. So, Jen kept looking over at the kettle. You've known Bob all your life. Talk to us. What's there to say? I grew up in Aberdeen. Moved down here recently. Why? Why what? You left a life up there to come here. Bob doesn't even live here. My granddad does. Grumpy? Jen exhaled so much air it was a wonder she wasn't gasping for more already. Sorry, but this sounds like bollocks. Kath leaned forward. Look, Quine, I don't have to be here taking this crap from you. Crap? Jen's eyebrows shot up. Quine! You know what I mean. Look, you're using some pretty hostile language. Jen smiled. Yep, I feel pretty hostile. I seriously don't have to do this. Kath thumbed over at Marshall. I'm here because he asked me to do this with you both. So this is a courtesy. And you two probably have as many questions as I have. I don't have any answers, or none that I can think of. But I want to at least talk this through like grown-ups, even if that's beyond you. Jen walked over and tipped some loose tea into her favourite pot. She poured the hot water in just as it clicked, then slammed the lid on the pot. She turned around, folded her arms, and actually smiled. So, you knew him growing up? Aye. As in, he lived with you? Nope. I lived with Mum, but Dad was reasonably present in my life. I mean, Bob. Okay. But you knew him as Dad. Right. Kath shifted her gaze between them. Gather you two only met him for the first time last night. As adults, aye. Jen uncrossed her arms, then recrossed them. I gave him a piece of my mind. He's a good man. Believe that when I see it. Jen got 3 mugs out of the cupboard. So he didn't live with you? He did for a few years. Then he got another job, so he moved to another force in Scotland, down in Glasgow. So I'm a lot less. Then he moved to England, like Hampshire, and a few others. He kept coming back to see me. What, like once a year? 6 months? At least once a month. Wow! Jen looked over at her brother, eyes wide. Hard not to feel jealous, eh? I know. Marshall swallowed. It's what I've been dealing with all the way over here. How he jettisoned us to have another family. Kath frowned. That's not fair. Or true. Jen laughed. He literally left us for you. You don't understand. Neither of you do. Jen rested a fist on her hip. What's not to understand? He had a family with Mum. Left us when we were 7. 3 years later he has you. Marshall got up and walked over to her. I had a chat with him earlier, Jen. He told me a bit about what happened, I suppose.
It's not as straightforward as you're making out.
Feels pretty black and white to me.
He told me all about it. He tried to make it work, but it just didn't. He was an undercover cop in Aberdeen, working away from home. Things were messy. Mum wouldn't let him see us. Returned all of his presents, that kind of thing. And we were left with her version of what an awful guy he was.
Jen shook her head slowly.
And you think he's okay?
Not quite. I have massive doubts, but nothing's ever black or white, eh?
Bloody hell.
Jen clattered the mugs onto the table.
Who was your mum, Kath?
Kath sighed.
Mary Sutherland. She'd been married before. Lost her husband in the Piper Alpha. You know, that offshore oil rig disaster. She was compensated massively, but she really missed him. So she kept his name as a memory. And then she had me. Kath Sutherland.
Jesus Christ!
Jen started pouring tea into the cups. She took a deep breath.
Can I speak to him?
Chapter 57. Struan. Struan sat at his desk at the edge of the office space and opened the foil around his burrito. He didn't expect there to be anything so exotic in Gala, but there you go. A Mexican restaurant, run by a fellow who loved to chat as much as Struan did. It smelled magnificent, and, judging by the envious looks he was getting from his new colleagues, it was pungent enough to spread around the room. Peachy. He took a bite and unlocked his machine. The door of Gashgori's office opened and yet another drugs officer left. Something was going on in there, but Struan had to be careful he wore the right hat when speaking to him. The detective's fedora, not the Federation rep's crash helmet. As he ate, his thoughts raced like wild horses. Elliot's arrest and interview cut through him like a surgeon's scalpel. He'd only met her the previous day, but things had escalated to a ridiculous point already. Not for the first time in his career, Struan was going to have to play both sides to find out the truth. He opened the case file on his laptop, a labyrinth of digital paperwork, and started trying to unravel the tangle. He sifted through the documents, chewing the fiery chicken burrito, his eyes scanning lines devoid of sentiment or emotion. Just cold, hard facts. Each page held a piece of the puzzle, a fragment of the narrative that led them to her perceived betrayal. She'd taken on an informant in a drugs investigation. Not exactly unusual, but it seemed like she had some history with the guy, personal history, and that made someone like Marshall smell a rat. Someone on the case had been leaking. That much was clear to Struan. Too many coincidences for that not to be so, like in Putin's Russia, where his enemies somehow ended up walking too close to windows at just the wrong time. But was it Elliot? That shunty kid was smart, attacking the case with an oblique strategy, and succeeding, pinning the leaks back to Access. Struan would never have thought of doing it like that, and it was hard not to agree with the conclusion. The people who'd gone missing were being set up as informants on Heslop's empire. It was all in the case file, names and dates. But that got something tingling in him. A little nugget of a thought started spreading through his synapses. Elliot was working the case. She knew who they'd been speaking to, so she wouldn't need to access the files to leak them. She'd just tell Heslop what she knew. That had been jarring up against everything for a few hours now, but it only crystallized now he searched for the truth. Okay, so the upshot of that was that there was someone else leaking, but the digital paper trail led back to Elliot. Struan opened up the master directory and there was nothing there.
What the hell?
He was interrupted by the arrival of Peyton. Just her presence made him tense up.
What you up to?
He tried to ignore her.
Just working away.
Could do with some guidance, Sarge.
Could do with you showing some initiative and bringing me some leads.
You've been away for hours.
Peyton wheeled her chair over to him.
Don't you want to know what we've been working on?
Struan ignored her. I'm sure one or both of you will have briefed DCI Gashkori, right?
That's a bit harsh, isn't it?
Is it? Tell me you haven't.
I haven't.
Great. And whatever it is, it can wait.
Struan flicked a hand at the empty directory structure.
I'm working on something here.
Sarge, if you don't mind, I think we need to clear the air. You've come in here and tried to bully us. It's been ridiculous. You should try working with us, not against us.
But, sure. Okay. Fine.
Struan went back to the laptop, but nothing was in the right place. Most of it was missing. How the hell could anyone leak stuff that wasn't even there? He looked over at Peyton.
Can I borrow you for a second?
Her expression softened for a moment. Right?
I'm kind of struggling to find my way around the case file.
It's standard, isn't it?
No. Complete opposite. This is a joint operation with drugs, so everything's filled on their server, and it's all over the place. Can't make head nor tail of it.
She pushed in next to him and grabbed his mouse and keyboard, then started delving into the depths of the server, navigating parts of the digital labyrinth he hadn't seen.
How are you doing that?
Went on a course, Sarge. She raised an eyebrow. Sounds like you need to do it too. What are you looking for?
The stuff that's been leaking.
Look. Her eyes narrowed, her jaw clenched. I heard D.I. Elliott's been arrested. Is this?
Nope. She's just been interviewed.
But she's not been released.
The interview's on hold.
Word is she's been leaking information.
That's not for me to brief you on. Okay.
She pointed at the screen. But it's something to do with these files, right? His gaze locked onto hers.
There's a leak somewhere on this investigation, either on the drug side or on ours. It's not me, obviously, as I've just started and I can't find anything on this bloody network. But I am determined to get to the bottom of it.
You trying to clear her name?
I'm just doing my job, Ashley. If it exonerates her, peachy. But if it doesn't, then I want to know. Everyone thinks she's been leaking, so they're not looking for any other culprits.
His fists tightened.
And this whole story doesn't add up for me.
Peyton rolled her eyes. Oh, so now you're going to solve it all on your own?
Trying to, aye.
Okay. Well, I'll leave you be. She rolled her chair back to her desk, leaving him staring at the empty screen again. He sighed.
Constable, can you...
Ash.
Excuse me?
My name's Ash, not Ashley. If you want my help, you call me that. I call you Struan or Sarge, and you need to stop bullying us.
Fine. Thank you, Ash.
Just be civil, Struan. That's all you need to do. She wheeled back, then hammered the keyboard like it was a typewriter. There it is. The screen was filled with a list of documents. This is the new server. It's pretty complex, but it's much more powerful. Means things don't get lost so easily. All the files here are tagged with keywords.
Like hashtags on Twitter?
Right, that kind of thing. Means everything can be in multiple folders at once, if you will. So you can search across the whole set of data and see what's relevant.
Seems very complicated, Struan laughed. And they expect cops to use this?
Drug Squad do things their way. Struan looked at the directory and things started to make sense. All of the files in the case sat there.
So these tags.
Off to the right were a number of buttons with one or more words on. Gary Hislop was a tag, so he clicked on it and another view opened up, filled with a few files. Top of the list was a file created that morning. Operational plan for arrest of Gary Hislop. Struan leaned forward.
What the hell is this?
Peyton hovered her finger above the screen. Published by DCI Gashkori 50 minutes ago. Struan opened the file and scanned through the contents. It did what it said on the tin. Once Hislop was discharged from hospital, the plan was to pick him up. Maps of the hospital with placements of officers, all ready to catch and arrest Hislop. And just like she said, the document was signed by Gashgori on behalf of the Drugs Command, countersigned by the head of Specialised Crime Division. Nothing in Struan's inbox about it. So maybe he was on the outside of the operation now who'd been outed as a Federation rep. All those drugs cops going in and out of Gashgori's room were on the inside. Elliot couldn't leak this file, given she was stewing in an interview room like overcooked cabbage. If his theory was correct, the leaker would find that file, then hand it off to someone in Hislop's world. Struan knew someone in that world, someone very senior. Just had to watch them and follow them to the leaker. Chapter 58. Marshall. Marshall got out of the beast and opened the door for Kath. His head felt like the pressure cooker making soup back in Jen's kitchen, ready to explode. She got out into the cool air. You okay there? Not really. Marshall clocked Jen's approach, her hostile raised shoulders, then led Jen and Kath across the car park to Gala Nick. His sisters. Plural. Aye. He'd look up his therapist's number soon. Lot to process there. The station's front entrance was chaos. The card reader was a mess of exposed wires. Davy Elliot turned around, then gave a deep sigh. Rob! He scratched his head with the blunt end of his screwdriver. Bloody hell! Marshall smiled at Jen, then Kath. Give me a sec here. He walked over. You okay there, Davy? Bobbed out to do the school run, and of course that's when the boy turns up, eh? Forgot to get someone to cover, and he's buggered off on his break without fixing it. Supposed to be a bloody police station, supposed to be secure. Marshall nodded slowly. Heard about Andrea? Aye. Davy shook his head, looking away. I mean, I've nothing really to worry about because she's innocent, right? I honestly can't say anything. Come on, Rob. Seriously. Need to get into the office and sign these two in. Davy looked at Kath and Jen. They were chatting at least. I'll trust you, Rob. Thousands wouldn't. He pressed his screwdriver against the wire. The light went green. Et voila. Cheers. Marshall let his sisters go first, then followed them into the office space. Nobody paid them any attention. Despite this being a brand new place of work, or maybe because of it, he walked up the aisle at the side, then opened his office door. Have a seat. They took the chairs by his desk and sat in mirrored poses. Sheer hostility. He hoped they'd thaw, but that was a while off. I'll be right back. Marshall walked up to Gashgori's office and peered through the glass. Sure enough, Bob Milne was in there, scrunched over a laptop. Marshall rapped on the door and entered without a word. He focused on Gashgori, sitting behind his desk with a sour look on his face. Sir, I need a word with the superintendent. Busy. Milne looked up from the laptop with a groan, then started rubbing at his neck. Have you seen Struan Liddell? Not for a while, why? Marshall thumbed behind him. Need a word. In private. Milne shook his head. Not happening. Too busy with this case. Way too busy. This is a private matter, sir. And this is in office hours. Milne tapped his bling watch a few times. Come on, Rob. Your kids. All three of us. Gashgori was frowning at them. What's going on? Nothing. Milne hoisted himself up to standing. I'll be back pronto. He stepped out into the office space, staying close to Marshall. What are you up to? We know about our sister. Your sister? What are you talking about? With all due respect, you're out of order here. Milne motioned across the room. We've got a bent cop in a paused interview, A senior officer who probably attacked a local gangster. And you're talking about a sister? Reason this can't wait, sir, is she's involved in this case. Kath Sutherland. Marshall gestured back at Gashgori's office. Did you brief him on that conflict of interest? Milne narrowed his eyes. Okay. They're in my office. Milne stormed down the row of doors, then pushed into Marshall's room. Marshall jogged to catch up, then slammed the door behind him. All three of them had the same hostile look, lips pursed, arms folded, eyes narrowed. Milne looked at each of them in turn. I guess you all know then. Jen was first to speak. What way to find out? My idiot brother showing up at my door with her in tow. Kath shot her a glare. Speak for yourself. I only found out because he thought I was banging our father. Marshall put his shaking hands in his pockets. As much as he hated confrontation, he hated burying things even more. You two having lunch looked shifty as hell. Come on, Milne sighed. It's lovely seeing you three together, but I guess I owe you all an apology. Kath raised her eyebrows. And then some. You didn't tell me about them, or them about me. Why? I've made a lot of bad choices in my life. Jen laughed. So we're bad choices? No, that's not what I meant. Milne pinched his nose. I've got 3 great kids. You two... What happened, though? It's nothing to do with me. Damn right it's not. Jen stood up and walked over to stand next to her brother. Reason we're who we are is because of Mum, in spite of you. Look. Milne raised his hands. I've not handled any of this at all well. A look passed between Jen and Kath, maybe a softening, realizing they were on the same side of this. Maybe. Still, Milne smirked. It's amazing seeing you together. 3 kids, though. That's good going for a poofter like me. It hit Marshall like a sledgehammer. What? Milne locked eyes with his son. I'm gay, Robert. Homosexual. A poofter, as people used to call me. Marshall listened to the words. Each syllable was a bullet to his gut. The ghosts of his childhood he had buried beneath years of work were being exhumed right in front of him. The office felt too small, too stuffy. He ran a hand through his day-old stubble. His heart thundered in his chest. Marshall leaned back against the wall, aching to rewind time and return to the comforting embrace of ignorance. But you can't unring a bell. The hardened detective was back to being just a boy who'd lost his father all over again. Judging by her skill, it was news to Kath, too. You're gay. That's not a very woke attitude, Catherine. No, but... Gay? Seriously? Aye. Hasn't been a crime in a good while of. No, but... Jen paced forward, fists clenched, body language Marshall had read 100 times before. If you're gay, how could you have kids with Mum and with her mother? Jennifer. Milne raised his hands, as if to parry a blow. Janice was on board. Mum knew? Aye, she was going to be looked after well, but she... What? Mum was a surrogate? That sounds so crass. But you paid her to have kids? Jennifer, that's not... Sounds a hell of a lot like it. We compromised. We pretended to be husband and wife. I pretended to be your dad and away on business a lot when you were little. But as you got older, your mother knew it wasn't going to work and forced me to leave. Marshall's head felt like it had already exploded. Ton weights dragged his shoulders down. He locked eyes with Milne. His face might be full of cheeky mischief, but his eyes were like black holes, empty and cold. What were you going to do with a child? Milne glowered at him.
Eh?
You were going to pay Mum to be a surrogate for us. If it had just been one egg fertilised, you were going to raise me or Jen on your own.
Milne sighed. No.
Marshall felt a sting in his eyes, a sudden wetness, but he pushed it back. This wasn't the time for tears. Not yet. He'd weathered worse storms than this. This was... It just ran deep, that's all it was. He anchored himself in the reality. His office in a police station. You're a liar.
I'm not.
This story about you being gay is just a convenient trump card to get out of 30 years of parenting. A nice little explanation, all wrapped up in a bow. A convenient story to avoid answering difficult questions, or face your shitty life decisions. You left us because you didn't want to live with us.
It's not that simple, Rob.
Milne shook his head.
Is it the gay thing that's bothering you?
Of course not.
When I was young, Rob, it was much less acceptable than nowadays.
I get it. When we were kids, sure there was homophobia everywhere. But there were gay kids in my school. I understand that whole thing.
Marshall gritted his teeth, swallowing down bile.
It's the lying that's the problem. 30 years is a long time to lie, even if it is by omission.
Milne couldn't look at any of them. Okay, Rob, I get that. I don't deserve anything.
But we do. All three of us deserve the truth. No lying, no fucking about, the absolute truth, now.
Milne pushed between them, then walked into the corner and turned around. He took a deep breath, then shifted his gaze between his three children. His jaw pulsed. His fists clenched. I was in a relationship with a man, John. We were in love, but John died. I was 25. He was 32. This was years before civil partnerships, let alone gay marriage. But I took his surname, John Milne. No more Bob Marshall. Some people took us as brothers, but John always corrected them. He accepted me. The first person in my life to do that. Marshall did the sums in his head. He died when Mum was pregnant with us, right? Exactly. We wanted a kid. I was going to have one with John's sister, but she pulled out of it.
Jen slumped back in her chair. So you were using Mum as a surrogate for you and your boyfriend? Wasn't that illegal?
Still is, but depends how the payments and contract were agreed. You have to prove there's a crime underlying it. But Jennifer, when you both came along, your mother couldn't give you up, so she backed away from the whole deal. If it was in, say, California now, I could have sued. But Melrose in the 80s? Forget it. When John died, your mother knew the deal. Trouble was, she was young, even younger than me. The reality hit her hard. Being pregnant, she realised how desperately she wanted kids, even with a gay man. I was never going to be in a romantic relationship for her, so I moved in with her to be with you. You were the last connection I had with John.
He's our father.
No, it was my sperm used to fertilise your mother's eggs.
Right. Marshall swallowed down bitter revulsion at the cold, mechanical language he used. Jen nodded along with some unvoiced thoughts. Tried to make it work, but it didn't.
Exactly. And when it was clear it wasn't working, I stepped away. I didn't want to raise you in a household where your parents are arguing all the time.
That whole thing set Mum up to be gaslit by Graham Thorburn, and all that happened. Kath frowned. Who the hell is he?
Long story. Milne blew air up his face. Yet another thing I've got to feel guilty about.
Jen looked over at Kath. How does her mother fit into this?
Mary was John's sister.
You said you were going to have a child with her?
Aye, initially. She pulled out of it. Knew she couldn't give a kid over, even to her brother. But over time she relented. We became close. We both missed John and we had Kath. I stayed in her life as much as I could, but Jen was on her feet now.
Like Rob said, it's the lying that hurts most of all. Getting Mum to lie as well, and Grumpy, it's a lot.
That's not what happened.
Mum didn't know you were gay.
Course she did. Milne shook his head. Your grandfather too. Only thing he said when I came out to him was, studs up, whatever that means. He swallowed something down. I've told you all the truth. It hurt me as much as it hurt you all. Being shunned and sent away because of who I am. Not seeing my kids. It hurt. So I threw myself into my work, going undercover to take down the people trafficking ring that killed John.
He was a cop.
My DI as it happened. And I did it. Took those pricks down. And that's when I finally felt able to breathe again. That's when Kath happened. A smile sparkled on his lips. A wee miracle.
They all sat there with the truth clinging to them like anthrax powder. The air conditioning hummed and puffed out a blast of something sweet. Milne broke the silence first.
If you must know, Kath is a source.
You mean a witness?
No. A source. Someone leaking to drug gangs really gets my goat up, so I picked up that case when I started. Real reason I was down here to speak to your mother and Grumpy was to see what's what. Walk into Hislop's shop and eyeball him. He wasn't in, but she was. What are the chances of that? I warned her off, but she wouldn't leave. I could see she'd taken a bit of her old man's stubbornness. So I got her to start talking to me. And we're getting somewhere, Rob. And on your case, too.
Marshall knew when he was being fed shite. Still, he smiled.
Go on. Reason we were meeting was to catch up. She hadn't been in touch for a fortnight. She said Pringle was in the shop last week. Marshall didn't want to rise to it. Go on. Pringle was speaking to Hislop. She was through the back, so she doesn't know what they talked about. But he left in a hurry. She came out when the door slammed. Weird thing is, a young girl was in the car. Pringle's daughter. She doesn't know, but I'd say it's likely. Thing she did hear, though, was Hislop making a comment about the pretty young thing in his car. Something like, I bet she's tasty, eh? Obviously trying to goad Pringle. I mean, the stupid twat drove there to speak to Hislop with his kid in the car. Of course he's going to get something like that back. What did he expect? Marshall could take that down a whole other avenue, but he let that burn away in the background. What did Pringle say to that? She's not sure, but Hislop said, I don't chew my cabbage twice. Cabbage? Marshall felt a surge of lightheadedness. He said that. Yep. Had to Google it myself. Milne held up his phone. It's an old Roman saying dating from an earlier Greek one, apparently, about how you don't repeat yourself. Marshall had one answer. The cabbage's comment in the interview with Graham Thorburn, which felt like months ago. What was he repeating himself about? That's what I want to know too, Rob. Kath doesn't know. Based on stuff in our interview with him, I suspect it could be something to do with credible threats made against Pringle way back when. As in, he won't let Pringle get off so lightly this time. Made sense to Marshall. Then Hislop said, What do you call an angry BMW owner? A sauerkraut. Another cabbage joke. Pringle kept going on about cabbages when he had his breakdown. I know. Nice to have some sort of explanation for it. Milne flared his nostrils and gestured towards his youngest. After he left, Hislop called someone, but Kath didn't hear it. You believe her? No reason not to, Rob, but I'm more than a bit concerned. Why? Could be he was calling Elliot. It'll be on the phone records. Come on. She'll have a burner. They both will. Which you obviously don't have. Otherwise you'd know this already. No, but we'll be able to get a number from any number of means and we'll track it. It'll give us a locus of where the mobile's been. Means we can see if it's been on in Elliot's house or nearby.
But that's assuming it's been on. True. Meanwhile, we could do with speaking to the girl. Pringle's daughter. Aye. She's 8. He's not going to have told her anything. Still, worth a chat. Mother might know something. Might not make sense to her, but coupled with what we know... Got it. Marshall nodded. I can call her mother and set that up. Do it. Marshall got out his phone and hit dial. Answered straight away. Rob. Hi, Bellew. Marshall got up and walked away, but turned back to keep an eye on them in case they buggered off again. Need to have a word if that's okay. Shoot. It's one of those in-person deals. Also need to speak to Sarah. Right. She snorted. We're at the hospital. Chapter 59. Pringle. Pringle lay in his bed. The hospital room walls didn't so much close in on him as shimmer and shift around. He hated this. The flickering fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, their incessant hum tangling with his thoughts. He tried to grasp the fleeting fragments of reality, desperately clinging to moments of clarity that slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. His gaze wandered aimlessly around the room, and he thought he caught a glimpse of Bellew standing by the window. His heart skipped a beat, her cascading hair and warm smile. She seemed to beckon him, but as quickly as she appeared, she dissolved into the haze of his mind, leaving Pringle grasping at a wisp of a memory.
Bellew, was that you?
She raced over to the door, crying. He thought she did anyway. Confusion gripped his mind and the musty air like a veil. Fragments of memory flitted through his brain, faces and names, taunting him. He struggled to cling on to his identity. Nothing seemed solid or real. A nurse appeared, her face etched with empathy as she approached Pringle's bed. She wore a name tag that read, Erica. Mr. Pringle, how are you feeling? Her soft voice was a gentle reassurance amidst the disarray, something to anchor himself to. His thoughts churned, trying to piece together the fragmented puzzle.
Sarah? Where's Sarah?
Erica's expression softened, her eyes filling with understanding. I'm sorry, Mr. Pringle, but your daughter had to leave with your wife. Pringle's eyes welled with tears, his heart aching in their absence. He felt the pang of loss and had to cling to the notion that Bellew had really been in the room. He reached over to the table and grabbed his wallet, clutching it tight. He didn't want them to steal it while he was under, and there were thieves everywhere. A porter wheeled a chair in. A tall, slim man with a shaved head and a hard face. He looked familiar. Hi, doll. Name's Oscar. The name might have been exotic, but his accent was pure Leith. Gonna take this lad to theatre, okay? Pringle looked up at him with a mix of vulnerability and resignation, and recognition.
I know you, don't I?
Get that a lot, Oscar laughed. I look like Robbie Williams. He ran a hand through his silvery hair. Just 20 years older. I didn't know he was going to surgery. He smiled at Erica. You new here, darling? Just transferred down from Western General, aye? Sure you'll get the hang of the place soon enough. Oscar locked the chair and helped Pringle down from the bed. Mind yourself, aye? Pringle slumped into the chair. His head ached. Everything ached. What had happened to him?
Where are we going?
Oscar smiled, his eyes reflecting compassion. Don't you worry, Mr. Pringle. We're just going to the operating theatre. They'll take good care of you there. Pringle's focus wandered once again, his eyes scanning the room, seeking a familiar face, a lifeline to the past. The room remained silent, offering only the scent of antiseptic. He looked back at the man.
Tell me something. Do you believe in love?
Love? Oscar chuckled. Aye, I believe in love. Why are you asking?
Do you believe love can transcend time and distance?
Oscar's eyes softened, his gaze shooting between Pringle and Erica.
I do, Mr. Pringle. I believe love has a way of connecting us even when we're lost. Actually, especially when we're lost.
Pringle found solace in the porter's words, a flicker of hope in the midst of his confusion.
What's your name?
Oscar, sir. Told you that already.
He gently guided Pringle's wheelchair out of the room, still talking to him, but the words became tangled and muddled. Pringle clung to fragments, desperately trying to grasp the meaning hidden within. But it was all a mess. Everything was a mess. Fucking cabbages everywhere. They travelled down the corridor, Pringle's heart heavy with uncertainty, his mind a turbulent sea. He surrendered to the gentle rhythm of the wheels beneath him. He had a renewed faith in the belief that love could endure, even in the face of the unyielding fog engulfing him. It meant he'd see Bellew again. They turned a corner and the light was blinding.
Are we going to see the angels, Robbie?
Name's not Robbie. It's Oscar.
Right. Oscar.
It took Pringle a few seconds to register where they were. There was a smoking shelter. They were outside.
This isn't the way to the theatre.
Oscar stopped by a van.
Here we go.
Where are we going?
Up to Edinburgh. The hospital there will treat you better than this one.
Oh.
Pringle looked up and finally recognized him.
I know you.
Told you, pal. I look like Rob.
Chunk. It's Chunk, isn't it? Kyle Talbot. We lost you a few months ago. You're a hired killer.
Right.
He leaned in close enough to taste his aftershave.
Sarah McKenna Pringle. 07700900537.
Each digit sparked synapses in Pringle's brain.
How do you know her phone number?
I know a lot about her, Jim. Date of birth, friends, addresses. Plain nice, and the girl lives. You of all people should know what I'm capable of.
You can't!
A strong finger prodding his chest shut him up.
Remember, her love for you can transcend time and distance.
Pringle tried to stay calm. He felt something in his hands. He looked down. He was clutching his wallet. He dropped her on the ground.
I'll go peacefully. But please, make sure nothing happens to her.
I'm not a monster, but I can be.
Chunk wheeled him into the back of the van.
You've got a mutual friend to thank for the taxi service.
Huh?
Someone who believes you ran him over, Jim.
I didn't.
Maybe you didn't. But what matters at the moment is he believes you did. And you've been a bit uppity lately, haven't you? You never climbed into bed with a friend, but there's always been a bit of loose give and take. I gather there was even a case of wine and a photo, right?
The memory of the discovery cut through the fog. That sharp shock, knowing that Hislop knew everything about his supposedly secret life. And another realization hit him too. The reason he was getting told this stuff was because he wasn't getting out of this scrape. He was going to die. Chapter 60. Marshall. Marshall's footsteps echoed along the hospital corridor. The lights cast an eerie glow on Bob Milne walking alongside. He adjusted his tie as they walked, his eyes narrowing in thought. What could Hislop have wanted with Pringle's daughter? Marshall's jaw tightened, his mind racing with possibilities. The shadowy world of corruption and deceit they had stumbled upon threatened to devour them whole. We've both been digging through Hislop's background and we know the man's capable of anything,
Aye. That was all either of them had. As they rounded the corner, the faint sounds of commotion reached their ears. Marshall's heart skipped a beat as he caught sight of Belu Owusu, Pringle's estranged wife, standing in the hallway. Her face bore the traces of a sleepless night, her eyes red-rimmed and weary. Sarah clung to her mother, her young face etched with worry. Marshall approached Owusu with cautious determination. "Hi, Belu. You okay?" Her focus darted between Marshall and Milne, confusion clouding her expression.
"Jim was here just a moment ago. I turned around for a second and he was gone."
Marshall's grip tightened round the edges of his notebook, frustration simmering. The puzzle pieces were slipping further out of reach. "Did he mention anything to you? Anything about meeting someone or going somewhere?" Belu shook her head.
"No, nothing. But he's been confused lately."
Marshall's mind raced, his thoughts threaded with suspicion. Hislop's involvement, the connection to Sarah, now Pringle's disappearance, a tangled web. So what, he just left?
"No, I had to get Sarah some food. I was just gone a few minutes."
A nurse appeared, yawning into her fist, blinking something away. Erica, according to her name badge, her gaze shot between them.
"What's up?"
Marshall flashed his warrant card. "We're looking for Jim Pringle."
"Oh, right. He was taken to theatre for surgery."
Owusu was in the doorway, scowling back at her.
"He's left an empty meal tray there. Who gives a patient a big meal before surgery?"
Erica's eyes bulged. Shit. She reached over for her phone and hit dial, trying to smile away her confusion, then turned her back as she spoke. Marshall focused on Owusu. "How was he?"
"Delirious. Confused. Disorientated. Worse than ever. I tried to talk to him, but he couldn't follow what I was saying. It was like he was on another planet and... I don't know, Rob. There's something seriously wrong with him."
"They're checking it out, right?"
"Yeah, but they've deferred that until they fix his shoulder. A compound fracture to his clavicle and they need to operate. A clean break's one thing, but a fracture... And it's comminuted too."
She raised a hand.
"I mean, fragmented."
"Right, thanks. And your medical knowledge means you worry more than most."
"Right. Bits of it poking out of the skin. The rest of it in pieces that'll need pinned together."
She gripped her daughter's hand.
"The reason we're here is, we're leaving."
"Now? But Jim's gone missing."
"I know, but we were saying our goodbyes. I'm going back to South Africa."
"Oh."
"We've got flights booked. I need to protect my daughter."
She looked up at Marshall with tear-filled eyes.
"I hope Jim's okay. I do. He's a good man. But this is precisely the reason we can't remain here."
Marshall didn't know what to say to that. Erica turned back around and untangled her hair.
"I called through to theatre. His operation was tomorrow."
Milne frowned. "But they sent for him."
"No, they didn't."
She gave a halting breath.
"A porter showed up with the paperwork, but they never showed up at theatre. I didn't read the transfer orders. And surgery doesn't have a porter named Oscar."
Chapter 61. Struan. Struan crouched in the shadows, the darkness cloaking him like a shroud, his eyes fixed on the house. The poshest end of Gattonside, one of the poshest places in the Borders. A 60s bungalow all blinged up with faro and ball painted wooden boards, crisp pebbles and box trees, surrounded by a huge plot of land, an Audi sports car in the drive. Aye, Callum Hume had done well for himself. He was in the house too, lights on, music throbbing. Struan's own car was down the hill, just on the main road, keys in the ignition, ready to drive off if need be. The day was getting colder, and Struan started to shiver. Started to doubt whether this was the right thing to do, whether his hunch was going to pay off. Maybe Elliot had been the source. Maybe that document wasn't going to be leaked. The door opened and Callum Hume strode out, mobile to his ear.
Aye. 5 minutes. Cheers.
Bingo. The gamble was paying off. Hume slipped into his car and the engine thrummed. Struan hammered it down to the main road and got behind the wheel of his car by the time Hume passed. He gave him a count of 10, then pulled off, pursuing Hume from a distance along the long street towards Gattonside, past the old school and out into the open countryside. At the end, instead of left towards Melrose, Hume headed right for the north strip through Galashiels, flooring it and putting distance between them. Struan kept to the speed limit, confident he'd catch him before the first junction. He visualized the town, a long wedge stuck between two hills separated by a river. Sure enough, Hume slowed through the 30 sign, then past the turning for the vet and the Volvo garage opposite the Shell station. Not the quickest way in, but there were no cameras this way. Instead of heading for the centre of Galashiels, Callum took the first left at the 20 sign, heading towards the rugby and football stadium. Struan didn't want to blow his cover, but he didn't want to lose Hume in the maze of winding roads, old mill buildings and hidden corners down by the Gala water. Hume veered into the car park at Boleside Road, parking under the Melrose Bypass Road. Only car there. Good. Struan maintained his distance, his eyes trained on the vehicle, then passed the entrance and did a tight U-turn, leaving Hume momentarily alone. He parked his car further down the road, then slunk down and turned off the lights. Engine still running, he waited and watched the car, hidden by the trees. Silent. Dark. He had to squint to confirm Hume was still in sight. Then, a Volvo pulled past him, blasting out Ocean Colour Scene's tuneless skank, and parked a few spaces away from Hume. Struan counted 20 before either of them did anything. The driver exited his vehicle and raced over to the other car. Bingo. Letterbox, meet postman. He'd guessed correctly that with Hislop incapacitated, the news would come to Hume, but the target was the delivery boy, not the package and not the recipient. Struan put the car into gear and raced into the car park, slaloming past the Volvo and blocking Hume from reversing. Struan got out, his heart pounding in his chest, and snapped out his baton. Hume got out of his car with a thunderous fury, then realization filled his face.
You were in the rugby club.
He darted up the Boleside Road, a narrow path with beech trees on either side. Few places to go up here, just a housing estate and, eventually, a path across the A7. Not his main target, though. Struan approached the car and tore open the passenger door, keeping a tight grip on his baton.
Dear Struan Liddell, arresting you for...
Chapter 62. Marshall. Marshall stayed in the corridor, down in the bowels of the hospital, clutching his phone to his ear.
Thanks, Jolene.
He hung up and stepped back into the security room. A faint hum of electronic equipment greeted him. The room itself was dimly lit, the rows of monitors casting an eerie glow upon the faces of the security guard and Bob Milne. The screens flickered and shifted, revealing corridors bathed in light, the bustling emergency area and quiet patient rooms. The images were monochromatic, drenched in shades of grey. The walls were adorned with maps of the hospital's intricate layout, which still baffled Marshall, red markers highlighting the strategic placement of CCTV cameras, those unblinking eyes capturing every corner of the building. A long desk stood in the centre, strewn with a maze of wires and gadgets. The air was heavy with the reek of stewed coffee. The security guard sat hunched over his workstation. Worn-out uniform, worn-out eyes scanning the monitors, the fingers dancing across the keyboard, the only sign of movement in the man. Milne looked over.
Anything?
Marshall shook his head.
Can't get hold of Struan Liddell. Presumably he's still in with Elliot honing their strategy. Jolene's team are searching for Pringle's friends and family. Not that there are many.
He let out a deep breath.
How are you getting on?
Milne waved at the screen. Show him, Keith. Without the guard moving, the biggest screen flashed over to a view of the hospital's front entrance, where a man was berating a taxi driver. Then a porter wheeled someone outside. Pause. Marshall squinted at the frozen image. Looked like Pringle. Shite. That's him leaving. The porter wheeled Pringle over to a van, chatted for a few seconds, then pushed him inside. He slammed the side door, then got behind the wheel and drove off. Freeze it again. Marshall got out his mobile and called Ash Payton. What's up, sir? Need you to run a trace on some plates for me. Fire away. BA57ARD. Ash giggled. What's up? That spells bastard. Marshall frowned and checked it again. Bloody hell. I'm Googling it now, sir. There's a list of banned words on the DVLA site. Stuff like PI55 off, BU11 SHT. Bastard is on there. So it's a fake plate. Great. Aye, but just because the DVLA haven't licensed it doesn't stop someone from printing up a plate. And even a fake plate can still be tracked if it's on a vehicle. I'll call you back. Click, and she was gone. Marshall turned around. Milne was leaning forward to mess about with the video, zooming in on the figure as he wheeled Pringle away from the hospital. Right, let's do this the other way. He adjusted the jog dial and pulled it back until the bastard van disappeared, then rolled the footage forward until the van slid into view again. The passing pedestrian slowed to normal speed as the driver emerged, dressed in the mint green polo shirt and navy trousers of an NHS porter. Milne paused it and circled his face. I recognise him, but... Marshall clocked him immediately. That's Kyle Talbot, a.k.a. Chunk, a.k.a. a million other names. Go on. We think he's a hitman. He killed a few people back in January. We've been searching for him ever since, but he's gone to the wind. Rumour was he'd retired. Even his dark web credentials had been closed. You know, on WeBuyAnyHit.com. Right. Milne smirked. So, it looks like he's back and has taken Pringle. Marshall had that sour taste again. Hislop's got to be behind this. What makes you think that? Marshall didn't really have anything. Rob, think it all through. If this lad's an assassin, then he'll know one thing above all else. The more you kill, the greater the risk you get caught eventually. And what happens fairly often is these guys roll on their paymasters in exchange for their liberty. Chunk must know that eventually a better assassin will come after him, so he retired, like you say. But he came back to go after Pringle, the man leading the last big hunt for him, right? Correct. We had him in an interview, charged him with some minor assaults and let him go, assuming we'd get a fine or suspended sentence for those. Fake address and alibi. But you're saying that if we'd kept him, maybe he'd have folded. Not saying anything like that. But I don't buy that Hislop's paid him to come back and kill Pringle. If we caught him, then he'd start spilling. If he'd retired. When these guys retire, believe me, that's them gone. They don't come back. Not for all the tea in China, India, Sri Lanka, or Kenya. Hislop's still in the hospital. We can get him to talk. He's just been through complex surgery, Rob. It's touch and go at the moment. Plus he'll be whacked up on painkillers. Besides, there's no way he's ordered anyone to do anything in the last 10 hours. Wish I had your confidence. Sure. What about before? Last night, say? Or a standing order with one of his mates from the rugby club? Milne skilled. One of what? Marshall's phone blasted out. DC Ash Payton calling. Sorry, he put it to his ear. Marshall. Sir, I've got it. The van. Aye, the bastard van. It was dumped on the outskirts of Greenlaw. That was quick. Uniform secured it. Some old biddy complained about it sitting outside her drive. How long had it been there? 20 minutes, but she's a nuisance apparently. Reported delivery drivers and posties. One of them, eh? Marshall sighed. Can you get them to confirm with her if she saw any other vehicles there? You think someone's transferred cars? Precisely. Will do.
Could you get Kirsten to run forensics, please? Need to confirm Kyle Talbot had the van. On it. It's nice to not have an order rammed down your throat.
Excuse me?
But she'd disappeared. Marshall knew he'd have to dig into that offhand comment. Those little pockets of tension he'd spotted between Struan and his team.
Aye, there was something there.
He snapped his attention to Milne. Okay, so we've got no real leads other than Talbot driving to Greenlaw and dumping the van. Either he's still nearby, or he's swapped vehicles and driven elsewhere. Milne nodded along with it. And if we devote our attentions to around Greenlaw, he could have headed west to Peebles or anywhere, north to Edinburgh, south to Newcastle, anywhere. Exactly. All sorts of possibilities. This guy's a pro, so deflection is the name of the game.
Doesn't look good, Rob.
Milne punched the controls. The security guard didn't even look over.
Oh, fuck it. This is hopeless. We'll never find him.
You giving up? Milne shrugged. Aye. I'm heading back to base to see what else we can do. But I don't think we'll get anywhere with this. He grabbed his coat and left the room. Marshall put his business card on the table. I'll need this all sent over to this email address. Give me a call if you need anything.
Sure thing.
Still no movement. It was like the guy had fossilized. Marshall charged out into the corridor after his father, heading away from the security den and the pathology department towards the stairwell. Bob! Milne stopped and turned in the dimly lit corridor. What? You're just leaving? Of course. This isn't getting us anywhere. You're still a quitter then? Right. Milne ran a tongue around his lips. So we're doing this now, are we? I can't help but feel like you've been bullshitting us. Marshall felt his eyes burn, a mix of anger and hurt, the pain of abandonment. You left us. You walked away without a second thought. Milne's gaze faltered. I know I made mistakes, Rob. I was lost, consumed by my own demons. I never stopped loving you or your sister. And if you think I left without a second thought, I've never stopped having those thoughts. Still have them every day. I'm in the billions. Marshall clenched his fists at his sides. Love doesn't quit. It doesn't abandon its family when things get tough. You left, and we had to pick up the pieces. Milne's weathered face softened. I did what I thought was best. For you, for Jennifer, for your mother. I thought leaving would spare you all the pain of my mistakes. I didn't realise how deeply it would scar you. You don't get it, do you? You don't get how your absence shaped me and Jen, how it hardened us. We had to learn to survive without you. I had to become a man when I was still just a child. His words reverberated, then silence enveloped the corridor. The ache of loss hung in the air. I know I can't change the past, Rob, but I can be here now. Milne reached out, his hand hovering in the space between them. I want to make amends, to be a part of your life again. Please, give me that chance. Something hit Marshall out of the blue. The hardened edges of his heart chipped away by his father's vulnerability. In that moment, he saw a glimpse of the man he once idolized. You can't rebuild what's been shattered. I don't know if I can ever forgive you. Guess I was right to quit, eh? Milne turned and walked off towards the lifts. His phone rang as he walked. Marshall stayed, head bowed, heart thumping. He wanted to go after him and plead with him, but nothing would change the past. He was stuck with who he was, as much as his father was stuck with the life that had made him leaving not just a possibility, but an inevitability. Meanwhile, this case was going to shite. Chapter 63. Struan. Struan leaned across the sink in the station toilets and clicked his jaw. It ached. Hard. Felt like someone had filled his nose with rocks. He looked down at his grey suit, smeared with mud, and his white shirt now dotted with blood. He scratched at his top lip, finding yet another clump of dried blood. The door opened. He spotted them in the mirror, Milne and Gashgori. Gashgori winced at him.
You look like shite, Sergeant.
Struan dabbed at his nose again.
What happens sometimes when you apprehend someone, boss? Aye, sure. Course you did. I'm serious.
Gashgori stood next to him, making eye contact with him through the mirror.
Got something to talk to you about.
What's up, boss?
You know.
They were playing mind games, thinking their whole act was going to make him plead. But this wasn't Struan's first rodeo. Won't be the last either.
Not sure what I've done.
Gashgori clamped a hand on Struan's shoulder.
Let's start with you explaining why you were at the Bullside Road.
I was investigating a lead in this case.
A lead? Right.
Gashgori snorted, then thumbed at Milne, leaning against the stall door.
Sergeant, you're aware how Bob here and his team have been looking into these leaks, right?
Aware of it, aye. It's what?
We've got ourselves a lead on the leaker.
Gashgori let the words sit there for a bit.
Peachy. It's you, isn't it?
I only started here yesterday. If it was me, how can I have been leaking all along?
Didn't say you were. An organisation like Hislop's will have multiple bent cops in the payroll. You're just the latest in a long line.
Sounds a bit fanciful, Ryan.
You're not denying it.
I'm not dignifying this bullshit with a response. It's beneath me. Hell, it's beneath both of you. Gashgori reached into his jacket pocket and unfolded a sheet of paper.
You might not have been behind the previous leaks, but you were in the process of leaking this, weren't you?
Struan took the page and looked at it. He'd stepped in a big steaming pile of crap. Suspected as much. An access log for a watermark report. Silent alarms went off as soon as I accessed that file. Right?
Sergeant, we traced your mobile to the car park at Bullside. Now, you might say you were going for a stroll along the bonny banks of the Tweed to look at Abbotsford across the river just as the sun sets on another glorious day. But you don't strike me as much of a fan of Sir Walter Scott.
Struan knew when to shut up.
I'm guessing you were meeting someone to share the news of Gary Hislop's impending arrest and it went south.
No.
No?
I was investigating a lead, like I said. A very similar one to what you're following up.
After you just accessed this report, son?
Milne snatched the page off him and tapped it.
Seems a bit of a coincidence to me.
I went into the system and found a strategy document on Gary Hislop's arrest, signed by Ryan here, countersigned by what's-her-name, his boss. Milne folded his arms.
You know your predecessor in your role works for me now.
Shunty? Smashed a car off a wall, right?
A bridge, actually.
He's a good cop, showing a lot of strategic insight. Shunty put a silent hit on the system, linked to a police report indicating that a takedown would happen as soon as Hislop is discharged from hospital. Milne tapped the page again.
A false report.
False?
False.
We'll arrest Hislop at some point, but certainly won't publicise the fact to a leaky investigation. But young Shunty sat back and waited for someone to access the report, just like you did, Sergeant. Dear Struan Liddell. I accessed it, aye. Had to get Ash Payton to help me.
You admit it?
I do. Struan folded his arms. See, the thing you're missing is you've all assumed D.I. Elliott's the leaker. I wanted to test the theory that she wasn't.
You're taking your role as Federation rep a bit too far there, son.
It's called diligence. Ask yourself this. Why would she go on the record about Hislop if she was leaking? Double bluffs have a tendency to explode in the face of the bluffer. And why did she have to access the files? She was working the case. She knew every single detail. So she could just tell him.
This isn't a debating class, son. You're in the shite here.
Don't you want me to tell you my story?
If it's a confession, I'm all ears.
It's not a confession.
Milne motioned for him to continue. Go on then.
My thinking was, if there's another officer involved, then they'd meet someone in Hislop's world to pass this over. Urgently, as Hislop's in this place right now. Who knows when he'll be discharged?
Milne chewed it over, slowly. And that someone was?
Callum Hume. Stands to reason. Your intel on him, Ryan, is he's number 2 in Hislop's organisation. I spoke to him at a bar in Melrose last night.
Gashgori laughed. You what?
I've made D.I. Elliot aware of this, sir. It's documented in the case file. Might not be in the right place as that filing system is baffling.
Gashgori shook his head, sighing. Go on.
When I saw that report, I figured out your leaker would see it too and they'd act. Assuming it wasn't Elliot, of course. Figured Hume would be the one our leaker ran to. So I staked out his home. Sure enough, he left. I followed him to that car park. He was going to meet someone there.
They exchanged a look, the kind that made Struan sure he'd turned the tables on them.
You thought it was me, right? You set a trap and I triggered it. Question you need to ask yourself is this. If it wasn't me, who was? Who else triggered it?
He let the silence suffocate them.
Good news is your bent cop turned up. Got out and walked over to Hume's car. But Hume made me and ran off. I followed his mate, apprehending him as the reason for my current state boss. He didn't go down without a fight.
Who is it?
He's in room 2 just now.
Chapter 64. Elliot. So this was how the police tricks felt. Elliot sat in the interview room, bored shitless. The same treatment she'd given to hundreds of interviewees over the 20 years she'd been a cop. Maybe it was even thousands, letting them stew. It usually worked too, but now she felt every second of the 4 hours she'd been waiting. Of course she could leave at any moment, force them to charge her, or let her go back to her duties. Or her family. She could do with a cuddle from all 3 kids. But the best thing to do was to sit here and play ball. It only really hurt because it was so boring. And because those clowns didn't believe her. How could they think she'd leak anything to Hislop? Who the hell did they think she was? The door opened and Shunty entered, followed by Milne. Gentlemen. Elliot folded her arms and smiled at them. Why are you here? Going to charge me without my Federation rep being present? Milne stayed by the door. You're free to go back on duty. She refolded her arms. What's the catch? Shunty stepped forward. We need to know everything you know about the leaks. Cool. She got up and walked towards the door. You already know the same fuck all I do, you pair of dickheads. Milne blocked her exit. That isn't enough. I've told them it's not me who's been leaking. We know that. But do you know who's been doing it? Why would I? 2 people accessed a fake report on the server. One of them was Struan Liddell. He's done this? Nope. But the curious thing is that you accessed the report. I didn't. I know. You were sitting in here. What are you talking about? Whoever's been leaking to Hislop accessed the report using your credentials. Then reported the matter to someone in his orbit. Milne fixed her with a tight stare. It was your husband. What? Elliot collapsed back against the desk, the hard edge grinding against her legs. The weight of the revelation crashed down upon her as the words echoed around the room. Davy. What? Betrayal and disbelief churned within her. How had she failed to see? How had she missed the signs? Questions swirled, but answers eluded her, leaving only a void of confusion and pain. The erosion of trust. The crumbling of the foundation on which her life had been built. People had died because of him. She looked at Milne, then at Shunty. Hard to meet two more different officers, but they both seemed concerned for her.
Explain.
Spitting the word out was all she could manage. Milne took charge, hands in his pockets. Davy isn't a cop. He's a civilian clerk, which allows him to fly under the radar. He hears everything but is never part of anything. His security role means he knows how to obfuscate things, throw the scent away from us out. No easy way to say this, but D.S. Liddell caught him red-handed. He was meeting Callum Hume to divulge a report Shunty here had fabricated. She felt like she was going to be sick. She had to hold on to it. She needed to keep her focus on the here and now.
Do you believe Struan?
We've got evidence supporting it.
Jesus. Can I speak to Davy?
Milne sighed. That's the problem. He's not saying anything.
Not like him?
Elliot smiled.
Please.
Milne raised his hands. Not my circus. Not my clown. Shunty didn't know where to look. Poor sod was having to make a decision. Must feel like having his teeth pulled out with rusty pliers. On you go. But we will be with you at all times.
Fine.
Elliot was glad to be out of that bastard room. Not that next door was any better, but at least she was on the correct side of the table again. Davy was on the wrong side, staring at the wood grain like he was going to sand it down and paint it. Pathetic wretch. Shoulders slumped, his crisp white shirt now crumpled and soiled yellow around the armpits. Sweat dribbled down his nose like rain. He looked up at her, then jerked back like he'd been attacked with a catapult.
Andy, I didn't want you to see me like this.
She stayed standing.
And I didn't want my husband to be arrested for leaking sensitive information.
Andy, it's not like they're saying.
So why are you in here? Davy, they're saying you met with Callum Hume.
He looked at her. He knew she wouldn't let him get away with anything but the full truth.
Come on.
Davy, the truth now. All of it.
He let out a deep breath.
I was using other people's access around the station to get into files for Hislop. He called me up a few times and I did it.
How long has this been going on?
Years.
Years? How many?
3.
3?
Jesus Christ. Another sucker punch to the gut.
Why did you do it?
Cash.
Davy shrugged.
It's a pretty prosaic reason, I know. There's no coke hookers or rent boys. He laughed. Are you allowed to call them that these days?
Fuck political correctness, Davy. You've been selling people's lives here.
I just want to look after our kids. That's not a crime, is it?
Of course it fucking is. It's pretty much the worst crime you can do.
Andy, I did it to protect you and the kids. I swear. It's been getting worse. Hislop took an interest in you over the last few months. Sent you those pictures, where someone had clearly been following us. I hated him getting close to you, threatening you, jeopardising your career.
I was in control of that.
You thought you were. But he's got no upper limits, Andy. So I decided to take him out. Been planning it since you got that case of wine in January. Then I heard that Marshall and Pringle got the same.
Shunty tilted his head to the side. Did they? Davy snorted.
Maybe they didn't talk about it.
You drove the car into him.
Davy blew air up his face.
I needed a patsy. Since Pringle was cuckoo bananas and already circling the career drain, why not take advantage of that? Hislop hated him too.
He shook his head.
He'd left his car in the car park a few times, keys in the ignition. Did it again the night before. Just had to take the keys and leave it there. Then I drove over first thing. Bingo. Don't understand it. I hit him square on. So how is he still alive? He should be pushing up daisies, and who'd care?
He's got a son and a girlfriend, Davy shrugged.
So?
I'm Pringle. If your plan had come off, he'd be inside. He's got a daughter.
Aye, Kirsty. That's bollocks, and you know it.
No, it's true. Her name is Sarah. Davy rested his head in his hands.
Shite.
And you paid those numpties to lose it?
Aye. Only they didn't. Useless sods.
Milne sat next to Elliot. You'll be inside for a long time. You know that, right? Davy nodded. Pringle's gone missing, Davy. Someone abducted him from hospital. Elliot collapsed into the chair, and she tried to swallow down another attempt by her body to purge itself. All that time with Hislop, she felt she'd been the one in control of the situation. But the reality was she'd literally been dicing with death.
You hear anything about that, Davy?
He shook his head.
No, not at all.
Right. I'll take that on faith, seeing as how you're being so honest with us.
Elliot sat back. Everything squirmed. Felt like ants were crawling up her back.
Do you know where they've taken him?
No idea.
Okay. But you know who took him?
I can take a guess. Chunk, right?
Milne nodded. This was all about revenge on Pringle for running Hislop down, wasn't it?
Hislop talked about him a lot, and I had to play along because otherwise I'd be dead.
Davy swallowed hard.
But I didn't expect this to happen.
Can you help us find Pringle?
Sure.
Milne rapped his knuckles on the table in a tight tattoo. Excellent. Davy sat back, hands in his pockets.
But in exchange for a lighter sentence.
Milne laughed. Aye. Well, that's a bet I've lost. I thought you'd go with that after a minute, not 10. Shunty was practically on the money.
Get someone from the Procurator Fiscal's office in here now. I need a guarantee of leniency now or Pringle dies.
Davy did his own tattoo beat on the table.
Chop. Time's wasting.
That's not going to happen without...
I know the burner number for Chunk. You lot can track that and find him.
How the hell do you know that?
Chunk is an assassin. Hislop was always worried he might come for him one day, so he made sure I knew. Thing is, you can refuse to play ball here, but that will only end with Jim Pringle dying and me soon after.
Chapter 65. Pringle. Pringle's eyes fluttered open and looked around the room, foreign and unfamiliar. Sparse. A single lamp above the door. Bare walls made from planks, just one window. The air was heavy with dampness. Dampness he could taste with each breath. The place shook with every gust of wind. Whatever medication they'd given him at the hospital was helping. He felt more in control than he had in weeks. He felt like some of the fog was lifting. The shack seemed to exist in a void of time and space, leaving him adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Panic welled within him, and a flicker of recognition stirred. A distant echo of his daughter's voice, a fleeting image of her face, seeped through the haze.
Sarah.
She was there, in the room with him.
Sarah.
Pringle rose from his makeshift bed, his movements tentative and unsteady as he made his way over to the window. Was Sarah here? Had he just imagined that? He blinked hard and things started to cohere into something real. The fireplace, the lamp, the wooden planks on the wall, the floorboards, the bed, the rocking chair, the door, and the window. He tried the door, locked. The window was a thin pane of glass, easy enough to smash, but could he really squeeze through it? How had that happened? How was he here? He couldn't remember anything. Hadn't he been in hospital? Everything hurt. His head, his shoulder, his legs. Everything. Maybe he had been in hospital. But he'd no idea how he'd gotten here, or even where this was. He wiped away the condensation and looked out the window. Dark outside. Few lights in the darkness. A pinprick of a distant village. He could be anywhere. Somewhere in the Highlands or in Northumbria. Still, if he got out, he could head towards the lights. Call the police. Pain throbbed up his shoulder like someone had stuck a drill into his flesh. He had to sit down again. The bed crunched and the mattress squished down. He must have snapped a slat. So he got up and sat on the rocking chair. It creaked and groaned like it was going to fall apart too. Cold. So bloody cold. He needed to get the fire going. Big logs in the hamper, kindling lying loose, coal, lumps of coal just lying there. No matches, no firelighters. He looked around the place. Had to be something to light the fire. Had to be. A big kitchen table. Rustic wood, but warped and cracked in places. Some blue drums lay beneath. Maybe that would. The door opened, and a man stepped in, stamping his feet and muttering. Bloody cold out there. He walked over to the fireplace and stopped. Oh, you're awake. Pringle couldn't place the face, but he knew. He was sitting on the rocking chair, his hands bound to the frame. Flames licked away in the fireplace, warmth crawling all over his body. What? What had happened? He was sitting on the chair, and now he was tied to it. When did that happen? Someone was lying on the bed, looking right at him. A man. He knew him. Was it Balfour Rattray? You. A man was standing over him. Looked like Robbie Williams. The man who... Had he stamped his feet? Pringle squinted. His head felt like it was full of cotton wool. He recognised him now. Chunk? You're not that bad then. Pringle tried squirming away from him, but the bonds were tight. No give there at all. Kyle? What's going on? Kyle. Chunk laughed. That's not my name. It's close enough to it, but not my actual name. Please, let me go. Mr. Pringle, you're a smart guy, an experienced cop. You know how things work, or at least, I hope you do. In my line of work, people knowing you is a bad, bad thing. Someone like you knowing me is even worse. To manage the kind of situations I get into, I need to be completely anonymous, and I need to remain that way. I won't tell a soul. Of course you will. You're a cop. This only ends one way, Mr. Pringle, and that's with you dying. The fact that you're still alive at the moment is just to verify there's no information needed from you first. Same story with your pal on the bed there. Thing is, I'm going to handle you first. Then I'll tackle him. Trouble is, my instructions were incomplete and, well, I'm a professional. No loose ends, no task left undone. I don't know anything about you now. I won't hunt you down. I promise. Sure. But, like I just told you, I go on people's actions, not their words. Now, someone in my position could be generous to you and give you brownie points over the fact you made the decision to let me go back in January. I tried to be that way, Mr. Pringle. Believe me. But I kept waking up in the middle of the night, and it was like you were in the room with me. You and a couple of your colleagues sat in the room with me. A room in a police station. I'd never let that happen before. I realised I've got careless and sloppy in my old age, so I really don't want to leave those loose ends dangling free. Mr. Pringle, you're a loose end. You know way too much about me.
I'm serious. Let me go. I won't talk to anyone.
Nope. I don't believe you.
I swear.
Not going to happen. Thing is, Mr. Pringle, it's not...
Chunk smirked.
Do you mind me calling you Mr. Pringle? Or can I call you Jim instead?
I don't care. Let me go.
Nope.
Chunk kept looking at his phone on the kitchen table. A battered old Nokia. The kind of thing kids 20 years ago would have stabbed each other for, but would now just treat as a museum piece. Or go all hipster over. Or dispose of once they'd made a call.
What's the mobile for?
Waiting on instructions from the boss.
Hislop?
No, not Hislop. Who's Hislop anyway?
Gary Hislop. You know him.
Do I?
Chunk laughed.
Maybe you don't have that great a picture built up about me.
How much is Hislop paying you to do this?
Jim, this is a business transaction. You're sitting there until I hear from the boss that there's nothing further needed.
Pringle knew he was fucked. He needed to get out of here, but he couldn't do anything. The fire in the hearth, those drums under the table. Pringle squinted at them and saw the warning label. Kerosene. Well, he knew his end was going to be a warm one. Pringle needed to get out of here, now. Could he do that while he left Balfour Rattray behind?
Why is Balfour here?
You don't cross certain people without there being ramifications, do you?
Is that kerosene?
Aye, good stuff. It works like an acid, so I'll be able to dissolve a lot of your flesh. Then I'll burn you in this place. Enough to get it hot enough for a cremation, I think. At least according to a mate of a mate.
The phone chirruped and rumbled on the table. Chunk picked it up and read, his lips twitching as he read. He tossed the mobile back on the table.
Do you want the good news or the bad?
The bad. Always.
Nope. You're getting the good first, because that's how this story works best. At least for me. The good news is my boss says to let you go.
Pringle had a brief surge of relief, but he felt the bad news like a sword hanging way above his head, ready to drop.
What's the bad?
That I don't care if you're the right guy or the wrong one. See, I'm a guy who gets things done. For a price. Put me in a car showroom and I'll outsell everyone. Any job, I'll win. But I can make more money doing the thing I love, which is causing pain. In my line of business, you never mention names. You make sure people don't see you. You're loose-lipped. You're dead. So everything is ultra-discreet. And the thing is, Jim, I made a mess of all of that with you. Because you know me. Had me in a police interview. Had a manhunt on me. For God's sake, I had to go to the Isle of Man to escape. I really miss Scotland. Balfour knew me too. I've been working on his farm for months. So despite what the boss tells me, I'm very sorry. But you can't live.
Please. I've got a daughter.
Sure. They all say that.
Her name is Sarah.
And our mobile number is 07700 900 537. I know all about her, Jim. And I don't care.
How can you do this to me?
Nothing personal, mate. Job's a job. Final payday and I can drop off the board for a good long while. But I have to take you off too, Jim. For good.
Please.
Come on now, Jimmy. Begging's beneath you. Be a grown-up about this and it'll be over soon. If you don't piss me off too much, I'll make your death a quick one.
Just let me go.
I can't risk letting you go. Once the abduction happened, right or wrong, the die was cast. It's time for your life to end. And when that kerosene burns, it'll be hot enough to burn your bones. Nearest fire engine will take 20 minutes to arrive, by which time you will be ashes and bad memories.
Chapter 66. Marshall. The wind howled across the desolate landscape. The rugged countryside loomed before them.
and Smailholm Tower rose above, its car park serving as a decent base of operations. Marshall stood in front of a gathering of officers, their faces illuminated by the dim glow of car headlights. A blend of uniformed officers and seasoned detectives. Elliot, Struan, Sayal, Jolene, Peyton, McIntyre, Gashgori, his father. And somehow, he was in charge of this raid. Okay, gang. Our mission here is twofold. First, if he's there, we rescue DCI Jim Pringle, our boss. You all know he was suspected of the assault on Gary Hislop, but we now have the perpetrator in custody. This is more than a case of mistaken identity. He looked across at them, making sure it was clear. Second, we apprehend Chunk, a.k.a. Kyle Taylor, a.k.a. a million other names. We secure him and bring him to justice. Chunk escaped our clutches a few months ago, and we've been hunting for him ever since. That means he has a personal beef against Pringle, so he might not act rationally. Be ready for any and all eventualities. A gust of wind stole Marshall's thoughts. He adjusted his thin jacket. Not exactly comfortable, but perfect for this kind of operation. If we can successfully execute this mission, we will have captured one of the UK's worst contract killers. I could reel off a list of names of known targets, but there are at least twice that number unknown. And we don't want to add DCI Pringle to that number. If he's taken alive, the psychology of a prolific assassin is that he will talk. He will name names. He will likely have a dead man switch to implicate others. Take a look at your colleagues. Each one of you is a vital cog in the machine. This isn't a complex operation. We have a simple plan. Surround him, secure the site, then we enter the building, securing DCI Pringle and ideally Chunk. We have 4 detachments, serial Alpha through Delta. He chopped the air to divide them up into their groupings. We descend on the target en masse, then we surround it and wait until everyone is in place before executing stage 2. He nodded at Elliot. Serial Delta will take the rear of the building, on the south. Beta and Gamma the west and east. My serial Alpha will attempt entry from north, matching our collective approach vector. He looked around the group again. Any questions? A few shook their heads. Nobody raised a hand. Then let's go. The car lights went off one by one, and the night concealed them. That squad would stay behind in 4x4s, a backup to the blockade on the main road. Marshall hoped they wouldn't be needed. He set off towards the cottage, narrow beam torches guiding their way. His boots splashed in the puddles, pockmarking the damp moor. They soon formed 3 distinct groups. His and Elliot's through the middle, Struan's and Jolene's taking wide, flanking positions. Elliot walked alongside him, their torch beams crisscrossing in front of each other.
You okay there, Andy?
Hardly. Just trying to focus on the mission.
I'll get that.
I'm mostly fine, Robbie.
I'm here if you need anyone to talk to.
I'll be keeping my own counsel. Thank you very much.
She took a path that wound away from him. Marshall finished the last of the incline, then stopped on top of the hill. The cottage lay down in a hollow, just that single light and a 4x4. A hamlet lay in the distance, the lights blinking in the wind and rain. The moonlight caught the road heading south towards Kelso, not that Chunk would get within a mile of it. Marshall continued on down through the fields, tracing the line of the stone walls as they descended, the sound of the rain merging with the rhythmic beat of their boots. The armed officers started taking up positions above the cottage. He felt that surge of adrenaline, started playing out all the possibilities he'd considered. An armed standoff, Chunk shooting wildly from the doorway, Chunk shooting accurately from the doorway. None of them would stand up to reality, he hoped, but they were prepared. Marshall didn't carry. He never would. But 10 of them did. One false move from Chunk and he'd be gone. The cottage door creaked open, and a figure stepped outside. A red dot in the darkness. A puff of smoke. He looked around the tatty yard outside the cottage, up and down, then walked over to the 4x4. Marshall was desperate to close in, but he stopped. Wait. Surprise was their best tactic. The rattle of their boots stopped.
an owl hooted somewhere. Chunk opened the door, but didn't get in the car, just checking it was locked, some vestigial instinct kicking in. He took another look around, then up the hill. He paused, then jerked back inside the building. They'd been made. Marshall started running. Go, go, go! Chapter 67. Pringle. Shite. Chunk stormed back inside, casting his cigarette onto the cottage's floor. His eyes were desperately scanning the room. Police coming from every angle. I've been set up. Pringle started laughing. Don't you see? What? Chunk scanned the table. Where are the fucking car keys? You were right. Haslop wants rid of you too. You're a loose end for him. And you're a diversion. Chunk picked up a kerosene drum and unscrewed the cap. Pair of you are. He carried it over to the bed and poured it on Balfour. Good riddance. He carried it towards Pringle, lifting her up, ready to pour the liquid in a deadly torrent. Pringle struck first. His foot connected with Chunk's chest, sending him stumbling backward. His grip on the kerosene can wavered, the liquid cascading over his body, drenching the floorboards beneath him. The creaking, rocking chair toppled over on its side, crashing onto the bare floorboards and turning his world upside down. Time slowed as the kerosene seeped into the cracks between the boards. Chunk threw the container away, but he could only watch as the kerosene reached the hearth. The liquid roared into life, burning the air and illuminating the room. His eyes widened as the flames lashed up his body to chest level, engulfed by the fire he had intended for Pringle and Balfour. His deafening scream tore out. The searing heat licked at Pringle's skin, consuming the air around him with a hunger. The kerosene pile crawled towards him, like lava from a volcano. He was stuck in the rocking chair, couldn't even move his arms. Chunk's screams were barely audible above the roaring fire. Something thudded behind Pringle. He couldn't look up to see what it was. Must be the beams of the cottage catching light. We've got you, sir! Strong arms grabbed the rocking chair from both sides and righted him. Two faces, men he knew, men he was sure he knew. Rob? Shanti! Come on! We need to get him outside! Pringle's cheeks scraped the rough floorboards as he was dragged out, facing back into the room and seeing Chunk lying down for the last time next to the kerosene cans. Pringle coughed hard, each one a violent punctuation. The blaze roared behind him, chomping its jaws through the timbers of the cottage. His lungs ached, grasping for fresh air in the thick atmosphere. He focused on Marshall. Balfour's still in there. Crap. Pringle's eyes, red and stinging, followed the dark figure of Marshall as he plunged back into the molten abyss. The walls groaned, promising to bury Marshall in the embers. Mad bastard! Yet a sliver of hope twitched in Pringle's chest. Through the frame of fire and falling debris, he caught the sight of Marshall gripping a blanket, hauling it around the form of Balfour, then dragged Balfour's bulky frame towards the door. The cottage groaned, and Pringle lost sight of them. Then Marshall and Balfour cascaded out into the cold embrace of the night. The building's spine snapped, sending a cascade of embers to the sky, as it crumbled in upon itself. Pringle's heart hammered against his chest as Marshall's heaving breaths merged with his. Balfour looked up at Marshall, his face smeared with soot and sweat. Rob? Pringle slapped Marshall's back as hard as he could. You've saved his life. Again. Chapter 68. Marshall. Marshall watched the doctor work away through the curtain. She had a careful way about her, guiding Pringle's confused gaze with her thumb and forefinger. Hard to watch his old boss reduced to that. Old. Aye. There was no way Pringle was coming back from this. Sure, he hadn't killed anyone, but something had broken inside him. Sheer bloody luck that he was still alive. Him and Balfour. From the looks of things, it appeared that Pringle and Balfour had been restrained, and Chunk had been the victim of accidental self-immolation. The doctor stood up tall and left him.
She shut the curtain and seemed to be just as confused as her patient. She focused on Marshall. Okay, well, he suffered no injuries from his ordeal, just a scrape to his cheek which will heal of its own accord. Some minor smoke inhalation and first-degree burns, which is nothing worse than being in the sun for an afternoon. That's positive, I guess. Right. Mr. Rattray's a tad more serious. His skin had been exposed to kerosene for upwards of 20 minutes. Just blind luck it hadn't ignited. But he's got significant burns from it. Horrible stuff. Marshall couldn't bring himself to even think about it, let alone see him. The poor bastard had been through so much. Now he was scarred by... accident? Well, he'd gone after Hislop, demanding repayment on his father's loan. Nothing warranted what he'd suffered, but that seemed almost trivial. Now, the doctor fixed him with a hard stare. We have you as Mr. Pringle's next of kin. Me? Marshall felt his guts tighten. What the hell? He tried to think of who could be higher up the pecking order, but he realized there was nobody left. Owusu had left for South Africa. Parents dead. His brother didn't even exist. So there was nobody else. Okay, that's interesting. Did he notify you? No. Ah, well, in that case, it's okay. I'll accept it for now. I'll speak to his ex-partner. Okay, sure. Well, no easy way to say this, but I'm afraid to say that Mr. Pringle's dementia has worsened. Another gut punch. His dementia? She frowned. Mr. Pringle was diagnosed a year ago. Didn't he tell you? That's news to me. Well, I didn't know. He has been taking medication to alleviate the symptoms since. Donepezil, which is a cholinesterase inhibitor. Marshall knew all about that from a previous case. How it could only delay the onset of the horrible condition. Couldn't stop or reverse, just medium-term management. Has it had any effect? His checkups at the 3-monthly dementia clinic were all positive, able to continue at work with supervision from above and additional resourcing below. So his boss had known. But, she sighed. But when he spoke to the nurse yesterday, he told her he'd stopped taking it. When? About 4 months ago. He missed the last clinic. Well, that tallies with his behaviour getting worse. He said he couldn't sleep and they gave him the you-know-whats. I spoke to him briefly yesterday, trying to encourage him to recommence treatment. His words were, "The scoots I can deal with, but I'm going crazy with the insomnia." I'm afraid that amount of time has made his condition worsen. But we managed to get him regulated overnight, right before he was abducted. But this is a game of time. There is no cure for his condition. At least he's got his family. Marshall looked away. His ex-wife's... I don't think they were married. She's left him. Gone to... It doesn't matter where. She's taken his daughter. I'm sorry to hear that. Can I speak to him? No, I'm afraid not. We've had to sedate him as he was getting pretty distressed. What happened to him? Someone tried to kill him by setting him on fire. That's a matter for pathology now. But the drugs explain why he was lucid for a while. So you saved his life. And Balfour's. Right. Her eyebrows raised. Thank you for accepting that responsibility. I'm sure it'll straighten out in time. But you'll be able to speak to him in the morning. Chapter 69. Marshall. Marshall got back to the station and all he could do was sit in his car. The rain hammered off the roof and sluiced down the windscreen. He pinched his nose. Beyond exhausted. Stretched and strained and broken by the whole ordeal. But what he'd seen at that cottage, by the news from the hospital, at Chunk's death at his own hands, or maybe at Pringle's, dying in a fire the same way his old accomplice had done a few months ago, the flames searing and melting his skin. Intolerable pain. Someone was going to have to look after Pringle, but Marshall just didn't have the capacity for it. He got out his phone and texted Owusu. Hi, Belu. I don't know where you are, but hopefully you'll read this. Maybe even call me. Not sure if you've been made aware before, but I wanted to let you know that Jim has been diagnosed with dementia. And it's worsening. I don't know what his long-term care plan is yet, but I've agreed to look after him in the short term. Give me a call when you get a minute. Hope you and Sarah land okay. Rob. Kiss. He didn't want to have to do it. But what choice did he have? He'd been thrust into Pringle's world and the crushing gravity was going to be hard to escape. Marshall got out and spotted Sayal and Milne huddling in the smoking shelter, so he walked over through the rain. Evening. Milne exhaled smoke out of the side of his mouth. Keep away from Gashgori. He's pissed off that Chunk's not in custody. At me? At everyone. Listen, Chunk was an assassin. The psychology said he'd come peacefully, but I don't think anyone anticipated he'd sooner go up in flames. Guy like that, he'd never come in alive. Did before. True. Isn't Ryan happy to be able to go after his lot? Nope. Milne took another long drag. He's still in hospital and sticking to his script. Just a stellar citizen who was run down by a member of Police Scotland. Local boy done good getting chopped down to size. Of course, he had nothing to do with this Chunk person, or what happened to Pringle or Radry, or any abduction. He let out his smoky breath. Marshall wasn't sure he liked the fact his old man smoked. Still, we've got to take the whole thing as a win. We might not have taken him down, but we've hampered his plans. Lot less drugs on the streets. And Davy Elliott's taken the hit for all the leaks and is going down for a long stretch. What's not to like? He clapped Sayal's arm. All thanks to Shunty here. Sayal stared at Marshall. Davy never made me a cake on my birthday. Milne frowned. Eh? D.I. Elliott brings in a cake on people's birthdays. Davy made them. Missed mine. Milne laughed. Remind me never to cross you, son. Just treat everyone with respect. Sayal shrugged and walked inside the station. Milne shook his head. Kid's something else. Marshall nodded along with it. I'm worried about Andrea. Aye. She's tough as old boots, that one. Not so sure. Marshall stared at his father. There are a lot of bridges you need to mend. Start with me and Jen. Of course. I'm with Kath. Milne poked his cigarette butt into the bin. Kath's a good kid. Is she? She's had a difficult time of it, I suppose. That's why she left Aberdeen. Why'd you ask? Is it because you moved away? I left the Granite City a long time ago. No. She split up with a laddie. Pretty toxic. Needed a fresh start. Always fancied retiring back here myself, so suggested she try it. At least she had her father in her life. You say that like it's a good thing. Milne nodded past Marshall. You and your twin sister should get to know her. Marshall turned around to see Kath walking towards them, vaping and shivering in the cold. Jen was just behind her, on the phone to someone. Marshall turned back, but Milne had slipped off inside, leaving Marshall alone with his half-sister. She walked over to him. Hi, Rob. How you doing? I'll get through this, I guess. You? Same. Your sister's a piece of work. Marshall smiled. She's your sister too? Didn't get a smile, not even a slight upturn at the corner of her mouth.
Okay, Kirsten. Jen hung up her call and pocketed her mobile. This is weird, isn't it? Me and my brother and my sister.
Kath raised her eyebrows.
You're telling me? I want you to meet my daughter, Thea. She's got a new aunt.
Jen patted Marshall on the arm.
Kirsten will still be a favourite.
Kath nibbled at her bottom lip.
I'm not sure about that. Don't you want to meet your niece? I honestly don't have a clue what I want. Not that it's ever mattered to anyone. You've got a family, Kath. Me and Rob are blood. We want to get to know you. When we've got our heads around this, we should all go out for dinner.
Kath looked her up and down.
Look, this is all well and good for you lot. But I have zero interest in you or your lives. Dad's my dad and that's it. Bless him for his faults, but I never had a sibling growing up. Nor did I want one. So your meal? Nah, not for me. Tatty bye.
She walked off away from the station, scuffing her heels on the tarmac.
That's charming.
Jen tugged her coat around her.
Should I go after her? Should you?
Nah. I've got a number, Jen. Know where she lives. We'll give her a few days, then drop round with a bottle of wine.
Jen smirked. Or Jägermeister.
Steady.
Jen laughed. What are your plans for tonight?
I have literally no idea.
Don't be too late. And if you fancy going over the road for some food, my shout. It's a Tuesday, Jen. The pub's shut. Ah, crap. Well, get something in. Thai, Indian, pizza?
Not pizza. But I'll let you know when I'm back.
Okay.
She walked over to her car. Kath slipped off out of the front entrance, slowly, talking on her phone, heading towards the centre of town. Marshall could see Jen was tempted to go after her, so he waited until she'd driven off. He started wondering whether he should talk it all through with Kath now. But this whole Pringle mess he'd been landed with was resting heavy on his shoulders.
Hey?
Kirsten wrapped an arm around him and kissed his cheek.
You okay?
Marshall looked around the car park. At least half of the team were there, watching them, including Elliot. Isn't this a bit public?
We're going out together, Rob.
She kissed his lips.
I love you.
And you're neither pissed nor post-orgasm? She laughed, then ran her hand through her hair.
I do, though.
Okay. So, are we going to have that chat?
What's there to chat about? I like you. I like our life.
So it's just been downgraded to like?
Shut up, Rob, or it might. But I've decided to leave it up to fate.
Leave what?
You know, what we talked about last night. Being a mum wouldn't totally suck. Not sure about this whole marriage thing, but, she shrugged. Families can be all sorts of different things.
Marshall smiled. Look, if I get a promotion, I can take care of all three of us. After all, my old man's a super.
Bugger off! She smacked his arm. If anyone's looking after our kids, it's you.
Marshall smiled at her. If you feel like tempting fate tonight.
Rob!
Kirsten looked around to the side.
I'll be back in a sec.
Marshall frowned, then clocked Gashkori heading right for him. Sir. Rob? Gashkori was scratching his neck.
Listen, I just got off a call with the boss. She's putting me in charge of this team until a longer-term replacement is appointed.
Congratulations.
Cheers. Thing is, I want to bring in some of my own team. I've had to stick with Elliot, but I'm reallocating you to HQ in Gartcosh.
Glasgow? What? Why?
You're no longer Pringle's exotic bit of fluff, as you put it. The way we see it, you've got a bigger role to play across Scotland.
Marshall didn't know what to think. He was just getting used to being back home, and now he was going to be back in a city. Bloody hell. Chapter 70.
Hume. Callum Hume stood at the check-in desk and passed over his passport.
Hi, can I buy a ticket to...
The board had 2 10:30 flights, one to Dublin and one to Athens. Both were last of the night, though the Berlin one was mightily delayed.
Athens, thank you.
The girl behind the desk looked up, frowning. Is that standard or business class?
Standard.
Callum leaned against the desk and tried to hide his grimace.
Thank you.
That's £400. He held out his black card.
Do you take Amex?
We do. She passed the card machine over. He slotted it home and started keying in the PIN.
Actually,
he pulled the card out.
I'll pay cash.
He opened his wallet and counted out 400 quid, then handed the notes over.
There you go.
Okay. She counted them, then put them into a tray. Save for a float, it was the only money in there. She clicked, and a machine whirred into life.
How bad is security just now?
Straight through.
Thanks.
Okay, that's your set, Mr. Young. She returned his fake passport, his receipt and his flight ticket.
Thank you.
Hume set off, clutching the documents tight. Athens was good. Pretty much the edge of the civilized world. Just needed to lie low, see what the cops had on him back here. If he needed to, he could get anywhere he wanted to from there. Or just find a nice little village in Greece. Maybe even buy a seaside taverna. Aye, that was a plan. Get a price on some of those old offshore investments tomorrow. See what he could buy for that. But they didn't have anything on him or his lot. He designed it that way. Aye, things were going to be just fine and dandy. The roped barriers were all down, so he walked straight up to the security desk, dropped his paperwork into a basket, then went straight through the machine. The attendant yawned into her fist. No luggage.
My dad just died and I just need to go somewhere that isn't here.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. She waved him through. On you go, sir. Safe flight.
Thanks.
He grabbed his paperwork and strolled through to departures. Like a department store now, with all those shops, not to mention the bars and cafes. The board said the flight to Athens was gate 10. Not long now. Perfect. He could even see it from here. He walked over and joined the queue. His ticket wasn't priority boarding, even at that price, so he'd be waiting an age of man to get on. He took a seat. Didn't have anything to read. He should buy a book or a paper, maybe get an iPad, but it wouldn't have anything on it, and would take ages to set up. No electronics. That burner phone had got Chunk into a world of trouble. What got him killed, he didn't doubt. His lot was always very prescriptive of that. Stood to reason he'd know where Callum was. Well, not anymore. He looked over and did a double take. Dr. Bellu Owusu and her daughter were sitting in the chairs for the next gate. Sarah, he thought her name was. She was watching something on her iPad. Didn't use headphones, so the inane screeching blared out across the concourse. Owusu got to her feet. Come on, up. But I don't want to visit Nana. Sarah, it's for the best. She finally got her daughter up, stuffed her iPad away in a backpack, then joined the queue for the BA flight to Johannesburg. Callum crumpled his ticket and walked towards the exit.